to say hi, Heretic. It's been a minute, so I wanted to say hi, but
You sound like someone just got caught doing something wrong, man. That was so crazy. Like you just got caught with your hand in a cookie jar. I was looking for the keys in the cookie jar.
I was. That's correct.
I talked to Planet Peterson after he came here. I was sending him the news. Like, what the fuck is this stupid shit? I'm like, it's Globe News, dude. I go, is it not entertaining at all?
Wait, why am I no longer on the newsletter, Crit?
Well, at some point when people, I feel like they don't offer me anything, it just isn't any point like to send you. Like, it's not even worth a click.
Really?
Wait.
Yeah, so I take people off.
Can you put me back on the newsletter?
Well, can you respond maybe once in a while, like, or give something?
I will. Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
okay, Crit, if you put me back on, I will respond. I'm so sorry. I kind of like lost the thread for a minute there.
Yeah.
But I think it's so funny that Planet Peterson was like a dick to you because like I used to really like him, but then he started just becoming like a huge fucking dick to everybody, and now I don't like him anymore. So
I can tell you when. I couldn't remember that night, but I remember when now. He debated Jim Bob, and he got trashed by Jim Bob. It was atheist materialism versus creationism debate. And Jim Bob tore his ass apart. And I've noticed, like, ever since then, he went off the rockers because that was like a large audience and he kind of humiliated himself in front of.
I kind of genuinely want to not debate him on creationism, but Christian in general, I would like to debate him on because I think a lot of the ideas that
he doesn't know anything, dude. He doesn't know anything, dude. Listen, dude is an empty head. Look,
he's
man.
A science teacher.
He is? No fucking way.
You didn't know that?
So what? Third graders?
So he was you don't know this? So basically, he was a high school science teacher. Like, I'm talking like 9th, 10th, 11th grade. He was a high school science teacher, and he got on TikTok. My. You don't know this?
No.
Okay. So
I'm just a random nobody. I'm disappointed in the education system even more than I already was, which is saying something because I was already freaking at rock bottom.
Okay, so, like, I genuinely have been watching Planet Peterson since, like, since he first started. So he was a high school science teacher. Like, I think he taught, like, biology or something similar. So his background is in science, but, you know, like, it's basically...
Stop no. Your background is in education. If you become a high school teacher or a teacher in any public school, you have to have a degree in education. You don't have to have a degree in the thing that you teach. You just have to. So his expertise is in education. He probably had a minor in science, or maybe he minored in mathematics or whatever else. Typically, what happens is you have somebody. I want to be a physicist. They take the physics classes. They can barely pass. They're like, fuck. Maybe I'll just teach physics. So then they get an education degree, and they minor in physics or science or something else. And then they teach that when they get to, they teach that when they get out of university, right? It's like a filter, right? So the dumb people, have you ever heard the phrase, the saying?
Those who can't.
Those do teach, right? Those who can do teach, right? So this is how it works. At least in my opinion, this is how it works. They can't do it, so they end up teaching it.
I remember the story now that Aldrich mentions that, like, he claims that he got fired because of his atheism.
He did. No, he didn't get fired because of his atheism.
Well, he said, like, somehow, like, he was told that he needs to, not, be preaching atheism to the kids because the families will talk about, religious values. Like, he refused. And he was, like, working somewhere down south, like, where they were, like, in the Bible Belt. And you got this condescending, douchebag talking about, like, all this proves there's no God. And they go, okay, now everybody stand up and say pledge of allegiance to God in the cloth, the sky. Everyone pledge allegiance to one nation under God. It's like, dude, you're confusing the kids, right? Just teach the biology and check your ego at the door.
His ego got way too big.
Yeah, there's a video I saw about him on I can't remember, the guy who does a lot of drawings and stuff. Oh, Dark Matter. Dark Matter was like, how come atheists have to stay closeted or whatever.
Oh, he's a funny guy though. Dark Matter he's a good YouTube channel, you know.
How come HFC just say closeted?
Yeah, the guy keep like society.
Jesus Christ!
They think that in their worldview they are victimized by this overreaching Western culture that is always preaching Christianity.
What's wrong with that though? Hold on. What's wrong with victimizing them though? No, I'm saying
everybody deserves to be victimized.
In their worldview, there is no good or evil. There is us victimizing them. It's not bad. They just prefer it not to happen. So what? I prefer it to happen. How can the atheist tell me I should not victimize them? From what moral position?
Challenged on your belief.
You're not understanding. They don't have a moral position. You can't reach a moral position with materialist atheism. You can't get to any should. What you should do. I should do this or I should do that. Right? They can't say we shouldn't victimize them because they have no moral foundation from which to say it. Right? So just by saying we're being victimized in a Western Christian society, the very factor in a Western Christian society that recognizes things like victimization, they're taking advantage of it while complaining about it.
What happens?
No,
Oh, go ahead, Ash.
I was just going to say there is no Western Christian society because don't have an established
morals is our foundation. What I'm talking about, you can't deny that Christian morals is not the foundation of the Western society.
Right? You should be. Everybody should be challenged on their beliefs, including atheists. So, but
do you understand what I'm saying? Morality. I'm not talking about religious belief. I'm talking about morality.
Right, you should always be challenged on morality. Absolutely.
Why is murder bad? Why is lying bad? Why is stealing bad? Right?
Yeah, you should always be challenged.
Why are they bad?
Right. Why are
Tell
they
me
bad?
Why they're bad? Yeah, why are they bad? Tell me why they're bad.
Morally?
Somehow we end up off a flat earth again. Good game.
No. I'm agreeing with you that everybody should be challenged on their morality, and they shouldn't consider it victimization. That's just how you should always be challenged on your morality.
I'm not understanding. An atheist can't have a moral position because they think everything is just a mechanistic, physical universe, and that things like morals are subjective human delusions.
Sorry.
Because the universe is going to blow up in 90 billion years or whatever, right? None of that matters. Everything is just a chemical process, the result of physics, right? So how do you have morality that's the result of physics? Can I do a scientific experiment and find morality? So it doesn't make sense on it. It doesn't make sense on its face. That's why you can't process it, because it doesn't make sense. If you think the world is just created at the Big Bang and it's just chemical processes and energy and matter and human beings were like all that stuff, like the inanimate matter turned into life, right, through whatever process, abiogenesis, then evolution, and then there's human beings that say, hey, there's things like morality. But they say, well, that's just something we all created collectively to evolve better, and it's just a bunch of chemical processes in our brain, right? It doesn't actually exist out there. It doesn't actually exist. It's just a bunch of chemicals that are doing something that make us think it exists, right? And what is even thinking? Thinking is just also a chemical process, right? So the point is that you can't get to morality because all you can ever have is a descriptive view of the world, right? You can describe what happens, but you never can get to what should happen. Why should you not kill people? You can't never say why, because all you have is a descriptive worldview. You understand? All you can do from that position, materialist atheist, is describe the world. You can never say what one person should or shouldn't do, because it only comes down to one or two things. Utility, it's useful, right? Oh, I think this should happen because it's useful. Or the other one, personal preference. Right? So, okay, if those are the two standards, right? You tell me to do something, I'm not going to listen to you. It's not useful to me, and it's not my personal preference. Go fuck yourself. I think abusing fucking atheists and turning them into victims is useful, and I like it. Tell me I'm wrong. From a moral point of view, you can't.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I think you're wrong too. I got to push back on that. From their viewpoint. From their viewpoint, they can't tell you what is right and wrong. They can't say victimizing people are wrong because they don't have morals from which to say victimization is wrong. I think victimizing them is wrong. I think victimizing anybody is wrong.
Do you think you have an objective standard?
Hold on, Mark. I think in the 60s, the atheists were persecuted. Like, Nixon's enemies list, and, they were going after them. George Carlin had the FBI following them. And they basically won the debate because they said, doesn't your God grant free speech? And the Christians were like, yeah, God is great. God gives you human rights. Would disagreeing be free speech? And I'm paraphrasing, but they're like, well, yeah, being able to disagree requires free speech. They're like, I disagree that there's a creator. So your God is granting me the ability to disagree.
Yep. You see, though, the point is, and this is how you're attacking the point. It's kind of hard to say that because there's no standard which they have that they can point to that is above them in any means. So therefore, you can't really, from our point of view, they can say, from your point of view, yes, you should treat us better than you have, but no. But only from our point of view can they come at it. Exactly. They basically have to steal from God.
Exactly. They have to adopt the Christian Western world that they're complaining about. They have to adopt their morality to say that they're victimized. They can't do it from their own worldview. They basically have to guilt us into treating them like good Christians when they're heathen atheists.
Do you think you have an objective worldview or objective morality?
Yes.
Prove it.
Not all things can be proven.
Well, then you don't have an objective reality if you can't prove it.
No, you can have an objective reality even if you can't prove it. I just can't prove it.
Claim. You have a claim of objective morality. You do not have
because listen, Godel proved that not all things can be proven. You know this, right?
Yeah, but you have a claim of objective morality.
Yeah, I have an unproven claim of objective morality. I'll accept that. That's not a problem.
That's
actually a fact in mathematics, by the way, that not all things can be proven.
No, it's already proven as a self-evident truth, legally defined. We hold these truths to be self-evident. A proof or a truth that doesn't require truth. And if you say, well, I disagree with that, then you're not part of the we, which makes you you're not American then. You're something in between.
Yeah, but that sentence, hold on. That sentence, we hold these truths to be self-evident. If they were beyond the need to articulate that, the reason we have to articulate that is because it's something we define amongst ourselves, right?
No,
that we have to agree on, which was
through God. Otherwise immoral, and you had the legal right to defend yourself against the king because you have a self-evident right to your life, your liberty, and your property. The king doesn't own you. You own you. So if you think, Mark, that you are owned by the king, you're part of the group of people who didn't fight. You're a freeloader, a free rider.
No, what I'm saying, that was at the time, that was a very revolutionary idea, is that they're inalienable rights.
Yeah, that's what came from the scientific revolution through the Renaissance.
Yeah.
Prior to the Renaissance, no one even dared to question. But the scientific thinking came along and said, hey, if I can cause something and I'm the cause of that, that's me. I own that, not somebody else. And that's why they kind of wanted, since then, they saw that science was a powerful tool of unlocking human potential. Then they tried to take it away from everybody. And now it's a noun, not a verb anymore. They got shit scared when France and America flipped and turned into self-governing. using scientific reasoning to defend it. And now look, you got the atheists who are like, oh, well, I like science and I like powers governing me. He's like, you guys are shit scared. You want authority to tell you what's right and wrong. Whoever's got, in your worldview, who's ever right is the guy who's got the biggest gun in your face. That's the decider who makes it right or wrong.
Yeah, that's not what I think, but I do agree with your analysis of basically the Enlightenment. Locke and Rousseau, consent of the governed, all that was revolutionary at the time. But I do think ultimately there is an objective, and what I mean by objective, I mean mind-independent source of morality for humans. Doesn't apply to other animals, but for humans, there's a mind-independent objective morality. It's difficult to know because we're limited creatures, but I think there is one. And I think that objective morality, which is inherent to humans, is what the source of modern Christianity, that morality, is actually sourced from. So if you go back, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, the Christian morals were quite a bit different, right, than they are today. I'll leave it at that.
Well, it depends on what church you look at. There's a lot of churches that call themselves Christian churches, which aren't.
Well, yeah, I might say it's a no true Scotsman, but in the morality of the Old Testament.
Listen, the people in the beginning of Christianity defined what a Christian is. If you don't do those things, if you come after, you're not a Christian. So it's pretty simple.
Well, for the first few centuries, Christians were just Reformed Jews. The whole idea of a Christian didn't come about until centuries. I don't know.
That's like a semantic argument naming somebody. We didn't call ourselves quote unquote Christians, so who cares? Who cares what they call themselves?
Right, but in the Old Testament, there's some pretty heinous stuff that is sanctioned by God. That sort of thing. But so the morality of the Old Testament,
judged on what moral basis? Like,
what do you mean?
How do you know it's bad? How do you know it's bad?
Well, would you sign up for slavery?
I want you to support what you believe. You guys always do this. You guys always ask a question.
This is an internal critique. Do you think your God would support slavery and genocide? Are you okay with that?
At that time, yeah.
Okay, so you think it's okay to go and kill babies?
No, it doesn't matter what I think. He did.
Okay,
I don't judge God. See, that's another thing. I don't think that I am good enough to judge God and what He decided He wanted to do. I don't think I'm in a position to judge that, right? Because my judgment will be a derivative of His judgment, and my judgment is based upon what I learned in the time period I live in. Whereas those actions happened in a different time period where things were different. Morality was different, but the whole world was different, right? So it was a different thing.
So you're saying it doesn't sound like it was...
stop the modern world from becoming a place that you could own slaves again. Well, that's exactly what...
There's more slaves right now.
We already... Yeah, there's more slaves than there ever been.
Hold on, dude.
You guys need to understand that if God was not harsh in the Old Testament, we wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah. So what you're telling me is the book was written about the times that the people lived in.
It was for the greater good.
No, dude. Listen, if you guys don't understand the Bible, go read about it. Okay? If you don't understand, you guys don't understand Christian theology, but you want to espouse that it's
from an atheist, all right?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these other two. I'm talking about the freaking atheists. So,
well, you're wrong.
You don't understand Christian theology. This shit has been debated, and there have been apologetics since the time of Christ. There's all these arguments have already been had 1 million times. Go back and read the literature. We don't want to have to rehash them again.
There's defense of slavery and genocide in the Bible. It just isn't.
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about Christian scholars.
So what you're telling me is it sounds like the book was a product of the times of the people that wrote it back then.
No. It's not about the book. The book recounts events. So the way God interacted with humanity through those events changed over time because man changed over time. So God's not changing, man is changing.
Are you isn't?
God is altering what he does according to the changes of men. Right?
Are you sure it isn't that man was changing? So
okay, that's what I just said. Man was changing over time, his behavior due to divine revelations. Right? What do you think a divine revelation is? You think everything is static? The purpose of divine revelation is to make man change.
But could it have not have been a product of the times?
Yeah, it could have been ostrich standing on its head on top of Mount Everest. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, sounds about as right as somebody writing down stone tablets with lightning or whatever. I don't know how the fucking story goes.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know how the story goes.
The slaves are just people who are that's all.
You have to well, Dad, he has to maintain his ignorance to keep his worldview. He has to. If he goes deeper into it, he'll change, and he don't want to do that. So he'll stay blind. Intentionally.
It wasn't slaves that got whipped and stuff. They were just paying off a debt. So they worked for free to pay off a debt. So they were called slaves. It's not like slaves of the South and all that.
No. Slaves is actually a modern term, and it comes from Slavs. And that really started with the Muslims.
Lie. Some were indentured servants, but some were property. So don't give me that paying off the debt. That is not true.
It's true. Egypt had slaves and stuff, but
no. There were certainly indentured servitudes. Now, Jewish people could serve as indentured servitudes to other Jewish people, but if you were a Gentile or non-Jewish person, you could become property and be bequeathed to your children as property.
Why? Why? What made somebody a slave? How did you become a slave?
You could be purchased from the people around you.
The original thing. How did you originally get put into slavery? The original thing.
You could either be captured in war or purchased.
And what was your choice?
I'm sorry, what?
You had a choice, right? You didn't have to be a slave.
If somebody sells you, you don't have a choice.
You could die.
Oh, yeah, you're too well. Yeah, so you could die.
So that's your choice, right?
You're okay with that?
Yeah, it's war.
That's your moral God. Thank God. Thank God we have God for morality.
No, that's the way it is.
You could be a slave.
Well, they could have just killed him in combat.
Yeah, they could have, but I'm talking about they kept them property their children.
And they
purchased
life.
Right, this is God.
You tell me. No, listen to me.
This isn't sin. This is God laying down the law.
Yeah, you're not qualified to say what
slaves from the nations around you.
Yeah, you're going to listen, Mark? You're going to listen? What is worse?
No, when you accept it, what the Bible says.
So listen, shut your hole. What is worse? Ending someone's life where they have no children, they have no heirs, no nothing, that's the end. That's the end of his line. Or let him live in slavery and he can still continue to have children, have heirs, all that shit. What's worse?
Setting up that proposition is exactly what your God ordained.
I don't speak for God. What's worse?
Oh, you do speak for God, though.
No, I don't. What's worse?
I don't know. Some people,
you don't know. Yeah, Howard, you won't answer because you know
slaves decided to kill themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, then there you go. They thought that was a better option, but they had a choice. They ultimately had a choice. It was two bad choices, two non-optimal choices from that person's point of view, but they had a choice. And it wasn't God that did that. It was men that did that shit.
Wait. Hold on. Take a step back. God ordained this practice. It's in the Bible as a law. It's in the Mosaic Code.
Yeah. Well, what chapter and verse?
It's both Exodus and Leviticus. I don't have it in front of me right now. Deuteronomy, Exodus, Leviticus,
I want to know exactly what it says. And then I also want to know how they practice slavery.
It defines, well, who knows how they practice it? I'm talking about what was written in the law.
Yeah, but like the actual practice might not be bad like you're making it out to be, right?
Is that the same Bible they brought to the moon, Mark, or is that different?
Probably that Bible. It's probably that Bible. It's the Bible Bart Sabro had when he tried to get Neil Armstrong to swear on it.
Yeah, so which Bible is it? Is it the Bible the astronauts use or a Bible that flat earthers use?
Which one are you arguing? I have no idea. It's a general... These are found in King James and all the modern...
Okay, so which Bible are you arguing against? The one the astronauts use?
Mark, you can't even say slavery is bad in the first place. You have no moral authority to say it.
I'm talking about how most Christians... Most Christians do not think slavery is permissible.
No, atheists think you can.
This isn't a popularity contest. It only matters what God thinks, not what most Christians think. No,
I think slavery is immoral, and I have a good reason to say it's not.
Yeah, so that's the Bible doesn't say what the most amount of Christians do, and do that, right?
No, I said most. Do you think most modern Christians would support slavery?
Most modern Christians that claim to be Christians don't practice Christianity.
Okay. Well, I know you support slavery, but I don't think most Christians would. So I guess I'm not arguing against you.
I don't care what most Christians think. I don't care what most Christians think. And I didn't say I supported slavery.
Yeah,
that's the
you said
Old Testament.
It's dependent on the circumstances.
The New Testament, right? There's this thing called the New Testament.
If the circumstances were different, you could support slavery because that was what determined the morality of the slavery was a different circumstance.
No. God said, you're all fucked up. See, you're trying to judge God from your viewpoint and saying, this is the morality of the situation. No, God sets what morality even is in the fucking first place. You can't even decide without being a derivative of his morality. So he put in you that slavery is bad. And now you're like, God's bad. But he put the idea in your body that slavery is bad in the fucking first place.
Wait.
You don't even have that idea.
So slavery's bad sometimes, but not others?
Dude, you didn't listen to a fucking word I said, or you didn't comprehend it.
Both.
What I said, repeat back to me. Repeat back to me what I just said.
You're talking about God put the idea of slavery in me, right?
Yep.
And
that's how you're judging us, right?
So I agree. I don't think slavery is good. And if God put that there, I don't believe in God. But if God put that there, that's why it's there. But then why did he allow it in the past? He not only allowed it, he ordained it.
Because man changed. I explained that to you. The circumstances of reality on earth and humanity changed.
Okay. So it's the circumstances changed.
Man changed.
How did man? So man changed. How did man change? We're fundamentally different than we were 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
How?
Became more civilized.
Are you serious? I really have to explain to you what humans being did in the past versus what they do now. In the way life was in the past, right? Where people died of like freaking random diseases, like when pneumonia was like the number one cause of death. Right,
awesome.
So you
it was more brutal.
Your wife would probably die in childbirth. Your lifespan was. You needed this social dynamic for human beings to survive.
Right. So the circumstances were much brutal back in the past. I can't argue that. I think that's true.
But why did I have to explain that to you?
Right. So circumstances.
Dude.
So circumstances became more brutal again. Slavery would be okay again.
It might be. It's not for me to say.
I rest my case.
Yeah, because, God is static. The only thing that changes is men. I don't know why you can't comprehend that. Correct your case. That's hilarious, dude. You don't even have a case because you don't have morality. You can't even say that slavery is bad. You can sit there and say, from our viewpoint, slavery is bad. Sometimes. So what? It's consistent with our viewpoint. Because in our viewpoint, the circumstances for which man is under God changes over time. So the interaction, the relationship changes over time. So his rules change over time. What's expected of men changes. Right? For you think it has to be some static thing. So is this objectively true statement? The only thing that doesn't change is that things change. Right? And from your viewpoint, if it changes, it can't be objective. It's idiotic.
All right, so what I was going to say earlier with Planet Peterson and tying it back into Flat Earth, he had said, well, I started sending him the news. Because when I send the news to people, like, why are you sending me the news? And I'm like, well, you came in here, you said Flat Earthers are nothing but entertainment. Or you came in kind of freaked out over Flat Earth, so I'll send you some globe news. And does your view of entertainment change? Because now you've got, this globe news that should be entertaining. Or, like, does this help break your downward spiral over Flat Earth? And now let's talk about the globe. Some globe news here. And he said that Flat Earthers are like going to the zoo, like for entertainment purposes. Like, let's go look at the animals. And then hear now from Alex say he's a biologist. That's even more, or he had minored in biology. That's even more hilarious. So this guy thinks that the purpose of a zoo is to go there and get entertained by the animals. I mean, no wonder why he got fired from his teaching job. It's like, hey, kids, you want to, like, preserve some animals and keep them in the zoo so they don't go extinct and kind of, like, mimic their natural habitat and see how they kind of behave? No, let's just go there and laugh at them. That's atheism for you, right there, in a nutshell. Anti-flat eartherism, anti-whatever, anti-zoo. It's like, holy shit, dude, can you get... Like, he thinks he's so better than, like, even animals. He's better than them. Like he's just like where Jesus was, like, better than everyone else, but he wasn't up on the hill pointing down just laughing at people. Like, oh, I'm better than you, ha, ha, ha. He helped lift up humanity. Where you get this atheist, if you've got a version of Jesus inside atheism, they wouldn't help anybody. They couldn't even help themselves. They'd just be around, just laughing at people. Wow, that's dumb.
Earth thing, flat idiot.
Another genius.
Yeah, well, he sounded extremely intelligent.
That's like right there, triggered over Flat Earth. What is it? The Earth ain't flat. So what's flat mean? Won't be able to say it. There's no way of even... He is shit stupid about what these words mean. Shit stupid. No clue.
Well, ask him. Ask him if he can tell you what's flat.
Yeah, what is it, dude? But who was it? Big Bongo? The silence is deafening.
Silence.
So it's not that, but he probably doesn't know what that is.
Shut the fuck up and get rich.
Oh, so wait, what?
You said the Earth isn't flat, idiot. What does that mean?
Oh, I did say that. Yeah.
What does flat mean?
Flat?
Yeah.
Two basic Billies have joined the chat. Tell us fucking how life is. Yeah, okay, man named Henchman, Basic Billy. Get rich, ugh. Need horse, need money, need deer. Okay, man, keep track of your fucking knuckles.
Well, I guess... Sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't even realize that he just got insulted. He's so fucking stupid.
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, you're a king, man, dude. It's the meaning of life to gain money. Please tell us.
What?
Who are you talking to?
Henchman.
The other guy.
What are you saying?
What are you saying? He said, "We're get out of this water server, get money." Well, maybe we already have money. Anyway,
about money, but yeah. All I said was the Earth was flat.
It is flat.
That's all I said.
Oh, then maybe I heard something else. Yeah, okay, cool. Anybody got a globe proof? Or tell us why they believe in a globe? Or how they know it's a globe?
Well, I could try. Well, can I ask a question? Just a simple question.
Well, you got first define what the word flat means. What's that? What is flat?
Come on, man. Just let me ask this question, man.
Listen, go on forever. If you say, okay, if you're talking about a flat surface, you're talking about I guess even like horizontal. No, that's not flat.
Topographical plane. Let's not get pedantic, dude. We're not talking about a sheet of paper.
When you take the air out, the beach ball is flat. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I guess if you take the air out and then lay it down, it's kind of flat.
No orientation to horizontal.
True fucking geniuses. Man. Thanks for telling us what flat means, man. Fucking, this is crazy,
well,
dude.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, what's your question?
Question.
Well, can you let me answer, or let me ask?
I thought that was your question when you just asked like what's flat or something. Anyway, go ahead, answer the question.
All right.
Go for it.
Guess who's flat?
So, do you guys? Well, I'm guessing you do, but do you guys believe like every single country is lying about the Earth being flat?
No.
Okay.
No. Why would you have to know what's something, right? You have to know the truth and then say the opposite, right? To be lying.
Well, my question is, why are all the governments lying about sending these satellites and rockets up to space?
No, you ask me a question, but why would you let me answer it? Why won't you let me answer the question you asked?
I'm letting you go.
Okay. So you have to know the truth and say the opposite to be lying. You can believe something, and I don't know what you mean by countries think. Countries don't think things, dude. Countries aren't people. People think things, right? So the people in these countries, which you probably talk about the government or the people that run the government, you think that they have to know and then they'd have to lie. No, they don't have to know. They believe the Earth's a globe, and they tell everybody that, but they're not lying. They believe it. They're like you. They're like everybody else. Like they believe something because everybody else told them X is true. So they go around also saying X is true. They're not lying. They're just a parrot. They're in an echo chamber.
You didn't answer my question.
I did. Your premise.
I don't know. You want me to ask it again? I can't. If you want.
No, I'm going to tell you. Your premise is false. You have a premise.
When NASA, maybe SpaceX sends a rocket and they have a camera on it, and it shows the Earth not being flat, are they lying? Okay. And why are they lying?
Hold on. What cameras are those?
The specific exact camera? What are you talking? I'm sorry. I don't know the specific exact camera on the fucking rocket. That's my bad, guys. That's my bad.
Have you ever actually watched one?
So do you believe in cameras? Do you believe in cameras?
Have you ever actually watched
video cameras?
Dude, they don't show what you think they show, retard. How are you not listening? Okay, so SpaceX, for instance.
Yes.
SpaceX launches a rocket. One camera shows the flat Earth, the other one shows the curved Earth, simultaneously at the same time. Which one is the true Earth?
What are you talking? Which camera shows a flat Earth?
You're talking about shit you've never watched.
You can go on YouTube and watch it right now. I can't.
Stupid.
There are live streams of them sitting up. What about all the astronauts? Are all the astronauts lying?
Can I get?
They're all lying. Yes, they're all lying.
Can I get?
They're all lying. Why would they be lying? Can I
answer my question? Can I get?
Crypto speaks fluent stupid. So go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I had to learn it from Globes Online. Yeah, dude. So what are you alluding to? What are you talking about? I was definitely talking. You can let me talk. You can talk over me as well.
No, that's my bad.
Because I can tell you right now, I'm not going to put up with it. So you're either going to listen to me or you're going to fuck off.
I said I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay, good. So, what he's talking about is, you know, the Red Bull jump.
I don't.
Okay, so there was a Red Bull jump with Felix Baumgartner. Everyone knows about it, apart from you, apparently. There's two different cameras. There's an outside camera that shows curvature and an inside camera that shows no curvature on the same ship. So how are we to interpret that?
Hold on, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, please do, because that's what he was talking about. And then you were asking him all sorts of stupid straw men and like red herrings. Do you believe in cameras?
How are any of those straw mans and red herrings? Can you explain?
Because a red herring is something that's irrelevant to the point, right?
How is that irrelevant to my point? My point is why are they lying? If you talk over
me again, I'm going to ban you.
Okay, sorry, dictator.
Well, no, you just need to shut up.
Well, you're a Discord dictator, apparently.
You're trying to move him by looking over him.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you either want me to make a point or you don't, and if you don't, there's no point in you being here. So what he was trying to describe to you was a specific piece of footage, and he asked you if you'd seen it or not. At that point, you then did a red herring. You said, "Don't you believe in cameras?" Right? That's obviously got nothing to do with what he said. What a waste of everyone's time.
No, that does, but I could explain.
Believing in cameras, how is that relevant to discussing a piece of footage?
Well, I asked him simply. They have cameras on those SpaceX.
Yeah, he was talking about the footage from the camera. So clearly,
and the camera shows around Earth.
Yeah,
only one of them.
Hold on, Crypto. And I asked you specifically about the footage, and then I described footage that you've never seen, and then you told me to go watch it. You've never seen it.
I never said that, but okay.
You didn't say go watch YouTube.
I said you can go watch that from YouTube. I never said anything about that.
I described what you'll see when you go watch one of these videos on YouTube. SpaceX will launch a rocket with 2 cameras on it. One camera will show curve. One camera will show no curve. How do we evaluate that?
I just watched the Red Bull camera.
Obviously, you've never watched them.
I just watched it. I mean, they didn't go entirely into space and saw the whole. You realize the Earth is very big, right? No, I mean,
here we go. It was your evidence, dude, and now you're walking.
What evidence?
Evidence under the bus. Typical.
Okay. Well, let me talk. Thanks for interrupting me. Am I not allowed to talk?
Is there a curve or not?
Okay.
Is there a curve or not? Is there a curve or not?
There is a curve. Yes.
Okay. So why is the Earth's size relevant then? Why are you bringing that excuse out?
Okay, well, the Earth size is relevant. If I shrunk you onto a beach ball, what would it appear?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and I just answered your question.
Yeah. If you can already see curve there, then why are you bringing that out? That's an excuse for why you can't see it.
I just gave you my answer.
You don't even understand.
It's perspective.
You don't even understand your excuses.
I just gave you an answer. It's perspective.
No, because
it's because the Earth is so big.
But you don't need to bring that excuse out. I'm trying to help you out here. That excuse is for where you can't see it.
It's not an excuse. That's science.
Yes, it is.
I don't know what you're talking
claiming about. This is hilarious. Okay. Like, normally this is brought out when you can't see the evidence and you're explaining why you can't see the evidence. Whereas you're claiming that you can see the evidence and bringing that excuse out. It doesn't make any sense.
Can you explain to me why that doesn't make any sense?
Because that excuse is.
You're just calling it an excuse.
See the evidence because it is.
Well, explain to me why.
Why did you interrupt him?
Well, okay, sorry. Go.
Yeah. Go. So, dude, normally when someone says, "Oh, it's just too big to see," that's normally the excuse when you're looking out over, say, a river, or not a river. Sorry, you're at a beach and you can't see any general slope and curvature. People say, "Oh, the Earth's too big." But you're claiming, well, we can see the curve. Oh, and also the Earth's too big. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you even bother saying that? You just did.
Said that. No, let me. Can I explain? Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, hold on. Let me talk. You're interrupting me.
Dude.
Let me talk.
You're not going to be able to talk your way out of this, so go ahead and try.
Well, thank you for letting me talk. So well, what about this? So if you think the Earth is flat, I think. Thinking from flat earthers, you guys think that we're surrounded by ice walls. Yes, is that true?
You guys
ignoring the point.
No, I'm getting there. Can you?
You just got
ice walls
on your own point, and now
I am not done explaining it. You can't just interrupt me every time I'm trying to explain.
No, you're deflecting from the point.
What my question to you is, why can't we see those ice walls? Why can't we see them? Like, let's say you're at the beach and you're looking out. Why can't you see different continents and ice walls?
Now you're straw manning.
That's not straw manning at all. That's got exactly. We were just talking about perspective. I am not. I'm talking about the same topic we were talking about. How is that a straw man?
Because nobody fucking said there's ice.
We were just talking about perspective, and I'm trying to explain to you. If we can't see the ice. Well, I don't know. I think that's what. Okay, well, if you guys don't believe, I don't exactly know what you believe. But let's say you're trying to. Let's say. Oh, hold on. Let's say you're trying to see a continent. Why can't you see that continent from the beach you're in, or maybe the island or whatever?
It's too small to see.
What do you mean it's too small to see?
Well, you can't resolve it with your eye. It's too small.
Yeah, exactly. That's perspective.
Yeah, resolution.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I just said.
Yep. Perspective.
So what's that got to do with having 2 cameras on the spaceship showing different levels?
First of all, that Red Bull jump, that is fucking ridiculous. That was not a spaceship. That was a balloon.
Who cares?
That didn't even bring it all the way out. I think it was the stratosphere it brought it out to. What do you mean, who cares? It didn't see the whole Earth. The Earth is big. It's perspective. You just said it yourself.
But you were saying that you could see it from there, and now you're saying you can't.
The Red Bull, no. I just told you in the beginning you cannot see. I did not watch the Red Bull. You're bringing out an excuse
that doesn't even make sense.
Okay, and you're just lying, but okay.
No, everyone else heard it.
Did everyone here heard me say that I did not see the Red Bull jump? Who heard me say that? I've never seen it or whatever.
When Indio was talking to you, he said, "Have you seen this piece of footage?" You said,
"I said no."
See it on YouTube.
Yes, I did.
With respect to the evidence that was being discussed. And do you remember what that was?
Your evidence is what I'm trying to hear.
No.
Is that you can't?
Your
is that
evidence?
What my evidence? You guys, first of all, your only fucking evidence is a fucking Red Bull video, a goddamn Red Bull video. And second of all, he didn't even leave space.
That's just a lie. Yeah, no, I don't care.
Okay. Explain to me. No. Yeah, exactly. You guys don't care about science. You don't care anything. You're in your own fucking world.
Science. That's ridiculous.
I don't understand.
You're so dumb.
I'm so thick. Your only evidence is a Red Bull video.
Do you think this is
where a guy doesn't even leave?
Do you think that? Do you think we're discussing?
What are you talking about?
All right. Do you think we're discussing science right now?
I would think so. I would hope so.
Okay,
I mean, you guys aren't exactly.
What experiment is being conducted?
Because you don't have evidence.
What experiment is being conducted here?
I don't know. Explain it to me.
Right. So there's no science, then, is there?
Well, my evidence is from scientists and doctors, or
that's the opinions of people. We're talking about
the opinions of people who have evidence. You guys have no evidence.
Okay,
you guys have no
deflecting
studies.
From questions. Stop deflecting from questions. We're talking
How am I
about
deflecting? I just answered your question.
Because I'm talking about science, not about scientists. They're not the same.
Oh, scientists and scientists, they don't interject. That's weird. I've never heard that before.
You're deflecting again. What science are we doing?
What are scientists then? I'm confused.
What science are we doing? What science are we doing?
What do you mean? What science are we doing? Do you know what science means, or are you stupid?
Apparently, you're stupid. So
apparently, okay.
You said we're doing
no.
Science.
Can you define science for me?
Apparently, you define science. I'm trying to, but you keep talking over me.
Okay.
What science are we doing?
I bet you can't define science.
What science are we doing?
I definitely can't define science.
For the 9th time, what science are we doing?
What do you mean? What science are we doing? You don't know the definition of science,
You said we're discussing science. I wanted to know what science we're discussing.
I'm saying science as broad. I'm not like
I don't have a PhD. It's defined. Obviously, you don't know.
I know
you don't have a PhD.
No, that's not what I said. I said that I know broadly what science is.
Do you even hear the words that come out your own mouth?
I don't know. I don't exactly know about geology because I've never studied it. Okay, that's not the science.
We're talking about
science. That's what I'm saying.
So why the fuck are you saying we're discussing science when we're
because you're asking me what type of science. I'm telling you I know the broad definition of science.
I didn't ask you that.
What are you talking about? You just asked me what type of science.
You about type.
No,
the word type never left my mind.
I actually
can't talk solar crypto. He can't keep up.
So I understand why you guys believe this now because you can't hear yourself.
You can't hear your own basic conversation.
Yeah, now gaslighting.
I know. Trust me, I can. I heard what you said.
Apparently not.
That's why I was a little confused.
What science are we discussing? What science are we discussing?
What science are we? That's what I. Oh my god, this is.
Yeah. You don't know what science is.
I don't know what science is.
Yeah, you don't.
We study the natural world and the things in it.
Are you gonna?
Scientific method determines cause and relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay. We're not doing science.
What do you mean natural phenomenon?
Natural phenomenon.
Explain.
He doesn't know what that means because he
Sure. Explain natural phenomenon to me. Oh yeah, you don't use Google either. Okay, you're not a Google man.
Wind blowing is a natural
everyone
phenomenon.
here knows what that means.
Yeah, so wind blowing is a natural phenomenon. Something falling is a natural phenomenon, right? Water boiling.
Your mic is fucking terrible. Please stop talking. Holy shit.
Yeah, eat my dick.
Well, why don't you stop eating dick and get a better microphone, bitch?
Yeah, thanks, Mom. Anyway. So, where was I? Oh yeah. So I just listed some natural phenomenon, right? So phenomenon, things that happen in the natural world.
Okay, I know you're a little slow, but that's not what I was asking. I'm asking you, what does natural phenomenon have to do with anything science? I'm trying to ask you. Just what do you think?
Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. And you just ask me, what is...
okay, can I ask you this? Do we have to see something to know it exists?
Yes. Well, not see it.
We have to see something to know it exists.
That's the philosophy
question. We have to be able to sense it with something. We have to be able to detect it with something, right?
Let's have a physical interaction.
We don't use ESP, do we?
So you have to have a physical interaction and you have to see something.
Well, it doesn't have to be sight, right? It doesn't have to be sight. Sight is just one sense. And we can augment our sight with instruments.
Yes.
Yeah. But it has to be physically detectable through one of the analogs to the five senses.
Why it's defined as in the physical and natural world. We're talking about physical things that we can physically interact with in the natural world. And the things that happen, the phenomena of the physical and natural world. And what causes those phenomena to happen. Natural science, hypothesis and experiment.
Okay, what do you think is unnatural science? I don't know why you guys are saying natural. What is your definition of unnatural science?
Unnatural science isn't science. The crescendo to this point, my friend, is that at the moment when we're talking about observing things from like the Felix Baumgartner jump, we're not doing science here. This isn't a point of scientific inquiry.
I don't understand. So
I know
what you guys are saying is so stupid. I don't get it at all.
Yeah,
number one, what you've said is we have to be able to have our five senses to know if
no one said
study anything in science. That's what I heard.
No one said that.
That's what he just said. Okay, I don't know.
Nobody said that. You're just hearing what you want to hear.
He says, "Oh yeah, I'm hearing what." That's crazy.
You are.
That's coming
You're
from you.
hearing what you want.
He said. What natural science means, you have to experience something with your five senses. That is exactly what you just said.
Jesus Christ. No, I didn't.
You didn't say that, okay.
No, I didn't.
So you guys just cannot hear it. I don't get it. I understand why you guys are flat earthers.
There was a whole bunch of sentences there was a whole bunch of sentences in between there, and you just picked out two sentences you liked. And didn't hear anything
I picked out two sentences you said. That's what I did. Because 99% of the shit you say is just rambling, and I can't even understand it because your mic is so shit.
Yeah, it's my mic. It's not your freaking pea brain.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. My mic's totally fine. You couldn't hear me either, so.
You couldn't hear Jedi apparently either.
No.
Everybody's
talking about the old guy with the picture, but.
Yeah, that's not actually me.
So can I recap this?
I know.
So what you said in this, the curve of the Earth, you can see it with a rocket. I gave you an example of a rocket seeing curve and not curve, and then you said
no, you did not. No, you did not. You said the Red Bull thing. That wasn't a fucking rocket.
I didn't say Red Bull. I didn't specify.
That was a balloon. That was the only example you gave me. I could look up.
Okay, are you done talking? I didn't give that example. Crypto gave that example.
Give me evidence right now, because I'm not going to go through this bullshit without zero evidence.
Falcon Heavy launch. There you go. See, I don't even know why I have to provide your evidence, because I asked you specifically.
Evidence? That's your evidence.
No. It was your evidence. You said
somehow a rocket showing the flat Earth.
No, you said rockets show a globe.
Yes,
that's what you said.
Yes, they do.
And I gave you an example, and I asked you specifically which one. You said anyone, and then I gave you an example of a showing both, and then you play stupid.
You said Red Bull. That's not a rocket, and it didn't even leave the stratosphere.
I'm talking about SpaceX. I'm not talking about Red Bull. Crypto was talking about Red Bull.
Can you show me any proof?
Falcon Heavy launch.
Be talking out of your asshole the whole time.
Falcon Heavy launch. Go on Google, type in SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch. They have two cameras. Never mind.
I'll watch it, but it's ridiculous. You're getting your stuff from Google. It's ridiculous.
I didn't say Google. I said YouTube.
Like that isn't made by or run by Google?
What does it matter? It was live stream. So hold on. You told me go on YouTube and look at any rocket launch, and then I give you a rocket launch from YouTube And you're like, oh, you're using YouTube. You know what? You can just shut the fuck up for the rest of the time here.
I'm a fucking idiot. It's an absolute abject fucking idiot. Wow.
All right, I am you so you can explain the Chinese space station? Nah, never mind. It's not going to get any better. I think we hit the high tide mark there.
Yeah, that guy was awful.
You were talking about the two types of reactions that people have earlier, Crypto. That was in the tight spiral category.
Yep.
What did you say? The tight spiral category?
Yeah. Two types of reactions.
What was the other one?
Coming in.
That's what I want to know. I want to know the differentiation. I want to hear this.
I can't remember what I said now. I'm sure it was clever. I have to go back and listen. But yeah, no, he was like willfully misunderstanding everything everyone was saying.
I mean, that's the thing, man. Never attribute to malice what can be explained with stupidity.
Is that Hammer's razor?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's hard. Like, part of me wants to go, oh, this dude's a moron. But then I feel bad, and I go, well, this dude's just a dishonest idiot. But then I feel bad again for questioning their integrity. And I just oscillate between back and forth between this person's stupid, this person's dishonest, this person's stupid. Like, I can't pick.
Yeah. Maybe both. Could be both, like.
Definitely can be both. Definitely can be both. Dishonest and stupid. Well done.
I will say, man, you gotta have some backbone and spine to debate this topic, dude. It's just... Oh, mine Donald's. Chances are you're both dishonest and stupid while just projecting it onto others. Another brilliant genius. I got your kid hanging, bro. Is there anybody better than that? Can we get like I don't know, a little bit higher quality apologetics?
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked for high quality. I'll just see myself out. My bad.
I said higher quality, not high quality. I'm like, I'm lowering my standards.
I don't know. What is your higher quality of apologetics?
Did you just hear that guy? Just about anything. Like, if you can piss out a fire hydrant, that would be better than that guy.
Just don't be retarded. That's the standard.
Oh.
Don't be retarded.
Ooh. I don't know if I can help you with that.
Ooh, you just got called kiddo, Indio. I bet you're very upset about that.
I am. I would be if I was a kid.
Kiddo. That's the funniest insult ever, because if you actually are a kid, then it's not insulting. And if you're not a kid, then it just sounds stupid.
But it's only kids that get offended by being called kid. That's my test of finding out whether someone out with their ages. I'll call them a kid, and if they spaz out, I know they're a kid.
No.
Oh my gosh, you think this dude is a kid? He's like 45, 6.
52.
45. 52, 6. 52. Like, That's like
I look fucking good for my age, man. I've been seeing pictures of people that are my age, man, and they're looking bad. Like, holy fuck, man. No fucking hair, white hair, like just they look old as fuck. Like,
oh, you mean like your profile picture?
Yeah, but that's from a movie, man. And the guy in that isn't even 52.
Is he like?
No, they look worse than that. You know, white middle-aged man. Like, imagine what like the stereotypical American white middle-aged man: horseshoe, balding, right? Male pattern baldness, fat. Basically, Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That's what people my age look like. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes. Yes.
The thing is, though, I think that people only look that bad if they just give up on life at some point. And I have the same as you. Like, I see a lot of my friends that I went to school with now, and I just think, yeah, they could have, if they'd have just been going to the gym for the last few years and didn't drink quite as much and didn't smoke, they'd look way better than they do now, you know? It's kind of basic stuff.
It's like, but people don't realize like how little you have to go to the gym. You don't have to go you don't have to work out like you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. Even if you go once a week, it makes a huge difference, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is there's like a curve to it. And I can't remember how the stats break down, but if you go something like 3 times a week, you get 90% of the gains that a guy who dedicates his life to it gets. It's that extra 10% that if you want to be, you know, on a stage, do it competitively, you have to do that, and then you have to take the drugs and everything else. But if you want to be like a competitive guy, but if you just want to look better and be strong, 3 times a week's fine. And like you say, one time a week is about half as good as 3 times a week. So it's way better than not going, you know.
You should see what I look like at 36.
Well, hold on. Especially if you go that once a week and kill yourself. You know, you go in and you do like an hour workout and actually fucking kill yourself to exhaustion, right? Like a full body workout. That will do amazing things for people. Just that one thing. Just like, you know, 1 hour a week. Like, and people can't even get themselves to do that.
Shut up. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is suck.
You are. I can hear it in your fucking voice.
Yes.
You should
go
see
take
what
a
I
lap
look
around.
like.
Go take a lap around your house so I can hear how out of breath you are. I'm taking a lap around your fucking house.
On the internet, you caught me.
You just admitted to being over the age of 50. You're fat as fuck, bro. What the fuck are you even talking about?
We were just talking about that. Like, being fat at that age isn't it's not inevitable. You can choose not to do that. That's literally the topic of conversation. But well done.
Well, that's not what we were talking about just now, but well done, I guess.
Well, no,
you should see what I look like.
It actually wasn't.
At the age of 30 years old.
Oh, yeah. You could try again, but you're wrong. So
let's talk about how your parents were related by blood, mine. Let's talk about that.
I am 36 years old, and I do not look like that.
You look like you're 50?
No, I look very younger.
You don't.
Have you hit the wall yet?
What?
Have you hit the wall yet? All right.
The wall? What is the wall?
You'll find out.
No. Don't do it. All right. Don't do it, Diablo. I'll take a look at you.
What?
You never heard of the wall, Alish?
I don't know. What is the wall? Is it like, I mean, that's
the wall of female beauty. The wall of female beauty. So when women hit a certain age, they call it hitting the wall, where there's zero chance of them getting the guy they want to get anymore.
I don't do that, so I wouldn't know.
I'm drunk, pump and dump category forever for the rest of their life.
I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. I don't do that.
Well, you're getting close to it.
Why?
Have you ever heard the stereotypes where they say that white women, they don't age very well, but when they make the comparison with Asian women, they'll say that Asian women will look pretty up until they're like in their 60s, and then they look like they're old. That's what he's referring to.
Not quite.
Yeah, kind of. That's maybe derivative, kind of, maybe. That's basically like a moving the bell to like a different age range. Typically, in women, it's about 40. 39, 40, somewhere there.
I also don't actually think that that's even true, because I've been all around the world, and you see some Asian women in their 40s, they look old as fuck. Spanish women are a good example. Spanish women are absolutely gorgeous until about 35, and then they just become potatoes. And that's true in, say, the Philippines as well, and a bunch of other countries. Like, I kind of feel like there's another undercurrent of just self-hatred that makes people push that kind of narrative as well. Do you guys? People often ask me when they see me and they find out how old I am. They say, "Oh, have you got like Asian blood?" And I'm like, "Why the fuck would you say that?" It's just weird.
I'm confused. Do you guys mean Oriental women? Because that's a bit more specific.
Sorry?
Because otherwise we could be talking about Russian women, many other countries.
Like Southeast Asia, okay? Does that make you happy?
Oh, Oriental. Yeah, that ties it down to more like 8.
I'm a white woman. I do not look my age.
Okay, really, it's really just, see, it's not like a comparison against all other ones. It's a comparison against yourself. So when you were 24, you could attract a certain kind of man. But you eventually will hit an age where there's no chance of you attracting that guy anymore. That's the law.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Really
I've never
equivalent. Like, imagine
I have
equivalent
no
is
idea.
being broke and not having a nice car. And so men who have had wealth and been broke as well realize that our age doesn't matter at all to women. Like, women say that it matters, but if you turn up in a nice car and everything looks good and you're in good shape and all the rest, you could be 21 or 51 and women don't care. They're going to like that anyway. Does that make sense?
Don't be care for you.
I don't have that problem.
What, meaning guys with nice cars? Nice, what are you talking about? What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not in the market. On the market. So I don't really care.
So you don't care if men like you? Okay, that's fine.
No, I don't care. But I would be the one with the job, so I especially don't care.
It's because of her spectrum.
The male species thanks you for not being on the market. Strong and independent woman.
Huh? No, I'm just not on the market. I've never.
Yeah, you're glad you're not.
I know, you should be glad.
Old cat lady. At least I had a job.
I do have a job.
No children. Yeah. No family.
No children.
Got cats though.
I have a nephew and a niece.
Yeah, I meant real family.
Well, don't make her feel bad at this point. It's too late. What'd you say? You're 37?
36.
Yeah, it's too late. Like, even if she got it right this instant, she don't have time to repair it.
I don't have children. I can't have children.
I'm saying, like, what you were just being told, right, is like you're going to end up being an old cat lady, unless you change it, and it's too late. It's too late. It's too late to change it. You're done. I mean,
yes, I'm done.
You could take the 1% risk, like you took waiting for Chad. Like that 1% chance you'd get Chad that you turned down for your whole life. You could take the 1% risk that you can now settle and have kids and all that shit. But it's still a 1%. You have probably like a 1% chance of having.
No.
Like
what's quite amazing is when you watch a lot of these, and I'm sorry, this is very off topic. So if you guys want to talk about the flat Earth, I'm more than happy to change back. But when you watch a lot of these podcasts where you get like 1 or 2 guys and they're interviewing like 10 of these women, right? And they'll go around the table and they'll say, what do you rate yourself 1 to 10? Now, statistically speaking, even as like if you had like a flat distribution, only one of those women can be a 10, right? And if you had like a more natural distribution, 1 in 1,000 women can be a 10. And yet they'll go around the table and they'll be like, what do you rate yourself? 10, 10, 8.5, 10. And then one will be like 7, and then they're all like, what do you mean 7? And then like another 3 of them will be 10s. And it's just like they don't understand that you can't all be a 10.
Well, 2 points above average? What?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are being a little bit hard on her. You know,
I'm not talking to her. And I haven't finished.
No, I'm saying if you're in shitty...
Haven't finished. Didn't finish.
I'm sorry.
Didn't finish. Right, so he goes around the table and all of these women are like, oh, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10. And it's just this delusion that seems to live within a lot of women that, I don't know, I think men are a little bit more objective about how they rate themselves because we get told no a lot more in our lives. So that's what I want to say.
So how mad are you guys about the guy who went to Antarctica?
Oh, super mad, dude. Oh my god, dude, I burnt 3 houses down.
I'm just glad it's over. I'm
watched
so glad.
I watched a dude who did a thing on that in this Discord. He was so mad, bro. Because as soon as someone proves it's not true, all of y'all are just yo, fuck that guy, bro. That guy must be dumb man.
Who? What are you talking about?
How many times
you guys make generalizations, especially about events.
Every time someone proves the flat Earth wrong again, one of you guys who's a flat earther proves
the flat Earth wrong.
Proves the globe Earth. You guys are like, he must be the bad guy. They paid him millions.
Yeah, great. So, no, stop, Alex. Stop. And Gray, tell us how they proved the flat Earth wrong again. How'd they do that?
I've been here enough times. I don't care.
No.
The game is literally the fact that
behind your claim, dude.
Game is the fact that someone did not have an actual what's the thing that you measure things with in your home? The measuring device? You guys are just mad there wasn't a fucking measuring tape that went all the way around the Earth. That's all. You guys are just mad there isn't a measuring tape that went around the Earth.
Yeah, that's it. You call us another genius here.
Different, depending on all of the different ways you take
low IQ shit.
You guys are so mad, bro.
Nobody's mad. Listen, this is the
bar, bro. You get so mad.
This is the best thing that ever happened to planet. What are you talking about? I've been asking you guys for a week.
It's a spheroid, not a sphere. It's a spheroid, not a sphere.
Yeah, you can just chant some more because that's all you can do.
Aviation wouldn't work without calculations required for round Earth.
That's nonsense.
It wouldn't work. And we've been here 1,000 times. I've been in this Discord 20 times.
Just as you are now. You failed before. You're failing now. You're just spiraling, dude.
I'm smiling, not spiraling.
No, you're spiraling.
I'm smiling, not spiraling.
Yeah, you're smiling so hard. Then make a logical statement how a 24-hour sun. It's real simple. You know what a syllogism is, right? Premise.
Which one did you
right? So, Greg Godwin, listen up. Listen. Premise, conclusion. 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's your premise. Premise 2, whatever you want that to be. Conclusion, disproves, therefore that flat Earth is not true. Go ahead.
Wait, is that in Antarctica? I thought that was in...
If you don't do what I ask in 30 seconds, I'm going to
north side of the globe.
Do you not even know where it was? Are you making an assertion?
I don't know where it was. It must be the Antarctic. I thought it was the Arctic.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah,
what do you mean? You think it was the Arctic and not the...
It was a movie with Al Pacino.
Bro, now you want him to make a movie with Al Pacino.
Make him do it.
Do you literally not know the difference?
Look, I want to bring something up. That's a perfect example of a globe zealot. Doesn't even know what happened, just heard through the grapevine flat Earth is disproven, and came in here to fucking chant Earth is a sphere.
Yep.
Fucking crazy people.
How the fuck do you come in here and not know the difference between the North Pole and the fucking Antarctica? Like, hello?
Exactly.
What the fuck?
We deal with this shit every day.
No, I'm just asking. No. Unmute him. I literally want to ask him how. Hold on. Unmute him. Unmute him. I want to ask him.
This is like the game, which is better, Star Trek or Star Wars. And the dude comes in talking about how Captain Kirk was a Jedi. No.
Please, because there's a specific question that I want to ask.
I understand what you're expecting.
Please, I want to ask him a question. Please.
Take it to your DMs, man, because no, man. Come on, man. Don't do that to
literally, us. No, please. There's like a specific question I want to ask. Please, let me ask.
Ask him and
unmute him.
Why are you doing this to us?
Did I?
There's a specific question I want to ask, and it has to do with his understanding of the Earth, and I really, really want to know if he can answer it correctly.
Greg Goblin.
Okay.
I unmuted you. Hold on. Greg Goblin, I'm about to unmute you. You're only allowed to do one thing. You're allowed to answer her question. If you fucking deflect or answer a question she didn't ask, you're going to be muted again.
So, Grey Goblin, on your understanding of the way the Earth works, the way flat Earth or round Earth works, why would you think that it would be the North Pole versus the South Pole, depending upon the time of year? So, what is your understanding of how?
I rely on what I'm told.
So, what are you told?
So I do believe. So that's the difference, right? So that I do believe some organizations that you don't believe, which is fair, right?
Well,
and it turns out I am correct. It's Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, Canada, the North side hemisphere. So those are the ones that have the midnight suns. The
wrong. Well, yes, correct and days, incorrect. Yeah. However, no. Hold on. We're specifically talking about the southern. No. We're specifically talking about the southern hemisphere right now. So the southern hemisphere is experiencing 24-hour sun. Why? In the round Earth model, why? Silence. No answer.
Yeah, no, don't know.
You don't know. So you know what happens, but you don't know why. So, like, why are you showboating?
Summer months.
No, it's not.
Man. He outsources work to India.
The tilt of the Earth. Okay, that's fair.
So why are you showboating if you don't understand why it happens?
It's one of those things that normal people don't. They don't put themselves into.
So you're not. So you're a normal person, but you don't understand it.
I'm a normal person. What?
So.
What makes you a normal person?
Claim to be. You're in here. You're in here showboating. You're in here showboating, but you don't understand why it happens. Because you're saying, oh wow, there's 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere in Antarctica. Oh well, it might be the North Pole, but it might be the South. I don't know. They just said it's 24-hour sun.
No, I guess
you know why
it's rotating on us is on. I can actually imagine it in my brain. So I can imagine it. Think of a globe straight up and down. You have the sun in the middle, right? And then, mind you, this is super crude, right? In my mind, you have the sun in the middle. Then imagine off to the left side, whatever, up and down. You have the Earth, right? So north.
Okay, wrong. You're already wrong. You're already wrong. Up and down.
No, I'm getting you to imagine it, right? Imagine the North Pole is like straight up, like the top of the sun, right?
That's
south is the bottom. What
wrong.
I'm getting to imagine that, and then I'm saying, now imagine pushing it off to the left a bit, left more, like a bunch of degrees, and now it's probably 12, whatever degree, however many degrees to the left of that. Now imagine, now it sits that way, now it starts spinning, and it spins that way, but it stays in that position, and then it moves around the sun. So
what are you even talking about?
So the bottom side,
just imagine
more sun. No, so when I say it's tilting, now the bottom side's seeing more sun, right? If you're looking at from the sun, you're seeing more of the bottom side, which would be the Antarctic.
Okay, can you be concise about what the 24
hours? It's spinning that way. Now, what I think is it spins, right?
Stop that.
Heretic, imagine him being concise. Just imagine it.
I have to just imagine it.
All right, that was a great explanation. Thank you for your understanding and explanation of how the Earth rotates. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, let's ask him if you can say, just very briefly, what it actually proves.
It just proves what every person on the planet sees.
That's it?
Okay,
really,
so not
that's really what you're up against here. Every other person on the planet, and then you thinking you're fucking cool. You thinking you're in some like super cool like little club that like thinks you know things other people.
Okay, yeah, so it just proves what we see, right? We see what we see. That's what it proves. That's it.
Yeah. Don't you see his imagination? Just imagine that you saw what he imagined, and then like we all see it.
Put it in a logical syllogism.
You're science hipsters. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You're science hipsters.
Put it in a logical.
Cool, bro. You got the little cap on the side. You think like things are cool, and you're cooler than everyone. You figure it out first. Actually, the world's way more boring.
The problem is here is that you don't understand the nuances of the conversation, and so to mask over that, you're just throwing rhetoric and hoping it goes away.
No, he's trolling.
It's because you don't understand the conversation. So think about that. Hey. We're thick, but you don't understand to our level. So that makes you even more stupid than we are.
You know what the NSF is?
Like that literally
Science Foundation?
You're even more stupid than we are. Think about that.
You know what the National Science Foundation is?
Do you think that we're stupid?
Do you know what the National Science Foundation is?
Do you think that we're stupid? You're not going to win this.
The government organization that gives money to scientists for their research.
Do you think that we're stupid? Do you think that we're stupid?
I work for them, man.
Do you think that we're stupid?
Yeah.
I literally work for and talk to actual astronomers.
No one cares about your lie. Stop lying. No one cares.
I'm just an IT
care about your lies.
I'm not even anyone special.
I want you to answer my question.
I talk to astronomers.
You know what? Answer my question or get muted. Do you think that we're stupid?
No, of course not.
Why are you treating us like that then?
I don't know. I don't know. You better talk to you.
So let's ask you.
Expected. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to ask him. Any of these astronomers that you talk to, how do they know the Earth's a globe?
I can actually probably ask one. I don't know the actual calculation that they use. I just know the charts they have up all over their offices.
Yeah, so what? How do they know the Earth's a globe? I'm asking, like, what is this knowledge? Where did they come from? How did they get the knowledge that the Earth's a globe?
Honestly,
don't tell me there's charts.
Of them.
So looking at the sky,
even though I've been here a couple times, I think I should ask one of them. And try to find out what information they can give me, because I walk through their offices and I see all of everything plastered across the walls, and I have all of the Arctic people who work over there and have to deal with the long days or long nights, which is really tough.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No. I watch all of them. They run all of the missions to the Arctic and Antarctic.
Yeah,
I'm going on one of those, but I don't think I could do that. I don't. Even as an IT guy, which they need IT guys there, I don't think I could do that.
Okay, so try to focus. Ask them exactly what I just asked you. How do they know the Earth's a globe? No. The keyword is no. How do they know that? I don't mean somebody else's knowledge that they believe in. How do they personally know that? Just like I'm going to ask you, how do you know it? Anybody that comes to this chat, we'll ask them.
I don't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and then we're going to talk.
I have to trust that they know that, or that they trust that they know that for a reason.
So you're right. How many hands across America and trust do we have to have?
You're right. I don't have the information on hand.
Yeah, but what if they are trusting someone, and then you're trusting them, and then the people that they trust are trusting someone?
Why would we have billion-dollar industries?
The only thing you're trusting is some YouTube video about flat Earth, kid. Shut the fuck up.
Why would we have billion-dollar industries based on?
You have anything to say that's?
Now I have to figure out the exact calculations so you can be happy.
I didn't ask for calculations.
Billions of dollars in industries based on this.
Yeah, I didn't ask for calculations. Calculations don't prove anything. You can calculate the number.
Anyways, you want literally the actual radius, or not the radius, the actual circumference of the Earth.
I told you exactly what I want already. I said, ask them, how do they know that?
When was it measured? How?
I answered this before.
How are they measured is the same question I keep getting, right? So so my answer would be that will be a amalgamation of multiple measurements, which would be both over the ocean and over the air.
Awesome. Let's have those then.
So those are on Google though, but you don't like those.
Those are on Google. Yeah, what on Google? If I Google, what Google search term do I type in? You want to find the evidence that you used to determine that that was measured over the ocean and over the air. I assume that you looked at some evidence to that fact. So I want to look at the same evidence you looked at. What search term did you use? Yeah, what search term did you use? You're not going to interrupt me, dude. I'll just talk over you. So
you just interrupt yourself, man. Shut the fuck up, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the last try.
Okay, so hang on. So he has to measure it himself?
I didn't say that. Why are you strawmanning me?
No, like he has to walk around.
No, I didn't say that, though. Why are you strawmanning me?
No, you're just being an idiot, bro. Like,
Dude, I said I want to look at the evidence that he looked at. So he said, evidence, shut the fuck up. He said, evidence.
Google it, dumbass. Like,
he said he Googled it, and that he had evidence.
Educational, hold on. It's okay. It's okay. Educational organizations.
Dude, you guys can't stop interrupting, huh?
Or say something like 25,000 miles or.
Okay, how did they measure it?
Right, but that's not perfect because it's not going to be exactly.
How do you know it's not perfect? I want to know that. Look,
the question. The problem is because it's not. It's a spheroid. It's not perfect. If you look in a slightly different direction around the globe, it will be different.
See how they always deflect from the evidence and go back to the story?
Oh, it makes sense.
Together like the series. No, because it fits together like perfect puzzle pieces.
Yeah, it fits together.
And we use it.
Do you know what anchor bias is?
Aviation. We use it for aviation.
Do you know what anchor bias is?
Every day.
No, you guys are right.
No, I'm not. We're not deflecting from this. Not deflecting from this. Do you know what? Yeah, thank you. Do you know what? Thank you.
Yeah, all the governments they agree on this.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was definitely talking before you. Sharp. So, do you know what anchor bias is? They both just left.
No, I moved one of them.
Oh well, two of them.
Something that Bill was the one interrupting, so I don't know if I should. Do you want to talk to him, Crypto? Since he was interrupting.
I just want to know if he knows what anchor bias is. The original guy, not the.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, don't worry about them.
I want to know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I know what it is.
Yeah, I've never heard the term before. You probably explain it to me and I'll understand. But
no, it just means that people latch onto the first piece of evidence that they have. That's anchor bias.
No, the first.
Literally flat Earth.
The first piece of evidence.
So literally fucking flat Earth. Yeah, thanks, Crypto.
No, that's not what that means.
Okay, now Crypto, you want me to screw
you? Yeah. Anyway, so I hadn't. Yeah. So you're wrong about that. So I'm going to explain that. Okay. So shut up while I do that. So it's you going to shut up?
Definitely trust Crypto.
Don't you think it's so funny how he just tries to make a blatantly wrong claim and then change the subject to let like sneak by it? Like, no, dude, you're sneaking by that shit.
Yeah.
So
he was half right, actually, to be fair, but he was wrong with his conclusion. So anchor bias occurs when we rely heavily on the first piece of information we receive, which obviously everyone knows what the people are taught as 3-year-olds here, right? And then that means that you're biasing any further. So it's almost like the opposite of cherry picking in future. So you've already got your piece of evidence that you like, and then any evidence in future that goes against that, you just kind of ignore. So that's what a lot of these guys are doing. They're coming in, they already think that the information that they have is true, and then they just cite the evidence that they already think is true as backing for the evidence that they think is true. But at no point they've actually brought any foundational evidence. So they're just using anchor bias. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, mate.
But just to be clear, anchor bias doesn't have to be the first one. It can be like, so I've heard it used in the medical field. So what'll happen is they'll end up like, someone will go for the same like symptoms, right? And nobody can figure out what it is. but usually it's because someone in the past, it doesn't even necessarily have to be the first one. It could be the second one, and then, or the third one, and like everyone agrees with that afterwards, but they don't reevaluate the patient, right? They just go, oh, they're diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic, and everyone just thinks whenever they come in complaining that there's bugs crawling all over them, that they're a paranoid schizophrenic because of the anchor bias.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's good practical use of that, actually. So yeah, is this guy is he muted or is he fucked off?
Oh, he dropped, man.
Fair enough.
You can't cheat, he's not going to play.
Now, is this anchor bias like a ship anchor and I'm biased to a specific thing?
Yeah, I suppose so. You can think of it like that.
Okay. Because what I was hearing was ankle bias. And that's my audio.
Ankle biter? Yeah, I heard that ankle biter.
Yeah. I actually heard that term first from Larry, so shout out to Larry. Very clever guy.
Shout out, Larry, if you're listening out there on your he said he listens sometime in his Uber, so maybe he's listening.
Yeah, I hope so.
If he still does it, I don't even know if he still does it anymore.
Are we going to unmute the Grey Goblin guy?
You know, I've been looking at some of this every day. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
This principle you talked about just trusting something, you do this every day.
What trust?
The vehicles you drive, you trust institutions tell you something's safe rather than tell you science is legit.
No, I drive my car. That's how I know it's safe.
That's just an extra institution that I trust.
Yeah, I drive my car,
and it may be wrong.
That's why I know it's safe.
Dude, are you like a paranoid schizophrenic? I ain't never got in a car and gone, do I trust this car? I gotta trust the people. Dude, people don't think that way, dude.
I trust that my car doesn't explode when I turn it on, yes.
I never thought about it.
I trust my food doesn't give me fucking cholera.
Never thought about it.
My water doesn't give me...
literally never thought about it.
Well, the difference is I just trust one more institution, right?
But you know, trust is an active thing. We have to evaluate what's going to happen. You don't think about it. We don't do everything because of reasons, right? I need to get to work. I'm driving this car. I don't think about whether I fucking have to trust the mechanic.
Do you get really worried and scared when you get on an airplane?
No.
Okay.
Are you a paranoid schizophrenic, dude?
I mean, I would be if I were you, though.
Oh, why is that?
If they really don't realize there's a fucking... The Earth is flat. I think it's like tilted or like there's a curve. I'd be worried, bro.
I remember there was a conversation between a guy. So it was a podcast, and I remember there was like an extreme right guy and an extreme left guy, right? And they were obviously they put them together to try and get them to argue about their opinions and all the rest. And then the woman on the left said to the guy on the right, I'm talking politically, not just like where they were in the room, right? I can't, because they were talking about differences in people groups and inequalities and this kind of thing, whatever. And then she goes, I couldn't really think the way you think, because then I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't want to just kill all of the lower intelligence people. She just said it like, and then he was like, but that's you. That's not me. Like, you're putting that on me. And I've realized that this is what this dude's doing. He's thinking, if I had a worldview like that, my conclusions would be retarded. Therefore, you have that worldview. Therefore, your conclusions must be retarded. And he can't get out of his own worldview to understand that we don't think like him.
We both agree that we have to make a world that works for everyone, including the retarded, right?
No, we don't agree. I don't agree with that.
But that's not even the point of what I'm saying, dude. Like,
do I fit into your world?
You've missed what I've said.
Who cares?
You've missed what I said.
Well,
you can't understand what you said. You have to look at it from your point of view. We already demonstrated you can't do that.
Yeah, man.
Well, I guess what's your definition of retarded? I guess would be my question.
Well, no, you don't have like the you don't have the ability to look at the world through the viewpoint of others, right?
I do. Oh my god, I do.
Apparently not.
That's like my superpower.
You would have demonstrated it already.
No, I do. Absolutely.
You have the anti version of it. You have like the kryptonite version of it.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated it, dude.
Hold on.
It's the easiest thing in the world to demonstrate is to understand what someone says.
But then I could flip that on you easily, right?
Yeah, talking over someone is definitely evidence that you don't give a shit about someone else's way of thinking.
I thought you were done speaking. I apologize.
Was the fact that I was halfway through a sentence giving you the clue?
I didn't hear you speaking when I spoke, but okay.
Yeah, you should probably just wait till people are done.
Good one.
Why do you think you got to go all in? I want to ask it. Like, why do you think you got to go all in on trust? Like, why is it either trust everybody or trust nobody?
Oh, no, it's the exact opposite. Of course not. Yeah, true.
Okay, so why don't we just evaluate claims one by one?
Well, no, right. I evaluate what. First off, what affects me the most, and what is probable to not be true, or what doesn't affect me to not be true. You know what I'm saying? I guess. Like, yeah. So I would not trust. Say something I use that affects that I could like die using.
Well, let me ask you, dude.
More likely, I would be less likely to trust. Right?
If I looked up the scientific method, would I find the word trust in it?
You'd have to.
No, answer the question. If I looked up the scientific method, would I find the word trust as one of the steps?
Probably not, but that's...
Okay, because there's no trust in determination of the truth.
It's percentage, right.
Trust is not a factor. Trust is about human beings.
There is high percentage of like...
No, you have no basis for saying that. Your trust is not directly correlated to whether something is true or not. That is idiotic.
Then why do you use your shoes? Why do you put your shoes on your feet and trust them not to rain under your feet while you're trying to run?
That's a pragmatic policy.
So you don't like fall over and smash your face on the
ground. It has nothing.
Your car. Why do you trust that?
He's not listening. He's not listening.
Yeah, you can't be this stupid. It's so hard. This is the thing again. Like I said, he's either freaking dishonest or retarded, and I really can't pick like which one this is right now. Someone help me if anyone else has a detector.
I must be retarded if you don't understand what my point. If you don't understand my point.
How would I not understand if you're the retarded one?
Is that your argument?
Shut up, man. No, what's going on? What's in the water today? You say if I'm retarded, then you don't understand. They're like, what?
Oh, no.
That's got hurt. Crypto,
that's almost like borderline personality disorder diagnosis right there, man. That's pretty nuts what I just heard. Now I think about it.
Sorry, what was that, dude?
Like, just like his answer to some of the questions, like almost, it's almost like borderline personality disorder. It is an inability to understand the other position, like, at all. And not like in the technical sense, right? Like he can't understand the concepts. He can't understand the relationship, like, of the two people, right? It's just, that was weird, man, on one level. Now I think about it, especially the last thing. If I'm retarded, you must not understand. That's like dyslexic empathy, right? But he got the sides backwards. Because he can't possibly be the retarded person or the one not understanding. Like, I don't. That's fucking weird, man. It's actually making me a little crazy.
I'll be back in a sec.
Is insanity contagious? Can you actually catch it?
Anybody here?
Yes, we're here. Live.
How you doing? You good?
Hey, oh yeah.
What are you up to?
I just got off a break. What you guys been up to?
Listening to the convo. We got Ghost Bear. How you doing, Ghost Bear? What are you streaming, Ghost Bear?
Elite Dangerous.
Does Ghost Bear think the Earth is a globe?
That's your cute, Ghost Bear. Go ahead.
I really don't feel like talking. But yeah, I do believe the Earth is round. Obviously, I wouldn't be playing a game like this if I didn't believe that.
You can play that game without believing the Earth. That's not sound reasoning, man. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Reasons? Alright. Science, bro. Duh. I want to speak to that guy who was in here. I always joined when that juicy conversation is like gone, left the room. Why is that? Bring that guy back. I don't think Ghost Bear has it in him to have a conversation in here.
It's just been the same spirals tonight, mate. Injo and Crypto are just kicking people all over the place and embarrassing themselves, or embarrassing these people after they'd embarrassed themselves. So it's,
nice.
You've missed a few conversations, but no one of worthy note. Everyone just keeps bringing in like the 24-hour sun. Quite a few people don't even understand what it proves.
Yeah, including
it was the Arctic. Bro, dude thought it was in the Arctic.
Yeah. Oh, you claimed it was the Arctic?
Yeah, he just knew 24-hour sun, and he came in, disproved flat Earth, but then said it was in the Arctic.
He's in the wrong place.
You know how they do it. Came in sure as shit, right? Didn't even know where it happened.
I like untangling the mess of their minds. It's fun. They're so sure of themselves. It's great. I love it. Oh, Alice is back. She probably had a few too many daiquiris by now. What time is it? 12:19 my time? Yeah. She's a few sheets to the wind for sure. She usually gets that way around about this time. And then she doesn't start making any sense and doesn't get social cues when people are trying to talk. You know how it is. Right, Aliceness?
Yeah, she was having a hard time. I mean, I think she wants to understand, right? We talked about it, but I don't think her mind will let her. She's like right there at like almost there, man, to like understanding some of the stuff, and then she's like,
Let me ask her. How many White Claws have you had already, Aliceness?
I don't have any White Claws.
How about what's another crazy drink you guys have? Are you just drinking straight whiskey or what?
No, I don't drink whiskey. I drink vodka mostly.
Vodka?
Yeah, just vodka and whatever I have for a mixer. But
You want your liver?
I'm done drinking for tonight.
Really?
Yeah, it's bedtime.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's nighttime. Bedtime, nighttime, as they call it.
Yeah, we put the globe to bed a long time ago. Good idea.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. I really want to take down some more globe heads, but they don't pop in here and want to have the courage to speak. Maybe Billy Bob wants to. I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry. I just returned. I started listening to that Planet Peterson debate, and I got the major ick because he started hating on autistic people.
Really? Why don't you tell him? Could you know him? Tell him to come in here. I'll talk to him.
He was in here like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I've talked to him before. I'll talk to him again.
Yeah. So, well, like I was telling them, I used to watch him a lot, like before he got big on TikTok, kind of like in the beginning, and he used to not have so much of an ego, but like now that he has an ego, he just like kind of does that same shit that what's his name does, that other dude, Professor Dave.
Mr. Dave?
Yeah, he does the same shit that Professor Dave does, where he just says like blatantly incorrect shit, like it's correct, and then just like says a whole bunch of insults, and then calls everyone stupid. And then Professor Dave? I have no idea.
No, Planet Peterson.
Oh, he's a teacher. He was like a biology teacher or something, or a science teacher.
Is that it?
Yeah, like he was like a high school teacher, and he started doing TikTok debates. Like a couple years, like I wouldn't say like 1 or 2 years ago, and then he was fired from his job because he was too outspoken, or that they found his TikTok, and then he's just started doing full-time TikTok debates, and he just became kind of a jackass.
Well, he's making money.
Yeah. He's definitely making money, but like his debates used to be like genuinely like good, on good terms, where he would approach the debate with like some sort of integrity, and now he just like sits there and insults people and just like kind of acts like a dick towards them instead of engaging in like some sort of like intellectual debate.
He comes in here every now and again for some content.
Oh, I don't know.
That's all he does. He comes in for content.
Sure. Yeah, for his TikTok, absolutely. Which he's going to have to milk now because, well, he also for his YouTube, because TikTok is dying, so.
You should go to X. That's the place to be right there. Elon Musk. That's the fucking man right there.
Yeah, President Musk.
Yeah, soon to be. I'll vote his ass in.
Yeah. Huh?
I said I'd vote his ass in.
Well, he can't be the president because he's not a U.S. citizen. Native.
Man, there's a lot of people like that.
Sorry, he's born in South Africa, so he can't be president.
He's got enough money. He's got enough money to do it. He'll clone an American version of himself. He'll invent something like that.
I don't think it would work like that. He would have to like give birth to himself.
Well, fuck, he's designing AI and shit. He's got that Neuralink and whatnot.
Well, he hires people to do it for him.
You know what? I had a conversation with people about Elon Musk. They think because he owns these companies like Starlink, but X, that he has something to do with like Mars and shit.
What do you mean something to do with Mars?
Do you think he has any involvement with anything that they're doing within his company? SpaceX.
SpaceX is more or less a government contract, so they are probably doing things outside of his purview. Like
right. Do you think he's like a sole how do you call it? What do you call the guy at the top that does everything for not CEO?
The top proprietor, like he can't be the guy in charge because he doesn't have the clearances to have these government contracts.
That's what I was saying, though. I was trying to figure out what the name of that guy, the top guy, would be. If anybody knows the name, let me know. The very top guy that would be like dealing with those contracts. He doesn't do any of that. Does anybody know that?
No, he wouldn't be. He would be the person, like I would say, like a silent partner or like a partner to that person, but he wouldn't be the one to hold those contracts because
exactly.
You have to have certain clearances.
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. He's profiting as a silent partner, or maybe the face. I don't know. Who knows? But he's not the guy. There's a lot of things people are getting incorrect about, like what he does in his involvement. Well, what about Elon Musk? What does he think? Like, you know what I mean? They come in here and ask us. It's like little do they know, like he doesn't have that kind of involvement with SpaceX.
No, because they're more involved with Space Force.
Yep.
Yeah, on Space Force, like.
Didn't you work in that sector?
I mean, not
that you can disclose, but
sector.
Not that you can disclose.
I just worked in IT, but I know for a fact that SpaceX has government contracts and that they work closely with Space Force. I mean, it's kind of just logical, but that they've done a lot of good things. Like SpaceX has done a lot of like good work, but like Elon Musk really has nothing to do with it besides giving them the money to do it.
That's what I was trying to tell these globeheads. But they keep telling me that that's not true. They're like, that's just another conspiracy theory. I'm like, bitch, you don't even know anything about this bullshit. And you're telling me that you know that Elon Musk... because they think that he has, like, a hand in, like, getting people to Mars. I'm like, he doesn't fucking have a... He's just a big bag of money. And I've been trying to tell people that. It's like, they're like, no, he knows, like, he's going to put people on Mars. And I'm like, no, he fucking doesn't. He might be rah-rahing about it, like cheering them on. He definitely doesn't know the fucking logistics if that was a thing. He's not privy to that.
You're absolutely right. He's only giving them the money.
Then he's just like, you guys are wishful thinking if you think he has any... Listen, even if I was a globehead, I wouldn't think that's true. I would not think Elon Musk has any involvement of why people are going to be going to Mars. No, what he's claiming, he's like a cheerleader. He advocates for it. Exactly. He's not the guy that's in charge of those contracts. He's not the one making those deals. So it's a lot of bullshit that these globeheads are like on the front face believe. I don't know. I'm just tired of the misinformation.
I just find that's really funny because a few years ago, pretty much every flat earther hated Musk. Because of all these rockets are fake and stuff, and now you guys are all rah-rahing for him.
It's not about Musk, dude. It's not about Musk. Not like hating him for going to space or shit like that. He's just a cheerleader. He's like a similar. He's like one of you guys, basically, but just richer.
Yeah,
he's just richer. That's
100%.
Wouldn't he be one of the people that knows for a fact that Earth is flat and is lying to your face?
No, dude, he's a globehead. He's a fucking globehead, dude. Like
hey, Veritas, I got a question, bro.
Wow.
So that picture I just posted in the chat, is that like is that like a depiction of how the flat Earth situation goes?
No.
Just look at
that. That would be a picture of the firmament.
Serious, dude.
No.
That would be the perceived.
Then show me your accepted diagram of it.
What the fuck?
It is funny.
So I'm gonna hop off, but
Dude, just when the conversation's getting all right, dude, you fucking like what's this shit? You got
so Veritas. So
I'm not
like
talking to you, man.
In rudimentary terms,
So, anyways, what were you saying, Alexis? I was going to tell you about.
Say I'm gonna hop off, but I agree with what you said. He's just the money bags behind it. He doesn't know anything about it. So I'm 100% with you on this. But I'm gonna hop off. So
all right. Let me deal with this real quick. There's no astral projection in flat Earth, dude.
What do you mean astral projection?
I mean, you ain't going outside to take a picture. There is no astral projection being outside looking in. That point of view don't exist. That shit's in your head. That's why you have to draw a cartoon.
That's not a cartoon that I drew.
Well, whatever. Anyone that draws any view of from outside of Earth is a cartoon, dude. It's a cartoon.
That's a cartoon of flat Earth person drew.
Okay,
that's great.
So
great,
dude. What aren't you understanding? You can't take a picture from a place that don't exist.
Well, no shit. But I'm trying to figure out how you view it.
Are you talking about the cosmology?
Go outside, like legit. Go outside.
Are you talking about the cosmology aspect? Like, what do we think of the cosmology? Like, do we think it's
that's essentially yes.
Do we
if
think
you guys can't answer something that simple,
yeah, hold on,
ridiculous.
Man. Hey, question mark. Just relax, bro. Are you trying to ask us what the cosmology aspect of the Earth is? Like, do we think it's a giant, pizza in space or some shit in free space?
I'm trying to understand what your accepted depiction of the Earth is. That's all I'm asking. If you can't answer something as simple as that, you're trolling. You've got to be trolling.
Yeah, okay. From where? So when we set up our camera and we want to depict the Earth, from where is the camera?
So what I'm saying is you're making the claim that the Earth is flat.
Listen to what I said.
Not hearing you.
From where? If I'm going to draw,
bro, you got to mute this Indio guy. You're not going to have an intelligent conversation.
Yeah, because you're not listening. You said, I want to know what the flat Earth looks like. From where? Any image that you have has to be from some perspective place where you're looking at the image from, right?
From the top.
Hey, what is your mom? The top. From the top.
Why are you avoiding such a simple question?
I'm asking. I'm answering your question, but you have to be specific.
No, you're not. I'm asking a simple question, and you're overcomplicating it.
If I drew a picture of the ocean, right, with the sun setting on the horizon, that would be a picture of the Earth, right?
All right, use some common sense. How about from the perspective that I posted earlier? How about from that perspective?
That perspective doesn't exist.
So you can't infer. So basically, you're saying perspective is solely based off of. You're saying perspective and the reality of perspective is solely based off of what a human can observe.
Yeah, primary experience, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they call it perspective. From what?
Primary. Not why they call it perspective.
It's literally the meaning of the word.
That's not what perspective means.
This guy.
What you mean then? What you mean then? Tell us.
I want him to tell. Like, what do you think
perspective? Perspective can be it can be an attitude. It can be a point of view. It can be an understanding of something.
In this context, asshole.
It can also be a sense of proportion. It does not completely revolve around
in this
human
context,
perception.
asshole.
So why are you guys avoiding my question?
Nobody. We're answering it.
He doesn't. He already knows. Listen,
I asked you simply.
Wait. You're asking us a question about how the Earth would look from that vantage point. So when he told you perspective, like we can only tell from, and you understood what he meant. But you went on to say, that's not what it meant. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You were asking the clarifying question. What do you mean? Are you saying perspective? Because there's so many ways you could, like, you fucking already underlined what he meant when you asked him.
So what you're telling me is that you don't even know that the Earth is flat. That's what you're telling me.
This
fucking guy, dude.
Yo, you keep trying to straw man us. We know you came in here with a shtick that, you can't even answer a simple question stick.
You really can't. I asked you a simple question. I said, provide me a diagram. I said, provide me a diagram.
I did it. Yeah, and I said from where? From what perspective?
Hey, dude, swallow the fucking saliva in your mouth. Learn to talk properly.
Answer the question.
Stop talking like a little bitch, bro. Seriously.
Answer the question, dude.
No, you answer my fucking question, cuck boy.
I did.
No, you didn't.
What was my answer?
I said, provide me with a diagram of how you view the Earth, and you can't even do that.
And no,
you can't do that.
I gave you it. You're goddamn right. I can't do that. Nobody can do that because you can't take a picture.
Because you're a retard. That's why.
No,
because you're a retard.
You agreed with me. You said no. You can't take a picture from a place that don't exist. Right? I said you can't take a picture from a place that don't exist, and you said yeah.
So you don't know that. You don't know what the Earth looks like. That's what you're claiming.
Now, from that perspective, it doesn't look like anything. You can't take a picture from outside the Earth.
The Earth doesn't look like anything.
You can't go outside the Earth.
Are you mentally retarded?
No, that's not actually an answer or a
You sound mentally fucking retarded.
You can't go outside the Earth.
Your parents didn't give you a single fucking vegetable growing up, did they?
The typical spiral.
That sounds fucking retarded.
Your mom drank a lot of alcohol when she was pregnant with you.
You sound retarded, dude.
So how is it possible? Listen,
you guys can't even provide me with a depiction of how you view the Earth. That is so sad, dude.
Yeah,
that is fucking pathetic.
Let me ask you. If I said, draw a picture of how you have viewed the Earth, and I said, draw it from your real life experience, what would you draw?
Sorry.
Shit. No, it's all right.
It took ages for the thing to kick in when he started telling science.
Yeah, it was weird, right? I was trying to mute him too, and I couldn't. It's weird.
Yeah, it took about 30 seconds to bounce him. So, anyway, he was an idiot.
Dude, it's always a stick, dude. It's never like anything honest. They're like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to make them, I'm going to say, they can't answer any question. And I'm going to ask them a stupid fucking question. Then they're going to answer it, and I'm going to ignore the answer, and I'm going to pretend they never answered the question.
Let me see if, is there any reason why
annoying
Catholic, whatever his name is muted?
Yeah, I'll fix that for you, mate. Hold on. Unmute.
Catholic, are you there?
Yes, hello, hi. I think I can provide evidence which suggests that the Earth is a globe.
What evidence do you have?
Yeah, if you were to bring up, like, for example, a drone or one of those weather balloons, you let it up in the east coast of the United States at night, and you have a telescopic lens on it. If you point it towards England, let's say London, England, you should be able to see lights, and yet when you do such a thing, you can't see the lights.
Let's ask you a clarifying, because you're doing too much, man, right now. Let's get a little bit more easier for you. What would be a drop? Let's ask you a simple question. From about 10 miles, let's not get too crazy with the numbers, right? How much curvature would there be?
Well, I don't know about the numbers. All I know is that if it is...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. You don't know about the numbers. Well, that's how you know how big something is, right? If I told you, how big is that ball in your hand? What would you tell me? Well, it's pretty big.
So there is a curvature?
You have to give a numeric value to the thing you're ascribing is a certain size. Otherwise, you're not making any sense to like how big something is.
Now, do flat earthers believe that there is a curvature?
No, we're not talking about flat earthers. I'm talking about you and your mental state about how you think something is a certain size. Talking about you, not flat earthers.
Oh, well, I believe there's a curvature because I believe
I know that. I understand that. Now I'm asking you, how do you know that there's a numeric value to what the curvature amount would be between 10 miles? I'm asking you something very specific.
Yeah, well, I don't know about 10 miles, but I know based on the miles between the eastern part of the United States and England, if you're not able to see the lights of England.
No, we're not talking about your stupid light, dude.
That would mean
we're not talking about stop diverting. I let you speak. I let you speak just so that you can get to a certain point of giving me a numeric value, which is the only thing I'm asking for. How big is the Earth, by the way?
You don't know. He don't know anything, Miggy.
Catholic.
How big is it? I don't know the numbers on it.
Really? So then how do you know what the fuck you're talking about when it concerns curvature of the Earth? How do you know any of that?
Well, I just explained that. Because because if you set up a drone, you should be able to...
All right, so you set up okay, numbnuts. You set up a drone, and the drone goes up to a certain elevation.
If you're going to be disrespectful, then I'll just...
I don't give a fuck.
Everything you're saying is stupid.
Doesn't matter.
Look, hold on, Miggy.
So you have a drone go up to a certain altitude. I'm about to dip anyways. You have a drone go up to a certain altitude. Sorry. You fucking left. Fucking asshole.
Dude, that you would see the lights from England. Did you hear that shit?
Yeah, he's trying to look at Jedi. He wants to see Jedi and crypto.
Jedi, man, do some Morse code. Like, go to a lamp and like flip it on and off.
He's trying to find England, man. I don't know why. Maybe he's wanting to go
still on the West Coast waiting for these lights.
I didn't even understand what his point was. I wanted to hear it at least, you know.
No, his point was. The reason you can't, if you had a drone on the East Coast and went high up or a hot air balloon, the reason you can't see the lights on in England is because of the curve of the Earth. That was his point.
I see.
Okay. How do you decipher retard? Yeah, you should be an expert in retard by now. Like,
but the weird thing is
crazy statement.
The weird thing is he didn't know how big the Earth is to know how much. Because that's the other thing. It doesn't matter. Okay, you take your fucking... I was going to ask him that. What was the next question I was going to tell him? Okay, you take your fucking drone to a certain altitude. Good. And then you see across the way. You don't see the lights in England. But then, how big is the fucking Earth to have the curvature that's going to be blocking the way that you can't see those lights? Because you don't know any numeric values of how big the Earth is. How the fuck are you going to tell me that it's Earth curve? That's weird.
Yeah, maybe his drone is high enough where he should see the lights. Maybe he's seeing over the curve, right? You don't know.
Yeah, but dude, like these fucking idiots, dude. It's like they come in here half-cocked thinking that their argument is like their fucking way of like really figuring out reality and shit. It's like they don't know half of the globe shit that they're supposed to know. It's weird.
But the thing that bothers me is that they don't think about what they're saying even for a second, right? Now think about it. Just think about it logically. We have two ships at sea, and remember back in the day they had the lights, right, with the little blinds on them, and they would flash back and forth, and they'd signal Morse code to each other. It wasn't the curvature of the Earth that was the limiting factor, right? It wasn't, oh shit, we can't signal the other ship because the curve of the Earth is in the way. It was the weather's bad, right? There's fog, or it's not clear enough, or some other factor. It wasn't the curve of the Earth that was the factor. So if you just think about it for a second, there's no way you should be able to see lights 4,000 miles away from the East Coast. That's just so... Dude. And the thing that bothers me, too, is that they think they got something. He's like, I'm on to something. You'd see the lights from England off the coast of Massachusetts if you had a drone. Dude, serious? This is where we're at? Fucking, I don't know who to blame for this shit, man. Jedi, did you invite these people?
No, I fucking didn't. Don't fucking blame me.
It's very low tier tonight, man. I just have to say that.
Yeah. It has been very low tier. Oh, fucking die.
By the way, Indio, I watched your video about geometric algebra or the dual quaternion thing. It was freaking cool. That was amazing.
Ain't it, dude? It's some fucking... dude, it does some crazy shit. Like, I'm sure somebody... Like I said, like they don't... Graphic chips aren't really designed to use them, but if eventually someone makes the hardware that's like designed for that particular method, it would be like super efficient, right? So right now they're just made for, doing matrix algebra, basically.
Yeah, this whole concept of being able to represent translations as just rotations with infinite radius. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, it's so weird. Like it is. It's. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like cool and weird at the same time. It's like the line at infinity, but it's also a point, and they just rotate shit around it. To me, it's like conceptually, it's just like. It's hard to wrap your head around, like, how that even works, but it works.
Yeah, I need to look more into it, because that video was pretty short. I mean, you just took clips out of it seems like, but I want to see that whole talk.
Yeah, I think on that channel, either that channel, or there's a channel called Bivector. So this is one of the guys that promotes it. So, like, he's got a bunch of them. But also, if you just type, like, geometric algebra in YouTube, there's quite a few videos on it. There's people that have been trying to apply them to like physics generally, and maybe AI, and because it's like something that like a lot of people don't know about. So it's like it's one of those things, right? The thing people know about gets the most effort put into it, and like these little things, even though they might be better, it's because you don't have the numbers basically using it, so it doesn't really get implemented in the same type of way. Because if you think like if you have a hammer, right? Like, you got to do the job with this hammer. You're going to do the job, right? And there could have been something better, but you didn't know about the better thing, right? So you just did it with the hammer, and everybody just does it with, the hammer, quaternions and dual quaternions, right? And they just keep smashing away at it, like, we got to make it work, right? And if it doesn't work, we'll do some cheap gimmick technique to work our way around it, right? Whereas there's techniques where you don't have to do any of that crap.
So geometric algebra was not the same thing as the dual quaternion thing? That was a separate thing?
No, they're like a subset of it. So like so like dual quaternions, matrix algebra, linear algebra, all these mathematical fields are a subset of geometric algebra. Clifford algebra is like a generalized form of like all arithmetical algebra. It's like a generalized type deal. I'm not like a freaking expert in, like, it's kind of historical mathematics. I'm not like an expert in this field. It's just something I came across looking at different types of computer graphic implementations. I haven't really dug back into history of, like, I know it comes from this dude Grassman and Clifford. I know it originated with those two, but beyond that, I don't know too much.
Well, you got me hooked, so I'm going to keep looking at it.
Yeah, there's quite a few good videos on it. It's a rotation thing where it's super useful, right? Because you don't get things like gimbal lock and.
Well, yeah, just for regular quaternions, that's what we use all the time. It was a godsend for 3D graphics. But
what is a quaternion?
It's a way of representing a rotation with 4 dimensions instead of 3. But
cool.
The utility of it is, just as Indio said, with 3-dimensional rotations, you get this thing called gimbal lock, where you get locked onto a single axis, and it's like a singularity point, I guess you can describe it as. And it's really bad for animations and stuff. And you avoid it with quaternions.
It's bad in real life gyro too.
Yeah, that's right.
That's pretty cool. I have a question. Is there any flat earthers that work at NASA?
I don't know. Why? Why does that matter?
Well, I think that would be kind of a good idea to apply and like infiltrate. No?
Guys are so
go to college first.
Fucking
for astrophysics.
You think there's astrophysicists at NASA?
I don't know.
NASA's kind of like, the way I look at NASA is the same way I look at like McDonald's, right? Everybody thinks there's some McDonald's corporation with a bunch of restaurants and they just sell franchises. So NASA is kind of like, their job is to get more government funding. That's really what they do. It's to try and get more government funding.
That's most government agencies, by the way. Not just.
Yeah, I mean, literally, the one person I do know that works at NASA, her job is in the accounting department. So
No. So what they do is they do a lot of things which have no practical use, but they make people go ooh and ah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So their job is to enthrall the public so that they can get more money.
Who muted
the whole thing going, right? So it's like a circle. Like we have an enterprise here. We want to keep the enterprise going. Well, how do we do that? We rely on public funding. Well, the enterprise should go to getting public funding. That way, the enterprise never dies.
Who muted Alpha?
Because they're not being rewarded. Like going to the moon didn't give them a reward, right? They didn't get more money. They ended up getting less money.
Okay. So, but I think it would still be a good idea, right? If you believe the Earth is flat, it'd be good to kind of, do a PETA.
I don't believe anything, dude. That's your job.
My job is to believe.
Yeah, you're the one who believes there's NASA people going to outer space. You're the believer, dude. Let's keep it real.
True, yeah. Agreed.
And there's no reason that I should believe it too.
No, I mean, you don't have to believe it. I mean, you don't have to believe the sky is blue. It's your mind.
It's not as obvious as the sky being blue. You think NASA going to space is as obvious as the sky being blue.
Can I ask, India, what do you do for work?
Yeah, why don't you answer my question?
Yeah, I think it is the same. India, what do you do for work?
Then you're retarded, quite honestly.
Well, okay, great. What do you do for work? I'm just curious.
I'm retired now, but I was in IT.
Oh, cool. Okay. Just like regular desktop support?
No, dude. Desktop support. Yeah, when I was fucking 18, 40 years ago.
They had desktops back then?
Yeah.
Man. Okay.
My first computer was a 386 DX with a Intel math coprocessor.
Oh, cool. What turned you on to Flat Earth? Like, you seem like a reasonable guy. What happened? Like, what went wrong?
Chicago. What do you mean? Why would it be wrong? Now you're gonna make moral judgments about Flat Earth. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Like too much time on YouTube, or what was it?
No, it was actually television news.
Television news.
Yeah, television news. See, someone filmed the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, and the weatherman said it was a mirage. But seeing, I've been studying like geometric optics for about a decade and a half. I was like, that's not possible for it to be a mirage. So how is that possible?
Have you spoken to experts on the matter?
Why do I need to? I am an expert. Why do I need to speak to experts? Well, ask me a question. You don't think I'm an expert?
No. It's fine. Yeah.
I dare you. Ask me any question about refraction, and we'll see if I don't understand it.
No, it's fine. I think you're an expert on the matter.
Yeah, it wouldn't even matter anyway, because just because I'm an expert wouldn't make what I said true.
Oh, so you're saying you're wrong?
No, dude, no. So whenever someone says "so you're saying," a straw man inevitably follows. This is another example of that.
When somebody says you're straw manning, usually they don't want an argument.
No, when someone says straw man, you're actually straw manning.
Yeah. Even I heard the straw man as well, dude. Like, why would you even feel the need to repackage what he said? Why not just answer what he actually said?
Sure. Okay. Have you ever seen a straw in like a glass with water?
Yeah.
So, just deflecting onto another topic isn't actually.
Yeah, he said ask him about. Hey, Crypto, shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. He said ask him.
Tell me to shut the fuck up again, and I'll beat you.
No, you shut up, bro. Fucking retard.
Yeah.
He said ask him about refraction.
Yeah, just ban him. What's this guy's name?
Crypto, suck a dick, bro. Shut up. You're fucking retard.
What's this guy's name?
How do you explain a straw in a glass of water? Yeah. Sit the fuck up.
That's caused by refraction. Yeah. So what? What's that got to do with mirages?
Blue. His name's Blue.
Yeah, I banned him.
Good. These guys come in with zero respect, and we can't like just let them have zero respect for us. It's not.
Yeah,
not acceptable.
I thought I could get him to act normal, but it failed.
Nah, I can tell he was sneering through his questions anyway.
Yeah,
I get annoyed.
Crypto, did you
I needed a bit story.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Say again.
I said, did you ask an expert if he was sneering? Because he's not sneering.
Yeah, exactly. as we know, not only is your opinion not relevant if it's not from an expert, but also every expert's opinion is automatically true.
Crypto, I need India to lay down the story to this guy so I can go to sleep happy, but
bedtime story.
Yeah, I wanted to listen to Indio smacking this guy up about the topics, whatever. But yeah, he was kind of just being kind of ridiculous. Not being serious.
Wait, Indio, your story about the Mirage, is that the same one that Jaren used to put in every single intro of his video?
I don't know. Oh, yeah. But that's not a Mirage.
The news reporter saying, what you're seeing here is a Mirage. A Mirage.
That one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
But that's obviously not a Mirage. Because Mirages come in two types. There's inferior, well, there's three types. Even though the Fata Morgana is the Fata Morgana itself is two types. So the superior and inferior, and then there's Fata Morgana, and it doesn't have any of those. Because superior, inferior, and Fata Morgana, they're qualitative descriptions, right? They're not really, they don't say anything, right? When you say, oh, it's an inferior Mirage, you're describing what it looks like. That's the name for like it looking a particular way. So the top to the tops, right? So if I see Chicago and there's another Chicago upside down on top of it, that's superior Mirage. If I see Chicago and there's another Chicago upside down underneath it, so the bottoms are touching, that's an inferior Mirage. So when he says, hey, that's a Mirage, no, it's not a Mirage. Mirage is a very particular thing. And it's a looming thing. It's bullshit looming, but when they misapply it, looming is a type of Fata Morgana where something is floating in the air above the horizon. As in above the horizon, as in it's floating in the air. And typically that's not even, I mean, a lot of people don't know there is actually controversy as to what the causal mechanism for mirages. But that's not what it says in the textbook. They know what it says in the textbook or what they Google. Mirages are caused by refraction. You see a diagram, but if you actually look carefully at the diagram is actually not right, and it couldn't possibly happen that way. But, whatever. But if you look in the literature, the academic literature, there's actually alternative hypothesis, and they've demonstrated. I think this is kind of funny, right? So if you look at what the cause of mirages are, and you look in the literature, and you can go back like 100 years. Oh, it's refraction. Light goes into the cold air freaking layer, and then into the hot layer, blah, blah, blah. But there's like no experimental evidence for it. Like there's no experiments of anybody replicating it. Then you get to about the 80s or 90s, and then people start coming up with alternative hypotheses, but they have to do experiments to debunk the previous dogma, even though the previous dogma actually had no experiments to back it up in the first place. It was just like some shit that just went along word of mouth.
What were the alternative theories about it? Do you remember?
Well, that they're caused by reflections, right? So you're seeing double images because of reflection layers, right? Total internal reflection. So in the case of inferior mirage, like there'll be like so it's because you have a small shallow angle of incidence. What you're seeing is a point where like past that is the critical angle, right?
What,
so it's
a mirrored Fresnel, is that what you're basically saying?
No, just a mirror, just regular reflection.
Well, you're saying the shallow angle of incidence, right? That's similar. Sounds similar to Fresnel to me, but you're saying it's mirrored, like it's just reflective.
The critical angle is, the critical angle is for total internal reflection. So that's not. There's two things. So there's that total internal reflection from a surface layer, and then on a rough surface, right? If you are looking at a rough surface at a shallow enough angle, because you got to remember, where are people seeing mirages? They're seeing them way up into the distance, right?
Yeah.
Where the angles to everything are very narrow, and the effects of light, very obliquely hitting surfaces changes, right? What the consequences are. They don't get refracted; they get reflected, right? And the same thing, you can have light from a more dense medium hit from a less dense medium hit a more dense medium. It doesn't get refracted if the angle is shallow and it's past the critical angle. It'll be reflected. It'll bounce off. But people think, oh, low density, high density, light refracts no matter what. No, at a shallow angle, it doesn't refract. It reflects. So there's these things. These are alternative hypotheses that's in, like I said, in the literature with experiments, them demonstrating rough surface reflections and experiments showing things disappearing because they're in a surface layer and the light that is coming off the object is in basically a duct from which the light can't get out of, right? It's being totally internally reflected in this duct and doesn't have a path to, say, the camera or the eye or whatever, right? So say I have a surface layer that's 1 foot off the ground, and anything in that layer is totally internally reflected into that duct, right? I won't be able to see it. I won't be able to see it with my eye because it'll never reach me because that light gets reflected down. So if I look off into the distance, and the place they tested was a desert, I'll look off into the desert, I'll see sand. Even though on the desert floor, they had a mirror that was reflecting the sun at the camera. And I'll just describe the experiment. Well, I'm almost all the way there. So they took a mirror, right? And the mirror is like at a 45-degree angle. They put it 1.6 kilometers away from the camera. They reflected sunlight to the camera, and they had a vertical tree with thermocouples, right? 16 of them that measured the temperature gradient, the humidity gradient, right? Because they had a theory. There's an old Chinese theory about the what would you call it? According to cosmology, the ground breathes, okay? And they were trying to, even though they did research that technically they're trying to quantify desert mirages, they're actually looking for evidence of this, but because it's considered pseudoscience, it's hard to get funding to test the theory, so they had to come up with some other thing to test so they can test both things simultaneously, get data for the thing they actually wanted to test. But that's not neither here nor there. And the reason I know this is because they wrote another paper about this and then cited that experiment. So I'm like, and it was the same people. So I'm like, you guys just did that experiment to do your other experiment. And but whatever. The point is that so they, over the course of watching this mirror, the mirror disappeared from some site. And so they look at their data when it disappeared, and they found that when there was a high temperature humidity gradient, and then they calculated it all out, that the gradient right at where the mirror is like a foot tall. So for 2 feet, there was a high temperature and humidity gradient, and that's for that, there was a spike in it, right? So there was a value over time, and then there was a huge spike, and then it went back down. So that's basically what happened when the gradient went high, the mirror disappeared, and then when it went away, the mirror reappears. But it can't possibly be refraction, right?
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they were saying? What causes the tides? That theory that you said that the Earth is breathing. I heard of that before. What you just said.
I don't know. I might look into that though.
Used in the tides. There was a video about it. Anyway. Anyway.
Whatever's going on your microphone sounds like somebody's dying. What the hell?
Yeah, he was sawing people in half.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe both are happening, right? It seems pretty straightforward, the refraction explanation. I mean, hell, you can see light bending in a gas chamber in a video on YouTube, right? We know it happens.
You mean the sugar water? But the gas chamber?
Oh, I guess it's water. I guess I haven't seen it.
Where was the gas chamber? Where was the gas chamber?
Right. You're right. You're right. It's water, but still the same principle, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that, whether that's an equivalent experiment. Yeah, we're not denying refraction happens, but they're claiming it happens in a very specific way for very specific reasons, right? Terrestrial refraction, it bends up over the curve because of some gradient. Well, it's not that simple. No model that they have ever made, if you look in the academic literature, can actually predict anything accurately. It can't. And they'll say, well, the atmosphere is too complex, it's chaotic, it's a non-deterministic system, so we can't. Then why are you even bother making models for 150 years if you know that you can't make any prediction in the end, right? So when people just hand wave and they say, well, it's refraction. Well, there's actually no experimental evidence for that, and there's no there's just nothing to it. It's just a claim that has really no evidence for it. If you look into it, which most people don't want to do, right? And I understand it's a boring topic. The only reason I know anything about it, because I was looking at this before I was ever in this topic, and because I knew about it and then saw the shit, I'm like, that's fucked up. That can't be what they're saying. It can't be that. Because you ever hear of metamaterials? I bring this to you. Metamaterials. So metamaterials are materials that are man-made, and they create a negative index of refraction. So that's interesting in of itself, because you can have super resolution, you can make telescopes that can see way beyond the diffraction limit, power amplification, yada yada yada. I'm not going to get into all the crap that it could possibly do if it's ever figured out exactly. But in the course of studying all this for probably a decade, right, from about 2010, since the first one was ever successfully made. It was first written about in 1969 by a Soviet scientist named Victor Veselago. But it took till 2010, and some Americans found, because all the Soviet shit's in Russian, and it isn't publicly available, they found the paper, and they're like, hey, let's see if we can actually make one of these. So they went, and Pendry's from the University of Oxford, I think, and they actually made it. And because they made it, then it became, oh, crap, you can actually make this shit. This is what it should do, according to theory. So, in the course of studying this, I know all about geometric optics, refraction, how it works, reflections, all this shit, right? The transmission, reflection, absorption, all the shit that goes with the propagation of light through a material. And then dude's just like, that's a mirage. No, it fucking ain't a mirage, dude. It just ain't. And the air is way more complex than that. It's actually not spherically symmetric. It's more like it's full of inhomogeneities of freaking hot and colder air and moving air and all sorts of shit. Just like the hand waves say that's refraction. That's silly. It's just silly, dude, to me. If you
I wonder what it would take to actually do the experiment. Is the experiment hard to do just because the gradient is by nature of being gas just so big? How tight of a gradient can you experimentally do in a lab, right? How small can you make a significantly differential gradient out of?
Well, they've done it outside. Oh, I mean, that wouldn't even be my problem, right? So that would be their problem. The people claiming that's what's happening. Why do I have to go? Shouldn't they already have the evidence for it before they claim it? Shouldn't they not be going, oh, refraction is the reason you see too far?
Well, the first place my brain goes is are you sure that there wasn't?
Well, because the Earth's a globe. That's how you know you're seeing too far. That's how you know there's refraction, because that's the only reason you could be able to see too far, right? What's the other reason? I'm seeing too far. Why is that? Refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Because you're seeing too far. It's circular logic. There's no actual evidence for the terrestrial refraction claim. That's my problem. Where's the actual evidence?
Even if that were true, you would still have to. The evidence for the globe wouldn't be the fact that there's refraction. There would be other evidence, and this would just be a way of explaining the observation.
It's not explaining. It's called an ad hoc hypothesis with no evidence. It's an ad hoc hypothesis.
If you're right about it.
Okay, say we suck the air out of a fucking 30-mile stretch, right? There's no air. There's no way it can be refraction. And we see 30 miles, nothing's blocked. Would that falsify the globe? Would that falsify the globe?
That'd be pretty good. Yeah.
Probably.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
Probably. You just say that's a flat spot. That's you guys always. Oh, it's just a flat spot. You found the flat spot. No. Yeah, dude.
No, that wouldn't work over water because over over a globe, obviously, level is as a curve. But I mean, I think the idea of falsification is not. It's an imperfect idea in the first place, but more or less it would be falsified. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a modified version of Jaren's original laser experiment, except for no air.
Jaren didn't use a laser, by the way.
Oh, that he was going to, and then he ended up using a flashlight, and is that what happened?
Yeah, he melted the laser because he had a collimator and he left it on. So what do you think happened? Fucking melted.
Isn't the LIGO place, isn't that vacuum? Or is it not?
Yes, it's a vacuum, but it's not very long. So that's a
mile in each way, right? Or a kilometer?
Yeah, it's like 1.6 kilometers, yeah.
Should be enough.
I mean, it has like it's like a freaking 4-foot tube, right? So I think the drop in 1.4 kilometers is only like 2.4 feet, and the tube is freaking wider than that. And it has something like a 21-inch tolerance or something. Though people will go, hey, it's surveyed freaking to be curved, but then when you look at the actual, like, they had all sorts of problems surveying. Let's put it that way. They hired one survey company, and then it didn't, like, when they actually started doing stuff, then they had to get another one, and then they got another one, and then if you look at the civil engineering drawings, they shows that it's concave, and then, like, it's hard to figure anything out from that, because it's just like they had a lot of problems building it. That's all I can say. So there's a lot of fudging and shit.
I imagine.
They're probably trying to incorporate the curvature of the Earth. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, that's what I think, but, what do I know? Because basically they're trying to make a planar coordinate system on the surface of a sphere and maintain the, like, geodetic coordinates, right? But then, like, they have to survey it in, and then, like, you're doing transformations between coordinate systems. And, then you have to include the tolerances of the LIGO and the accuracy of the surveying and the imprecision there and, like, all those things. So it turns out to be, like, I don't know.
It makes me wonder how they did it, though. I mean, that's got to be, to my mind, probably the straightest thing that humans have attempted to make at a distance, at a significant distance.
Yeah, it should be. Like, that's what they should have been doing. They should have been running around going, this is the straightest thing human beings have ever made. That's it.
People claim that, though. Zanuck comes in and claims that all the time. It's like, it's so straight that it's unlevel. No, I'm sorry. No. Yeah. That
it would have to be unlevel on a globe, right? Like,
exactly. That's the whole point. He's just like, it's so straight that it would be level in one spot, but then you go to the other side and it's unlevel.
That's right.
All right. But he's been saying that for like 4 or 5 years, but he's never done it. Nobody's ever done it.
Well, I don't think they just let you onto the LIGO property. What do you mean? You just walk up to the experiment, to the tubes, and with the level.
How hard would it be to inquire? Have a school field trip. Disprove the flat Earth. It'd be so easy.
How could you test how flat it is? That's what I'm wondering. How did they make it so flat?
If the spirit level or whatever you do is different on each end, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like, how did they make it so flat? They couldn't use a level, right?
That's what I'm saying. I want to know how they made it. That sounds super interesting. Let me see if AI knows the answer.
Oblivion.
AI.
It's just look. They'll just say it's just another flat spot. Just another one. Lots of flat spots make a ball.
A flat spot.
Another one. We found all these flat earthers. Flat earthers are experts in finding flat spots on a ball. Every spot we find that is flat. It's still a ball, but that's just a flat spot.
But Geo, though, I hear what you're saying, but do you understand the difference between what they say is straight versus level? Level is a line perpendicular from the center of the earth, right? On every point from the center of the earth, perpendicular is level. LIGO is straight, though. Therefore, it goes off in an infinity straight.
Okay, so it's 4 kilometers in length, and the vertical drop would be about 2.5 feet. Interesting.
Yeah, it's very small. It's like almost not. It's hard to say because the tube is huge, man, and like the tube is wider than the measurement, right? So it's like either way. If someone said approved flat Earth or globe Earth, I wouldn't trust it. It's too close. I won't trust anything that's like within an order of magnitude, dude. To me, it's like not even worth arguing over. I want one way or the other to be blowing the other side out. So no one can say, well, we measured wrong, or like, read the tape measure wrong, or imprecision, or uncertainty, or someone, didn't carry the one, or I don't know. I don't want it to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, would you rely on that if LIGO, they were like, LIGO proves the globe and it's only like a 2.5 foot difference, but the tube is fucking 5 feet wide, right? Like, like, come on, man, it's so long, right? A little, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would rely on that. Just me, myself. In the way they made the tube, right? So the tube itself is not like a sheet of metal. It's, so what they did is they took steel wire, and they wound the steel wire, like as they're winding it, they're welding it, right? So they have like a machine that's welding the wire together to form a tube, right? So it's basically a long ass spiral. So that thing's flexible. They could bend, they can do whatever.
Yeah, it says they support it, and they manually adjust the supports along the entire length to calibrate it.
Yeah, and if I remember right, they have a side tolerance of maybe it was 10 centimeters. It's a big. It has to be so far away from the side. Plus, they got what they call optical baffles, and they have a bunch of stuff inside. But it has to be so far from the closest stuff inside, right? They have a tolerance. But like if you try to look up the surveying, hold on one sec, Jim. If you try to look up the surveying stuff, you'll find stuff that looks like it confirms the globe. But they released other stuff afterwards, corrections to all that stuff, right? So addendums to all the original stuff, where they're like, oh, that didn't actually work. We have to do this, that, and the other thing. We had to hire 2 more companies. They had to fix this, that type crap. Yeah, what's up, Jamesy?
Yeah, hey man. Talking about finding flat spots on a sphere, the South Pole has something called the Antarctic Plateau, and it's also called the King Hancock Plateau, and it's a vast, flat, and cold continental plateau. So they went over there to a flat plateau. They call it the great
in the globe sense, or
the great plateau of Antarctica, and it says right here, a plateau is a flat elevated area of land that raises above the surrounding area, right? So yeah, they went over there to observe the 24-hour sun, and they were standing on flat lands while looking at the sun. So that's ironic.
Yeah, I just don't think they mean flat in that sense. I mean, they call Kansas flat, but they don't mean that it's flat. They mean it's level all across.
Yes, they do, flat and level.
Listen, the Atlantic Great Plateau is 1,000 kilometers in diameter. Over 1,000 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah.
Of flatness. He has mountain peaks. They say the mountain peaks are about 200 miles across. There's many mountain peaks very far from each other, but across the landscape, what one sees is flat plains. So, and now you're saying no, they don't mean flat, but they describe it as flat, but they don't mean it. So, is it like a language barrier or something?
They measure it as flat.
I'm not sure if if my point is being conveyed correctly, but when anybody that believes in the globe says a place is flat, I don't think they're meaning it in the way that you are taking them to mean it.
That's the way they're measuring it, though. They're measuring it this way.
So let me ask you this. So say in your worldview, the big chunk of abyssal plateau broke off and went floating in space. You think it would form a bowl?
No, I don't know. Apparently, they say it needs to have a
ice bowl you fill up with Kool-Aid, right, and then drink out of it with an intergalactic side straw.
Sounds fun. Sure.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't fill it up with Kool-Aid. Maybe pina colada. Do it to make a giant pina colada. That would be awesome. Where you can get the giant pineapples, though, and the giant coconuts. We understand what you're saying. Level means flat in you guys' worldview. You guys just think everything is like flat is just a euphemism or something.
But level does mean flat. That's what they've been arguing against the whole time. Is level equals flat?
Yeah, but level means curved, which also means flat.
Right.
I mean, a Glover would say level means perpendicular to the pull of gravity.
So when you go bowling, you go play bowling, you grab the bowling ball and you're like, oh, this ball is so flat.
If you blow it up big enough, maybe.
So that begs the question. If you're measuring, you're not actually measuring the Earth, though, if you're just measuring perpendicular to gravity, right? You're measuring direction of a phenomenon perpendicular to that.
You're, what's the opposite of normal? It's tangent, yeah.
Well, they're like the plumb lines in the globe aren't actually normal to the surface. They're all over the place. But that's not the point, right? So you wouldn't be actually measuring the Earth if you're measuring level all over the place, and level is just perpendicular to gravity. You're not actually measuring the Earth.
If somebody is saying that a place is level all over the place, they're not. I agree with you.
But there is something called self-leveling cement. You ever use that? And believe me, when that has set, it's completely flat. It's not curved.
I mean, you know what the drop would be over the distance that you use self-leveling cement. It would be in the order of what? Sub-millimeters? So how would you be able to tell?
Yeah, India, when they label it flat cement, that was just propaganda, just to sell it so people buy it. It's actually curved. It's Home Depot's conspiracy to sell more cement, so don't buy into it.
Designed just for the flat earthers.
You actually could tell. You could use interference patterns to see if it's
really at a scale of your living room or your kitchen.
They measure like I don't know how small tolerances. They use them in for precision machining.
Right.
Yeah, so they're measuring to see if something is flat or smooth within a super high tolerance, because if you have a curved surface, the interference pattern will be distorted compared to flat surface, right? And because you're doing stuff at the wavelength of light, it's easy to see.
Yeah, in principle, I think you're right. I just don't know how you would set that up to give you that interference over a large surface like that. Like, are you just saying you would shine a light at a singular point on your...
No, you'd create an interference pattern on the surface between two lights. Right? You would interfere the light. You'd have two light sources, you would interfere the light. Or actually, you'd probably interfere it with yourself. Basically, do the double slit onto a floor. You could do... That's one way you could do it. Or you could use two light sources. Well, the thing is, because when there's an interference pattern... The little, the constructive and destructive interference lines, you know the spacing. The spacing has to be like whatever the wavelength is.
How the laser gyroscopes work and all that.
Yeah, so the spacing has to be like 550 nanometers. So you can tell, right, if it's warped or not. But you wouldn't even have to, like, you could use other techniques. But that's how they do it actually in, like, when they're trying to precision machine a smooth surface, I'll actually post some shit about it. They actually use interference patterns to measure their tolerance. Now, what I was thinking you could do is you could use the phenomenon called iridescence. So, like, you could, like, you know how you get gasoline on water?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it looks all chromatic?
Yeah.
That's because of different angles, right? Because the gas tries to get the uniform thickness, right? So if it's a uniform thickness on the surface of water, and then each ray will reflect off at a different angle, and you get a different color. Anyway, that's not the point. The surface of that water's giant curve, right? The way those angles, right, the iridescence will have an irregular pattern. It won't look like the same pattern as you would have on a flat surface.
Yeah, it's a cool
There's all sorts of ways you can test these things, dude. There's like, it's available to us. But like, people want to go around and look at the sun in Antarctica. Like, I don't get that shit.
To be fair, I would love if people did more tests like that, but I don't see anybody doing it. In fact, I get the opposite whenever I talk to people here or elsewhere. People seem to say, "Yeah, we don't need to know. We already know." In fact, I think you said that the other night. We already know.
Look. I think the solution, I think it's already solved. I think we already know it. We've done a lot of tests. What do we think? I'll give you an example. The Lake ISO laser test. That was the culmination of 5 different laser tests that happened over a 5-year period. Right? So they did a laser test. Cobra said, "Oh, you didn't do this. You didn't account for this, blah, blah, blah." Second test, "Oh, you did this wrong. You did that wrong. You did this wrong." This one wasn't far enough, blah, blah, there was an excuse every time. Okay. So that one, the last one, was the culmination of, quote unquote, fixing all the complaints. But even when they fix the last complaint, right, all the possible things, they just ignore it. And they straw man it. They say, what they'll say is, "What about the laser test at like ISO?" And they'll frickin' post some debunk of FE core laser test that was about one of their old laser tests, right? The Lake Balaton laser test, and they won't even talk about the one you're talking about. All we get are like, if we try and talk about that particular one, is just a bunch of we get deflections, gimmicks, copes, all sorts of shit. No one will actually talk about what was actually done.
There was one done after Lake Balaton, because that's the last one that I remember before I kind of went AFK.
Balaton was the last one, but like, what's the gripe about Balaton? There was one after Balaton. They did two at like ISO. So like ISO's so it used to be part of the ocean, and they blocked it off, and it's an inland saltwater lake. It's still like, the only thing separating from the ocean is like a bunch of rocks. It's not like freaking super separated, right? It's like a freaking, they basically it was like an inlet. They blocked up the inlet and made like in-water or inland lake. I assume it's saltwater. It might be freshwater by now, I don't know. But it's probably saltwater. Anyway, they did it across that, and they did it 2 weeks apart and got the exact same result. And that was like, that was 41 kilometers, which is 25 miles. But people have done, there's one that was done on land, right? So there's a 21 mile at Salt Lake. There's another 21 mile at Salt Lake, not in the water. Now, when I say Salt Lake, there's Salt Lake, but then there's Salt Lake Desert, right?
Yeah.
So one was done at the Salt Lake, and the other one was done at the Salt Lake Desert. That's 30 miles over land, and they got all sorts of fucking outfits. They even got people like driving around with the laser like 30 miles away, and they can see it. Like in a different direction. They did some observations like in one direction, like across, like I think it would be east-west. And then they had someone like drive out in the middle of the desert like 30 miles away with the laser shooting at them. and they're like the north-south direction. So like they got all sorts of observations. So it's
the problem that I tend to have with these laser over, close to the surface, horizontal to the surface tests, is that both sides, and you mentioned this just earlier, just a few minutes ago, that both sides acknowledge that refraction occurs, but we have no one has the proper methods to be able to say what the conditions of the refraction are at any given experiment, right? You would need to know what the refraction is down the entire length that the laser traveled, which is just inconceivable to even try to set up. It's one of those things where the Globers will always say, "Oh, refraction to support my argument," and the flat earthers will say, "Oh, refraction because it supports my argument." Whatever way it makes sense to them. But there's other things besides that I'd be like. I'll tell you the thing that I'd be most interested in right now, at this very moment, if I was a flat earther, to me the sun thing would say, well, shit. How do distances work now? It means that every map that we've ever had presented to us is wrong. What is the actual layout of the world? I would want to figure out distances.
Well, every map is based in the coordinate system of latitude and longitude is based upon the celestial.
Well, I'm not talking about coordinate system. I'm talking about distances. That's different.
Yeah. What makes
the one unique property that a flat Earth has is that distances are absolute.
What are you talking about? Why are distances absolute? I don't get that.
Well, they wouldn't be changing based on latitude, right? There has to be a way for all the distances to correlate with each other.
But this is the problem. You guys think we have measured distances when we don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be the thing that I want to learn.
When I say we have measured, I'm talking about all of humanity. I'm not talking about flat earthers. I'm talking about everybody. So if I want to know the distance between New York and LA, how do I know the distance?
I mean, there's lots of fudgy ways,
what they do is they take the radius and use a Haversine formula to calculate a distance.
I mean, there's travel distance. You have really large margin of error ways of knowing ballparks. Like, for example,
we can know within 10%, maybe.
Yeah, but that's huge when we're talking about a freaking Earth, right? Like, we have one stake in the ground right now that says, okay, well, the distance between where they landed in Antarctica and where they took off from in Chile is, we know that distance within some relative degree of certainty because of how long the flight took. So that pins those locations. But how does that correlate with the distance to Antarctica from Australia?
Yeah, but that doesn't work with airplanes because there's ground speed and airspeed.
No, I get it. I said margin of error, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, any distance measured, I would say it's like a 10% margin of error.
You can learn a lot from even with 10% margin of error.
Yeah, well, listen, I understand where you're coming from. And people bring this shit up all the time. Hey, make a map of the flat earth. Yeah, give me money. Like, who's going to pay for this? So they spent freaking 1,000 years saying, hey, we're going to look up at the sky and use that as our coordinates. And then flat earthers got a note with no money. It's just to come up with an equivalent. How are we supposed to do that? Where's the money? That would cost millions of dollars.
I don't know, man. You guys got your George Soros character. Get Will Duffy to pay for it again.
He's not our character. He's on that side.
I don't know. Anyway, he's willing to pay for a lot of flat earthers to do stuff. So
no, he's not really. He's not. He took donations. I'm not getting into that. Anyway, even if say we not even going to collect our own data, right? If we're going to just look at the data that already exists. We're going to transform it under a new coordinate system. We're going to eliminate the sky, and it'll be just a terrestrial-based coordinate system. And the thing is, it's not that I just believe that if you measure the ground and compare it to the sky, it's different. I know for a fact that this is what happens from the 1927 North American datum. We know for a fact because their origin of coordinates was a point on the ground in Kansas, and they surveyed out from there. The other surveys used an astrogeodetic coordinate and used that coordinate system. And those surveys don't match each other. And
all coordinate systems reference the North Pole, right? Like we use magnetic, not magnetic.
Yeah, when you say North Pole, but that's the celestial North Pole. They don't actually measure the ground, right? No one measures.
My point is if you believe in if you wanted a useful coordinate system, even on a flat Earth, if you have a magnetic pull towards one central location, then that would be a really good reason to use a polar coordinate system similar to the globe.
But that's not actually how magnets work, though. Oh, go ahead. Actually, can Jedi take over because I got to piss, man?
Magnetic poles and celestial poles are different. We use a celestial coordinate system. Yeah, the magnetic north, south, east, and west are relative, but we have to declinate depending on our latitude to find celestial north. That would be in the rotational point in the north.
I think my point still stands even if you're using celestial north. The point that I'm trying to make is if there is a central point, it is a very useful, standard to use a polar coordinate system from.
This is where you start running into trouble, because if we're using celestial, we've got 2 celestial rotations, right? Depends which one you use.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the south and the north?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends which one you use.
Well, I mean, I don't have to state the obvious that that's the thing that makes most sense with the globe.
Because every time we're going to measure to it, we're going to measure up to these things and describe them in azimuths and angles. Those horizontal and vertical reference frames, right? Up from and across, horizontal angles and vertical angles. This is how we're going to measure them. So every time we measure the rotations of things in the sky, we measure from the flat Earth. The ball comes after this measurement. When you project the ball, Earth, terrestrial, out into the celestial sphere, which you're using to make these angle measurements, like a protractor in the sky. But you'll measure from a flat Earth to get this coordinate system. That's what it is.
How do you figure that?
It's because it's measuring angles, elevation angles from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is mean sea level. That's why it's zero.
Measuring from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane can be derived from just the vertical tangent to the.
No, we're not doing tangents. No, we're not doing tangents because both the person making the observation, one point of the angle, and the ground position of the object, whether it's a terrestrial object or a celestial object, must be on the same horizontal plane, and they must be on the Earth.
Wait, how do you figure that?
Because that's what we're measuring. The ground distance between us and the ground position of a celestial body. For example, Polaris is ground position on the surface of the Earth. Direct line between ground position.
What's a ground position? What do you mean by that?
Geographical position of any object where above it is, like the ground position of the sun, like at solar noon on the equator equinox, or at the ground position of Polaris, where you're standing directly underneath the object. The object in the sky is 90 degrees above your head at your zenith. So this is the ground position of Polaris, the North Pole. When you're making observations, you're standing on the Earth, measuring an angle up to it. For example, if you were to move southwards away from being underneath the North Pole, but measuring an angle up to it by still facing it, that angle will be taken off a horizontal plane, and the angle of the deviation from the horizontal plane, from the imaginary line between you and the thing you're observing, Polaris in this instance. This gives you your latitude coordinate. If I measure 45 degrees elevation of Polaris above the horizon, 45 degrees is my latitude. It's an angle measurement on a horizontal plane. Both you making the measurement and the ground position of the object must exist on the same horizontal plane. They must exist on the Earth.
No, that doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. It's an angle measurement. You want to know the ground position between you and it. It's a horizontal line distance.
For a coordinate system, I don't think you need to know the ground position. You just need to know the heading.
The coordinate system is based on an elevation angle to something in the sky.
No. What I'm saying is you actually don't need to know the elevation angle. You only need to know the heading.
Yes, you do. Your heading, that's your azimuth, north, south, east, or west.
No.
360-degree protracted circle around you, the observer. A horizontal azimuthal angle. An angle, again. Both you and the object in question, the ground position of the star, or say a lighthouse or mountain where it meets the surface of the Earth, Yeah, horizontal line distance. You want to figure out your distance between you and it. You want to navigate. You want to know how far away from you it is, whether that's the ground position of a terrestrial or celestial object. You want to draw a circle of equal altitude or a straight line bearing through that point where it meets the surface of the Earth.
Question for you. If you did ignore the elevation angle and only concerned yourself with the cardinal direction, do you believe that they meet at a central point? Like all headings would meet towards a central point?
Yeah, if there was just one.
Do you believe there is just one?
No, there's two. You have two celestial rotations in the sky.
I see. If you're only considering the northern one, obviously that okay.
So if your bias is towards the northern one or a southern one, and then what you do after the minimum elevation angle towards either object.
But you're right. I don't know how to do a bipolar coordinate system on a flat Earth. I don't see how that can ever work.
Why? Got two rotations.
I can't imagine it.
Two rotations above the surface of the Earth, and they rotate in counter and clockwise manner. And
the only way that I can imagine it is the way that it's presented on the globe, which would be that things would be wonky, right? Like you would have the southernmost latitude be all places around a certain radius.
No.
I don't know how you have two to describe a flat.
Two rotation points in the sky. Yeah, that's what it is. One, we've just discovered, well, we've known for a very, very long time, but was confirmed by a 24-hour rotation of the sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, I feel like we're talking past each other. Maybe your point is that you cannot use celestial observations as a ground coordinate system. Is that what you're saying?
No, we do.
Oh,
but we measure them in angles, and that angle is taken from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is the Earth, mean sea level.
That's what I mean. That last part I would just reject. It's not taken from the surface of the Earth. It's taken from a horizontal plane, but there's no requirement that it be the surface of the entire Earth is on the same horizontal plane. There's no reason to.
There is, because we're measuring.
That it needs to be the same.
We want to know the distance to the ground position of the object that exists on the same horizontal plane as the observer.
Mm-hmm.
So we measure an angle.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And how does that follow?
We want to know a distance to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the curve?
How does that follow? How does it follow that it needs to be on the same horizontal plane?
Because it's an angle
one to the other.
Because it's an angle.
No, how do you get? Sure, but how do you get from
you to a ground position of an object and your angle deviation between the thing that you're standing on and the other thing that's got a ground position? You exist on the same horizontal plane because you're measuring an angle up to that thing. Both you, the observer, making the angle measurement, and the thing in question, its ground position, must exist on the same horizontal plane.
That's an assertion. I'm asking you to justify that assertion.
It's the basis of celestial navigation. It's the basis for cartography. Angle measurements from the surface of the Earth up to things like mountains, lighthouses for navigation when doing things like running thick seas down coastlines, celestial navigation to angles, things in the sky. We're interested in the distance between the objects and us.
I mean, let's imagine for a second. Maybe this will kind of get you to understand. Imagine for a second an alternate universe where the Earth is round, right? I know it's a crazy idea. Imagine you're on the North Pole looking up at Polaris, and you move down south. Is it impossible to have any idea of your position based on your measurement of the position of Polaris?
You won't be measuring an angle if your baseline is curved.
You measure based on a tangent to the surface of the Earth. Like, remember, we're in a world where gravity exists, and you can measure.
Where do we measure to? Where does our tangent go from?
From the surface of the Earth.
From the surface of the Earth. So, from where you stand, a plane diverging from a sphere, from where you stand, a tangent plane from where you stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you don't have both objects, you and the ground position of the star in question, on the same horizontal plane. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course not.
So it's deviated from that horizontal plane.
Sure. But that doesn't really. What I'm saying is that doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to measure an angle to it because it's below a horizontal plane. It's now another curved line.
What? Okay, so I don't know if you're just imagine this scenario. Are you saying in this scenario it's impossible to judge your position based on your measurement of the position of Polaris? That's all. That's my only question. I don't care about how you do it. Just that's the only question.
I mean, yeah, but you'd have to know things like the size of the radius of the thing that you're on. If you're saying it's curved, you'd have to know that.
Sure.
On tangents, there's a curved surface apparently. Not that you're measuring it. You were just saying in an imaginary universe. Yeah, possibly, but that's not what we do here on the Earth. It's not the practical application of the method that we use. We measure angles from the surface of the Earth to things above that horizontal.
Sure, but how is that? Where's the difference there?
What do you mean where's the difference? You can't have an angle off a curve or a tangent to a presupposed ball driving off to an imaginary land. Something that we don't measure when we utilise this method.
Say that again. Why can't we have that?
Can't measure an angle from a curved line. You have to draw a tangent to a presupposed size of a ball that you think doesn't matter. What we actually
do
measure angles off of a horizontal.
You do that,
yeah. But
I just don't see the problem with that.
Because you're always going to be measuring off of a horizontal plane. You just invoked a tangent, not the surface of the Earth, apart from where you stand. So both you and the object aren't on the surface of the Earth when you measure to it. It's on a tangent plane, according to you.
I mean, what we're talking about two different things. I mean, the issue with what you're saying is if this were true, you would be able to measure the exact height of the stars just by walking around and seeing what their angle is from where you're standing.
Difference between terrestrial objects and celestial objects. No matter the altitude that you're going, your angle's not going to change to the celestial object. But we do know its ground position.
I mean, you can. I mean, I guess that's a different can of worms. But
we're interested in its ground position.
But I don't think you've. I mean, I don't think you've shown the problem.
What we're interested in, right? That's what we draw on our charts. A circle of equal altitude or a bearing line straight through our position to it. That's what we do because we're interested in its ground position. So the coordinate system's measured. You're invoking things that we don't actually measure, we don't actually utilise. What we do is measure angles.
Well, just remember, you're making the claim that it's impossible to do this over a curve. I mean, you're the one. We're not invoking. I mean, we could say we're not invoking a curve or anything about the shape of the Earth.
You haven't given me the curvature yet. You've just invoked a tangent for some reason.
Well, that would be the interpretation. I mean, that would be what we. That would be how it's interpreted. But I mean,
that's what we do. Yeah.
But that's not necessarily. I mean, you could still do it without necessarily knowing that's what's going on.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have to invoke this idea in order. The point is, you don't need. You're claiming that this is impossible on anything but a flat plane, and that's just not true.
I'm claiming that this is what we measure from a flat plane. You're the one that's invoking spheres, and I'm saying that's not what we do.
No. I'm not invoking anything. I'm saying it's possible.
It could be done.
I'm saying it's not only possible on a flat plane. That's all I'm saying.
I'll let you talk a lot. And you're no doubt going to ask me to repeat myself because you haven't heard what I've said. But yeah, I know what we do. I know where the navigation system comes from. I know where the coordinate system comes from, longitude and latitude. I know where your ball comes from. But it all comes from a horizontal plane reference angle. It's always measured from a horizontal.
Sure.
Your curve comes later.
None of that matters. That doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it does. We measure it. It's horizontal.
We measure it from a horizontal, but how that horizontal correlates with the shape of the Earth, there's no assumption about that.
Horizontal's not curved.
You don't need to make any assumptions about
curved. It's horizontal curved.
No,
of course not. So
no, but the horizontal is not necessarily the shape of the Earth.
Why? We use mean sea level as a horizontal reference datum. It's where we get altitude, elevation, and depth from, and angles, like 45 degrees above the horizon, for example, when we're measuring our latitude to Polaris, 45 degrees, right? All utilises a horizontal plane. No curvature involved here.
Sure, but there's no flatness involved either. You don't.
It is.
There's no.
It is.
You don't need to make any assumptions about the
distance
of the Earth.
The straight line distance between you and the ground position, ground on the surface to ground, because we're referencing the Earth. This is why we do things like height of eye corrections when using sextants to take us down to a mean sea level reading, 0. So both you, the observer, and the ground position are on the ground that you're referencing because you're measuring a distance along the ground.
Sure.
Which
but it doesn't say anything about the shape of the ground.
We're navigating from one point to another, right? We want to know our distances.
Right.
Yeah. Straight line distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've clearly finished, unless you want me to repeat myself. It has everything to do with the surface of the Earth.
No, I don't think you've shown that.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? We're navigating across it.
Yeah, we're navigating across the surface of the Earth, but there's nothing about this whole system that says anything about the shape of the Earth.
No, this whole system is measuring angles, 2 straight lines. This whole system is mentioning nothing about curvature, because you can't measure angles if one of your lines is curved. It's all measured angles from a horizontal plane.
I never said any of our lines were curved.
It's elevation, dude. What are you talking about?
What does elevation have to do with this? I never said anything about elevation.
Of an angle of a star.
Yeah.
When you measure it, it's elevation.
Yeah, it's going to be over a horizontal. Yeah. There's no requirement. There's absolutely no requirement that horizontal be the same shape as the surface of the Earth. In fact, it's not. I mean, you say that the Earth isn't even flat. It's topological. How does that work? How can you navigate if the Earth is topological?
Yeah, that's all elevation and depth taken from mean sea level. What are you talking about? We say it's topological. Yeah, elevation and depth from mean sea level. Mean sea level being the horizontal reference datum. Not my fault that you don't understand.
Right. But
trying to divert away from you clearly don't understand either.
There's no requirement that this horizontal match the surface of the Earth. That you haven't shown that.
We're mapping the surface of the Earth. We're navigating across the surface of the Earth.
Yes.
This is the direct. This is what we do.
Yes.
We measure angles from the surface of the Earth.
So how do you get from that to the horizontal is the same shape as the Earth?
It's not a shape, it's a surface description, an orientation kind of horizontal. Not making a claim to shape. It's a surface description.
Sure.
What do you mean, sure? You understand, right? Or are you just being facetious?
I mean, if you don't want to use the word shape, that's fine. I mean, that's a little bit nitpicky, but
about shape.
That's fine. My point remains the same.
What? that when we're navigating across the surface of the Earth isn't important?
I'm saying we don't need to. This process of measuring our position based on the stars doesn't need to make any assumptions about the shape of the Earth. There isn't.
It's a measurement of the surface of the Earth. What are you talking about?
A measurement. What is it measuring?
It's the distance between you and the ground position of an object in miles or kilometers. Yes.
It's not measuring.
Yes, it is.
It's not measuring whether it's flat or curved.
Yes, it's horizontal and it's a straight line distance. What are you talking about?
No.
No.
No, it's not saying anything about that.
Yes, it is. What's the straightest line? Straight line or a curved line?
What was that?
What's the shortest line? Straight line or a curved line? Meeting at the same points. Which one's shortest?
I mean,
are they different? Are they different? Are they?
It's going to be a straight line. But I mean, if you're over a spherical coordinate,
going to be different distances, aren't they? Yes. So it's very important if the surface is horizontal or it's curved. If we want to navigate this horizontal or curved surface, the process that we use.
I don't know.
Oh no!
I feel like this is. Yeah. This is. I mean, I don't know if this is a failure of imagination or bad faith, because you have to be able to imagine in a world where the Earth is
you go
round.
out there and check reality. This is where you keep breaking down.
You're not understanding,
because we're not imagining. We are measuring reality.
You're making a claim about what's possible on a globe. So you have to be able to imagine what's possible on a globe.
We go outside.
You're making a claim.
You shoot a line to the celestial. That's it. It creates an angle. Ta-da!
Sure.
Done.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's you that's got this idea in your head that it's a ball underneath it, not us.
Hold on. I never said anything about that.
That's what you keep imagining.
Not you specifically, but Jedi claim.
Imagine.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to have an aversion to that word. Jedi was making a claim about what's possible on a globe, and I was saying,
why would Jedi make a claim about what's possible on something he doesn't believe in? I find this interesting.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he made that claim. I was just responding to it.
That the surface description is flat?
No, he didn't. That's
interesting, dude. That's definitely like you haven't listened.
The claim was that celestial navigation is impossible on a globe. That's the claim I was responding to.
No, we were talking about
if you want to give up, if you want to say...
We're making maps around celestial rotation points. I was telling you what we're going to do is we're going to measure angles up to them. That's physically actually what we're going to do. The ball supposition comes after the physical measurement of the surface of the Earth when we're making maps.
So, just to clarify, are you or are you not claiming that celestial navigation would be impossible on a globe?
You're going to need a flat plane to do celestial navigation if you invoke a celestial sphere model. But you're still going to make a measurement from the horizontal. So you're still going to make a measurement from a horizontal plane. But like I'm trying to been pointing out to you, that supposition comes after you make a angle measurement. You're saying that angle measurement isn't on mean sea level, that we don't utilise the surface of the Earth. I pointed out that both you, the observer, and the ground position of the target in question must be on the same horizontal plane because we're navigating to them in a straight line distance. The curve comes after it. There's no measurement of curvature.
Sure, but are you saying from all that celestial navigation is impossible on a globe?
Impossible? No, you can use a celestial sphere model, which is a globe. But you'll make the measurements from a horizontal plane.
Yes. So there's no problem with celestial navigation on the globe. That's the first thing I want to do.
On a globe, you can use this celestial sphere as a navigational tool because it's not necessarily the surface of the Earth. It's the curvature in the sky that you get your circumference from. The arc of perspective between 0 and 180 degrees, where 90 degrees is directly above your head, where the star in question is at your zenith.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I was saying you don't need to make assumptions about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's not the surface of the Earth. That's the celestial sphere.
Yeah, I understand that. What I was saying was you don't need to make assumptions about the surface of the Earth in order to use celestial navigation. That's all I was saying. Do you agree with that?
You can use. I've agreed to you 2 times. Yes, you can use a celestial sphere. All measurements will be taken from a tangential plane. I'm just pointing out where we don't actually do that. There's no measurement of curvature involved because we're always taking angles from planes. The curvature calculation's in the sky, not on the floor. But anyway, I digress.
Sure. So then the issue would be looking at the stars and looking at the fact that on a flat plane, they seem to be, there's no, we can't imagine, we can't say that the stars are revolving around us in a similar way that they're revolving around us, that we can say they're revolving around us if we're on a globe. So,
how do you mean?
What was that?
How do you mean?
What I mean is, on a globe, if you're in a particular position, stars will rotate from one horizon, one side of the horizon to the other, and that is interpreted as once they go over the horizon, they're actually on the other side of the Earth. You can't imagine that on a flat plane that the stars are kind of underneath the Earth in some way.
You guys are dumb.
Who said the stars were underneath the Earth?
Well, so the issue, once you get, well, the first thing there would be, it's often claimed by flat earthers that they don't make any claims about the sky, but claims about the surface of the Earth necessarily entail claims about the sky.
Observe in the sky.
What was that?
What do we observe in the sky?
We observe all kinds of things.
Okay.
Stars, sun, moon, planets, and so on.
Okay. What do we notice about that movement?
What was that?
What do we notice about that movement?
We notice that. We notice lots of things.
Specifically, to the rotational poles that you think that we can't imagine, or is impossible to imagine on a horizontal plane, where you've got 2 rotational poles up in the sky that appear to be going clockwise and anti-clockwise. Okay, like cogs in the sky.
It's not impossible. I mean, just like it's not impossible to imagine, like, that if we see too far on the Earth, that it's because of refraction. That seems like a crazy idea because you say that we haven't observed any kind of, or any refraction that's of that kind where you can see over some kind of obstruction. But when we look at the stars and they're moving in these weird ways, we haven't observed any mechanism in which this can happen.
We just observe the phenomena in the sky, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we observe objects in the north and objects in the south, kind of converging like cogwheels, going clockwise and anti-clockwise from each other, coming from the east and going to the west. and then rotating around in those directions, right? Like opposite corkscrews. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. They're not like opposite.
They're not opposite.
I mean,
depends on which.
I'm not sure. It depends on what you mean by that.
Depends what reference frame that you're talking about, doesn't it?
Sure.
If they're coming from the east and going to the west, or going clockwise and anti-clockwise, depending on where you're observing these things to happen from.
Not necessarily. I mean,
yeah,
not really. No.
If you're going to describe the directions that they're going, they're going to be more or less reference to you, the observer making the observations. The stars appear to be coming from the east and going to the west, for one example. But when I face north, there's a rotation that is going counterclockwise. When I face south, there's a rotation that's going clockwise. But that's still going east to west. Yeah. So it's going to be dependent on where you're observing this as well. Whether you're inside or outside one of these cycles of rotation. Or between the two.
But they're...
Like on the equator.
I guess that the issue is we see the stars going under the horizon. We see the sun going under the horizon.
What's the horizon?
The horizon is where the Earth meets the sky in our vision.
Okay. Now, is the reason why we can't see the sun or the stars because the curvature of the Earth is in the way?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that horizon must be at its geometric, mathematical, calculated distance. If we know the radius of the sphere we are standing on, then the calculation between our eyes to where that tangent meets the surface at distance is 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. 1 foot observer. No. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Nobody would say that. Except the flat earth.
It's the premise for Earth curve calculators. The distance to the horizon and the prediction of when we should and shouldn't see things. Like your prediction. The sun, we can't see it because the curve of the Earth is in the way. That's just a tangent from the height of eye above that curved surface to where it intersects that surface at distance. Tangent. We're talking about them earlier.
I mean,
just geometry, dude. You can Google Earth curve calculator if you want, and you can find that calculation within there, based on the radius of the Earth, the height of the eye of the observer, and the hidden height of objects beyond that curvature that is causing physical obstruction.
Yeah, well, that doesn't take into account refraction.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we both.
So we don't measure that. Then the reason it is going to be.
But you're kind of.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily trying to. I was talking about the how this doesn't make sense on a flat plane. We can talk about
on the flat plane. Okay.
So if they go if the sun goes over the horizon, where's it going?
Going away from you, the observer. The horizon being the limit of your observation of the horizontal surface. The sun has gone downward because of perspective, because it's with your above your eye line. It's the basis for a celestial sphere model, based on the observer and the protracted view of that observer.
So if this were the case.
Okay.
So if this were the case, then the angular size of the sun would shrink, and the sun would not, rather than moving over the horizon, it would get smaller and smaller and closer to the horizon until it disappeared. But that's not what we observe. So this is an inadequate explanation.
Sorry, we observe lots of things with the sun. It's not only your cherry-picked example. Many things happen with the sun. Sometimes the sun does reduce in angular size. You can measure this with solar filters.
That's not true.
It's also going to depend on the clarity of the atmosphere. High altitudes and crisp, undensed conditions, for example.
Sure.
Right, the sun will do lots of different things.
But its angular size will remain relatively the same.
No, I just pointed out that when you measure it with a solar filter, you can measure an angular size change.
Can you give me a citation for that?
I'll see if I can dig one out for you. But anyway, you're making the claim that it doesn't. Then where's your citation?
Yes. I can find one.
Yeah, exactly. So we're making lots of observations of the sun. We just have to understand, first of all, that the reason why it appears to go downwards is because it's based on you, the observer, and things above your eye line going downwards towards the horizon. Like things ramping up below your eye line, like looking down a corridor. You get this example, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the horizon's the limit of vision of that horizontal surface recorded as the water from the observer. You can't see any further than that limit because it's based on your aperture, your eye. For you to increase the optic, binoculars, zoom camera, maybe change the spectrum of light from visible into infrared, the horizon and distance you can see is much, much, much further.
But that's not what we actually observe. You can't zoom into the sun and suddenly be able to see it.
No, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the horizon. The thing that you're claiming is obscuring the sun and trying to explain to you the thing that you don't think is possible. It happened on a flat surface. Trying to get you to understand from what's actually going on what the horizon is. The limitation of view of that horizontal surface based on the observer's aperture and height of eye. If you go higher, you can see further. You increase the angle across the surface, the horizon moves further away. It's not the curvature of the Earth. It's based upon your limited vision or the limit of vision of any optic when looking across a surface. You're asking why the sun in the sky has disappeared beyond the horizon. That's because, one, it appears to sink downwards towards the horizon because of your perspective. 2, atmospheric effects are at the horizon. And 3, the horizon already being an angle that you can't resolve. The sun is setting into that angle that you can't resolve, so you can't resolve it.
Well, if this were true,
we should be zoom in and make the sun rise again. Yeah, we do that.
Yeah, we should be able to. And we should be able to look at the sun and it shouldn't disappear bottom up. That's another thing. And its angular size should shrink.
I mean, bottom up. It's setting on the horizon. It's setting on the horizon. That's the bottom. What do you mean it shouldn't disappear bottom up? It's descending into that angle that you can't resolve. The horizon. The surface still exists beyond the horizon, but your aperture, your eye, can't resolve it anymore. The angle's too narrow for you to resolve. So the horizon is set.
So the angle being too narrow would mean the angular size of the sun is too small. The angular size of the sun would have to be too small.
No, the angular size of the sun in the sky is setting into that angle.
Oh, I mean, for that to happen, the sun would have to be crashing into the Earth. I'm not seeing.
It's just perspective.
This is not how perspective works. There's no other example you can show me that works like this.
What are you talking about?
Like there's nothing on Earth
angular size of an object depends on the angular size of an object beyond the horizon. Like a mountain. Can't see the bottom of that mountain. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Sure, because things cover it up.
Beyond the horizon.
Not because it's at an angle you can't resolve.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
What's the horizon then?
Earth is not flat and I can prove it.
What's the horizon then?
The horizon is it's where the
horizon is an apparent line you.
Yeah, the horizon where the Earth meets the sky in our field of view
Do we see things in angular size? Do we have an angular resolution limit? Do things get smaller with distance?
Yes.
We were talking about this earlier. Yeah. We measure this in angles, don't we?
Yes.
So the horizon is the limitation of your view based on angles that you can and cannot resolve. This distance you can no longer resolve. The angle is too small.
Sure. Sure, that's fine, but that's not what the sun does.
No, I'm talking about what the horizon is.
Sure, that's fine, but that doesn't have anything to do with what the sun does.
I'm gonna talk to you, fucking hell.
Because if that were the sun, when you're talking about an angle we can't resolve anymore, that's you're talking when something goes so far away from us that we can't resolve it anymore. Its angular size is smaller than we can resolve. That never happens with the sun, not once, ever.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Again, you're talking about sunsets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which part of the sun appears to touch the surface first? Is that the top or the bottom?
At the bottom, I guess, definitionally.
Which bit do you think is going to disappear first? As it keeps going further and further away from you, but its angular size is so big that you can still see it, but it's already descended upon the horizon. What part's going to go missing first?
Okay, well, I have two things to say about that.
Sorry.
There wouldn't be any side that okay, this is what I'll say about it. There wouldn't be any side of it that would disappear first unless
touching the
there was
ground,
something.
the top or the bottom. Use your brain.
Hold on.
Stop sidestepping. Just
let me finish. There wouldn't be. No, my answer is there wouldn't be any.
Answer the question.
Neither side, unless
so you've already
there was
told us
something
the
covering it. Unless there was something. Unless there was an obstruction.
You've already told us the bottom's touching the ground first. So which way is it going to disappear from? Top down, bottom up, left to right, or right to left?
I don't think you're understanding me.
I don't think you want to answer the question. It ain't rocket surgery.
It's not gonna disappear bottom up or top down if the sun is just getting further away from us. Unless there's an obstruction. That's how perspective works.
You just don't want to answer the question.
No, I'm just explaining how perspective works. That's my answer. It's not going to disappear bottom up or top down. That's my answer.
So why won't it disappear bottom up when it's already touching the ground, in your view?
It will, in my view, it will, but my view is not that it's
so as it gets further away, it's already touching the ground, so it's going to get further away, it's going to continue pushing into the ground and appear to disappear bottom up.
That's not my view.
Well, that's what happens.
It can't be, because that's not how
it can't be, but yet every one of you tell us the sun disappears from bottom up. Boats disappear from bottom up.
The sun disappears. I say the sun disappears from the bottom up, but I have a different view. I think the Earth is round. I think that's possible.
And you've never seen curvature. That's awesome. You've got a belief system, not a view.
That's a different subject.
It's a belief system.
We're not talking about the curvature of the Earth. That's what we're talking about is the movement of the sun.
So the sun moves away from you due to angular size, gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it gets further away. As it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and goes into a single focal point, as all things do at long range, because of its size, it will appear to touch the horizon. Yes or no?
If there is an obstruction, yes.
What fucking
only
obstruction?
If there's an obstruction. Well, if there's not an obstruction, then it doesn't happen. It depends on whether there's one or not.
So it doesn't appear to touch a horizon?
I mean, it would shrink into the horizon. I guess if it.
No, you're on mute. 1 second. No, you had it right, bro. The question actually is, what is the horizon? Jedi asked you. He's asking you. What's the obstruction, bro? I want one singular word. What is the obstruction in your view?
He's all yours, mate.
In my view?
One word. What's the obstruction?
We weren't talking about my view.
One word. What's the obstruction?
I never claimed there was an obstruction.
Yeah, you did. If the sun is going off in the distance and it's disappearing from the bottom up, what's the obstruction?
Oh, the Earth.
Right. So what's the horizon? Same thing, right?
Sure. I don't see the point of this.
It's the same thing. Yeah, there's a point. It's the same thing. Because when you're saying things are going beyond the horizon, you're saying, well, that's Earth curve, right?
I'm saying that the Earth is.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking for you to affirm what I'm saying. So the horizon is Earth curve, right?
Are you gonna keep muting?
So the horizon is Earth curve, right? That's what I thought. See, that's the thing, man. You guys let them dick you around about shit that doesn't. That's the appropriate question. It's not. I mean, why are we talking about anything? Okay, obviously you think the horizon is Earth curve, so let's talk about that.
It's the first thing I asked.
I know, but they kind of want to get away from what the only answer is, and then that's why the conversation never gets anywhere. Because he's trying to indirectly say, with a question, it's a question proof. It's like, well, why can't you see forever? Well, why is the sun doing that? It's like, well, I mean,
he's been like that. It doesn't matter what question you ask him, you'll get 6 other questions and 14 different answers, and yeah, you'll take 4 hours to find out what his name is. That's absolutely amazing. I can't believe someone hadn't booted him out already.
Yeah. It's crazy that like you can hear them not answering the question, especially when you are able to just mute them and say, "Damn, that's not what they did." Because it's like, why leave? Why get upset? It's like you want to say all this extra stuff. It's like, no, look, I heard you talking for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like, you're the one insinuating that the sunset is because of the globe. It's like, okay, so we got to unpack that. Is that because the horizon is Earth curve? Well, I'm not talking about curvature. I'm just talking about the sun. Yeah, you can't say that because that doesn't make any sense. In your mind, they're all interlinked. So when you get caught out there, you can't just dick your way backwards. Anyway, continue, y'all. Just rolling up some weed.
Are we live?
We are live.
We are live.
Hey, so Drake, what's happening?
Hey, man, we do it live, man. Fuck it, we do it live. Why y'all quiet? Sitting in here quiet for?
We just fucked someone else out the door.
Oh shit! Oh damn! All right. Well, listen, I'll be tuning in and out a little bit. I got some work. People will probably come and grab me here in a little bit, but figured I'd tap in, throw some headphones in while I do my side work here. What's good, chat? You know what's crazy, bro? I just got to call up my boy Britnet. Man, I feel like we're trying to get along IRL. I feel like we probably get along in real life, but like, dude, this bro is here, and he's here more than me, bro. I'll be logging in, dude's always here, dude. So awesome. Glad to have you, man. I'm glad you like this place, dog, just as much as we do. So shout out to you. All right, who else is here with us? Oh my God, last night was crazy, bro. I forget the people we were talking to last night. Even earlier today, it was crazy. We talked to Kip, and he was like, "Of course it's been measured." And we're like, "Okay, well, where's the measurements?" "Well, here's an Earth curve calculator." We're like, "Well, that's not what we're asking you for, dude." Oh man, Glover's has been taking hella L's lately, dude. Crazy L's. Matrix, what's new? Did I miss anything today?
Nothing really overly exciting.
Exciting.
All I'm looking forward to is tomorrow, our longest day, so I can get a clean run of doing some more light measurements. So yeah.
Is today the solstice?
21st today for us, so I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. So the days are going to start to get longer now? Hold on. What's
for you? Yes.
Okay, so they're getting longer for me?
Yep.
Bet. The days have been short, bro.
The sun's
kinda like. Sorry, I'm rumpusing my bad.
No, you're all right. The sun's fucking off again. It's coming back to us.
Okay.
With a couple of hot days we've had, I wish it would fuck off.
Oh, really? Has it been hot? I guess it's is your summer there?
Are we in the summer yet? Yes, we are in the summer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my first West Coast winter. It's very, very interesting. I am not hating, bro. It's nice. I was at the beach like 2 days ago, bro. Shit was lit. It's like mid-December.
Your neck out of shit walking down the beach.
What do you mean?
Oh, man. You look like one of those... You know when you go to the circus and in the sideshow, they got those little clowns that turn their head left and right and you put the ball in their mouth? That'd be you at the beach.
Why? What'd I do, Matrix?
Walking along, checking everything out with your mouth open.
Oh, man. No, man. I'm the attraction at the beach, Art. I'm that dude.
It's too windy then.
Oh, man. Bro, man. Don't make me throw you on the Don't make me throw you on the Barbie, man. Don't make me cook you, man. I'll cook you, bro. I'm chuck a prawn on the Barbie.
But just
it was great.
Today, 93 degrees today.
Wow.
Yep.
Holy, that's hot.
And it gets hotter. Yeah, next month, another month it'll be worse. So.
Damn.
Yes, indeed. Good fun. So now I'm all prepped up. Got myself some new batteries for me light meter. Got me spreadsheet. Got me compass ready. It's all happening.
There we go.
Sounds exciting. Some people are just going, "What the fuck?"
We got people piling in. Dan Fessler is in here. We got Hal 9000. We got Lulu here.
Broken ass computer, isn't it?
Oh shit! What is that from a movie or something?
Oh, you don't know?
Nah, man, I'm so bad with movies, bro. For real.
All right, Google it. HAL 9000.
All right.
Movie it's from, and you go.
Let's see. Oh, my God.
Kids these days.
Oh, Star Wars? Wait.
What?
Hold on. A fictional AI character. Odyssey series?
Yeah.
Oh, A Space Odyssey. Wow. Okay.
The Earth is not flat.
Oh, wait. Let me take this. Who said that?
Man, it's a stupid ass channel. This
Maxim.
Maxim. Can I just ask him a question, guys?
Yeah, bro. He's all yours.
What? So when you say flat, what do you mean?
Like what the Quran says, flat as a carpet.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know.
Gross.
That's what most flat earthers say.
Most flat earthers say. Could you put this flat earth in the chat? Like, can we take a look at it so I can see what it is you're saying it's not?
I'll show you.
Yeah, let's take a look.
There you go.
Because I went to ChatGPT. Hold on one second, guys. One second.
No, I just sent it a side chat. That's not what it looks like, dude. Hey, bro. What is this channel about? Are you guys trolling? Like, you guys actually believe the Earth is flat?
No one believes the Earth is flat, dude.
Nobody? Oh, okay.
We know the Earth is flat.
Bro.
Incoming low-hanging fruit.
Dude, this gotta be the weirdest art, dude. How can you prove to me that the Earth is flat?
Measuring it.
Measuring it? How do you measure the Earth being flat?
Well, you understand that water's a horizontal reference datum, right? Water. You understand that 73% of the surface of the Earth, we're told, is water, right? Oceans and seas, lakes, bodies of water.
Yeah, the Earth is covered a lot by fucking water, yeah.
Water is observed and measured and used as a horizontal reference datum.
Does that kind of debunk the Earth being flat?
No,
because one of the force of gravity pull objects towards the center.
Yeah, but then the water would be curved and we wouldn't use it as a horizontal reference datum.
Right, all right. Even if we give you gravity, bro, why is it making the water flat?
Because of the constant force. That's
You're supposed to say not because. You're not supposed to, like, flat water is an L for the globe. So if you're going to claim gravity does things to the water, well, if it is doing anything, it's making the water flat, which is an L for you guys. So you should say, well, it's not flat, it's something else, but it is flat though, isn't it?
What? No, it's because of the gravity.
No. So why is gravity making it flat then?
The gravity.
But why is it flat? I'll give you the gravity, but it's flat though.
Yeah, it maintains.
That's not good. That's not good for you. That doesn't work for the globe, dude. Because you've seen pictures from space, right?
No.
What does the water look like?
No.
Is the water is curving, dude.
You're assuming so many things. There's so many.
I'm not assuming shit. You said, yeah, gravity does make it flat. Blah 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 blah.
Because of water cycle, ocean currents, wind patterns.
Yeah, but the water is.
Do you understand what mean sea level is?
Gravity probably is the biggest argument to prove how Earth is not flat.
Do you understand
really?
Yeah. You know why it's a good argument? Because look at how you're attacking the position. You're literally.
No. We brought up the water, and you're like, yeah, but gravity, though. Even if we give you gravity, the water is flat, dude.
Dude, what is this guy proving in side chat? Like, what is it, bro? This does not prove anything, buddy. Like, I'm sorry.
He's not offering proof. Like,
you know, yeah, you do realize that water is. You do realize that water from oceans and lakes evaporate.
Have waves.
Atmosphere?
That's nothing to do with curvature, dude.
Yeah, no,
like
gravity calls it to fall back to the Earth's surface.
Dude, we're talking about the surface of the water being either curved or not. Evaporation doesn't have anything to do with that. Focus, please.
Yeah, gravity causes it.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the point.
Gravity is literally responsible for pulling condensed water.
Cool, but it's making the water flat, even if we give you gravity. So that's an L for the globe. Period.
Oh my gosh. Like, you're just going to repeat
How do you not get this? How do you not understand? Pictures from space show curved water. If you're saying, yeah, it's flat, but gravity, da-da-da-da-da. Well, it can't be both. It can't be curved and not curved at the same time, dude. You have to pick one. If you're going to say gravity curves the water, that's fine. And we'd have to be able to go to the water and find this curved surface, but it's not there. So you got to make up your mind. Either the water is flat or not. Gravity, you can have your gravity, but it's about the surface of the water.
I think you just don't understand a gravity. I just think you don't understand how the gravity
of water. Do you understand the water can either be curved or not?
The flat appearances. Yeah, the flat appearances or over short distances. You know that, right?
No.
No, it's all distances.
Sorry.
Yes, like on a large scale, water's still level in the sense of
still level.
Yeah, it's still level. Yeah, it's still level. It still seeks the lowest point due to gravity, which is, by the way, the essence of what I'm talking about. Gravity is the main reason why the Earth is now flat. It debunks everything about it.
But the water is flat, dummy. How do you not understand this?
It's not totally.
Distances. What are you talking about? It's over all distances.
All of them.
Satellite images literally prove you wrong.
What are you talking about, dude?
Satellite, yeah, because short distances it looks flat, but if you look at it at a longer distance, like there's satellites, for example, it debunks you. Or airplane flight paths, or the horizon, like all these curvatures.
You're gonna have to stop talking. You're making a lot of claims, and each one, I promise you, is going to lead to a flat Earth.
Bro.
What? You just bought up airplanes.
I never.
It's a good one. It's going to prove a flat Earth.
Why did you keep study this for hours? Right. I studied this less than 5 minutes, and you're already looking bad.
Really? What did you study?
Everything.
What did you study? Everything.
Yeah, my 5th grade.
For example, pitch data from an aircraft.
You think it's fake?
Do I think it's fake? No, I'm asking you if you studied a particular piece of information.
Yeah, you do realize that the circle route. You do realize that the circle routes are based on Earth's
question. Why are you trying to divert? I'm asking you. You said that you've looked into everything. Have you looked into things like the pitch data from an aircraft? You need to answer that question. Now go off and ask a question of your own.
The fucking what? Pitch data of aircraft?
Yeah.
The pitch data of an aircraft.
Yeah, you said you looked into it.
Are you talking about the angle?
Yeah, angles, yeah.
Oh, you're basically saying how the pitch affects the aircraft?
You're going to have to negotiate curvature, right?
Okay. So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that... What are you trying to say?
It's an actual rotation around a ball. It's going to change pitch.
Yeah.
Nah. So you studied it. Of course not, because you haven't studied it. So what else have you not studied?
Bro.
I don't even know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I believe him.
Studied everything.
I don't know what you're trying to say with the pitch date. The pitch date of the aircraft. What is this guy talking about?
MCB.
Yeah, he's slow, dude. He's kind of slow. At least that's a little high level.
38 minutes past the hour, Maxim, in text chat. You will see a white box with lines on it, and inside that a blue box. Those lines represent aircraft data, or data, however you choose to say it.
Oh, dude, this is so funny.
Speed, plane's elevation, plane's pitch.
Yeah, dude, if the Earth was flat, there would be an unchanging pitch angle on the level of the aircraft, which, by the way, changes. I don't say that. Your argument says that.
Shut up and stop talking. I want you to listen very carefully. If you look in that highlighted blue section where the orange line goes across, that's pitch data. 2 hours of
they literally
and level as you requested.
But is it consistent? Is it constant? No, it's not.
What do you mean consistent? It's flat. It's a straight line. It's consistently 3 degrees above horizontal.
No, when the aircraft flies...
Don't say no. The data's in front of you.
When the aircraft flies, okay, what actually happens in reality is the pitch, the nose, goes up and goes down. It maintains a constant altitude.
You didn't even know what pitch what meant 2 seconds ago.
That graph that's there.
Oh, I did. I just didn't understand why he brought it up.
Is doing.
Now you're an expert on it.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't work because if the Earth was hypothetically flat,
nothing would change. Bro. It's just the same Earth it's always been.
It would be unchanging, and it's not unchanging. That's the whole point why your argument falls apart.
Come on.
So
it takes 3 seconds, dude.
A flat, straight level pitch data means flying around the ball. That's what you're saying.
There's no such thing as an unpitched data of an aircraft. What are you talking
There's no
about?
such thing as what? You broke up, sorry.
There's constant adjustments in pitch, dude.
Yeah,
Show it.
Have a look at that image.
Show it. In the data that shows the pitch, show the correction you've just claimed.
What the fuck is this
Pitch,
image?
please. Man.
Yeah, I'll literally just give you like a 14-year-old website explaining to you how pitch control works.
Don't need explanation, bro.
You know how pitch control works.
Yeah.
Look at the correction.
Dude, you're literally out of your mind, dude.
No. You said aircraft. You said aircrafts. We've got the data. You said We're asking, why are you talking? Are you scared?
It's a curved path because the Earth is fucking curved, idiot.
Excellent. I'm glad that you've tried to prove again what you think you live on. If that is the case, the pitch data would show the plane pitching down to go around your ball.
It goes
forward.
First of all, it goes down or up.
No. A plane flies 3 degrees above horizontal. Most planes do that.
Yeah, but
in order to fly around a ball, it must pitch below horizontal. It doesn't do that there.
I don't even know what your argument is, but again.
Yeah, I believe
you don't want to listen.
My God. I don't even you studied this.
It's not curved on the ocean, so.
Okay, we'll go to kindergarten level. I'll bring another picture up for you so you can have a laugh. Here's picture number 1. And up. Here's picture number 2. And up. Right. So, at 43 past the hour, you can see the first picture there with the 2 planes. One on the top of the ball pointing to the left, one at the side of the ball pointing to the left. If your plane on a ball doesn't show below horizontal pitch data,
there's no horizontal
plane would look like.
Dude, there's no horizontal pitch adjustment. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? There's no horizontal pitch adjustment.
Yeah. Okay, let's use common sense here. You talk about kindergarten.
What do you mean there's no horizontal pitch adjustment?
When an aircraft
up and down.
Dude, calm down. When an aircraft adjusts its nose position, it vertically keeps up and down consistently as it flies along the Earth's curved surface. The Earth is curved because the Earth is curved.
Data that you just missing. That's what that data tracks.
The ocean's
not. That data tells
because the Earth is curved. That's why
oceans
it's up and down.
The oceans aren't that.
Dude, look at your own data. Dude, your own fucking data proves. Your own data literally proves that it's on a curved surface.
The oceans aren't curved.
He doesn't want to accept it. So where does it show your plane pitching below horizontal in order to fly around the ball over a 2-hour period?
You don't understand how
that plane was doing 500 miles an hour.
Bro, you didn't even know what that meant 2 seconds ago, bro. You're not an expert, guys.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but I understand his question.
I don't know much about it, but I'm now an expert.
No, well, I'm sorry. I don't study this all day.
It's called Insta expert syndrome. When 2 seconds ago you didn't know what you were talking about. Now you're like, well, technically, like, man, be quiet, bro.
I did.
You can't even figure out the oceans are not curved. Just go back to the drawing board.
Well, that's a retarded argument.
Not really. It can either be. You didn't debunk anything because we asked you to show us.
In the beginning of the conversation,
we're not asking you about a period. We don't care about how it looks. We're talking about how it measures, dude. Any smart globetard will say, yeah, it looks flat. Well, that's a W. We're talking about how it measures that way. If the water, first of all, physics of water doesn't do the whole water hill thing. It doesn't form into these mounds, hills, sagitta, whatever you want to call it, for boats to go over. So water just doesn't do that, period.
Yeah, but
any body of water, whether that's a swimming pool, whether that's a pond, a lake, an ocean, etc., it all behaves the exact same. It's not curved, period. And then you brought up satellites, pictures from space, which show curved water, which doesn't match reality, where it's not curved. So just take the L, bro. Just hold the L, dude.
So satellites and science is wrong. So.
And science is, you don't know what science is, bro.
The curvature of the horizon literally proves the Earth.
The horizon.
Yeah, it does. If the Earth was flat, then the horizon would appear perfectly.
That's not true.
Regardless,
okay, let me just help you out. I'm going to step away for just a second. I'm just going to help you out for a second because you guys always do this incorrectly. I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to pass the sticks. If the Earth was flat, nothing would change. The only thing that would change is you, my friend. Right? The Earth is the way it is. Let's just get that clear. The Earth is currently the way it is, and it's always been and always will be. That will never change. Okay? Flat Earthers are just simply pointing at the Earth as it is and saying this is the flat Earth. So when you come in here and say, well, no, guys, if it was flat, it would be all these things that I just made up in my head. Right?
Yeah, okay, how about this?
It's
okay,
let's flat. Hold on. I'm going to step away for a second. It's just flat the way it is. So nothing would change. So if you start your sentence with, well, if it was flat, blah, 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 you're just wrong. All right, I'll be back.
Oh, nice argument. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean,
dude, it's not even that. We can literally use our naked eye to prove how it's not flat. Like for example, if the Earth was flat and if there was a ship on the ocean,
nothing would change. I just told you. I'm going to mute you.
The entire ship would get gradually.
I'm going to mute you until you understand the point. If the Earth is flat, but you should never start your sentence with that because you don't know. First of all, you don't know what that means. And second of all, if the Earth is flat, it's just the way it is, my friend. The way it's always been and always will be. That will never change. The Earth doesn't change and morph and shift into something else if it's flat. The only thing that changes would be you. If I waved a magic wand over your head, I made you a flat Earther tonight. You wouldn't wake up and see boats differently and see across the Earth and I'll see all this different stuff. It's exactly the same Earth you've always have seen and the same Earth that we see as flat Earthers. I'll be back.
Check it, CB, in text chat. I won the debate. You couldn't win a chook raffle, mate.
Won the debate. Let's go.
How do you work out you won a debate?
How do you feel that elementary school science debunks your tinfoil hat theory?
What tinfoil hat theory, mate? I go outside, I observe no curvature, I feel no spin.
No, that's wrong.
Instantly, hey, you don't just start fucking talking over someone, that's rude. Why would I instantly start assuming that it's anything other than what my God-given senses tell me?
Mate, listen, I was using my God-given senses with my naked eye.
So
Argument.
you've seen curvature.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're a rude little prick and I'm giving you a taste of what it's like. So you've seen curvature.
I know how it tastes like. Now let me continue talking. I apologize if I interrupt
So
you.
you've seen curvature. Where have you seen said curvature?
So listen, I'm not done talking, dude.
We can play it the old-fashioned way. Where have you seen this curvature? You know, using your God-given senses, one of them being sight. Where have you seen it?
All right. Yeah, again, the ship argument.
The ship argument.
Yeah, I sent it in a side chat. I already typed it because you fucking muted me.
The ship argument. Well,
yeah,
I've got a ship argument for you. Daz68 at 50 minutes past the hour has posted up a image of 2 oil rigs.
The fuck is this shit?
What the fuck is this shit? This is you getting sunk, ship inclusive.
I don't know what you're talking about, but anyways, if you look at the I could just say it actually because there's no point. I'm just telling you to read something that you're not gonna read. You're always yapping about the naked eye and using common senses. First of all, your literal friend.
Okay, personally, I don't give a fuck. Just answer the question. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D? We'll make it easy for you because you don't sound intelligent.
Are you a flat earther?
This guy is just. I think he just lost the debate.
We never had a debate. You don't realise that. You're too stupid.
I was just asking whether or not you're flat earth or not. I just got here. I don't even know what the debate's about.
Boondog. Mm-hmm. We weren't talking to you, mate. I was talking to Maxim.
I know. That's why that's why I'm trying to get filled in on the conversation.
Yeah, that's all right. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Oh, it's a
Maxim's
show.
Going to answer a question for us.
It's not a discussion. It's a show. Okay, I got it.
It is with this one. Maxim, A, B, C, or D? Where is the horizon?
Are you done?
He's not answering.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting until he stops chimping out.
I'm just waiting for you to answer the question. It's a very simple question. You've got a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right.
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, let me do some math. Actually, there has to be math involved. Okay.
Math involved.
Well, yeah, it's math.
B, C, or D?
I'm actually.
The hour.
I'm a math professor. 1 second.
No.
All right, I did my calculations, and it looks like that A. Looks like 1 second. Is that? It looks like A is further, so 9.41 meters is obviously further away.
It doesn't say
6.21. Well, we like to use mathematics here, unfortunately, and according to your friend, which uses mathematics to look at the horizon of the fucking ocean.
I only asked where the horizon is. There's no mathematics in it yet.
I mean,
it's either line A, line B, or line C.
I mean, it does say 9.41 meters, and it does say 6.20.
You've got to learn to read.
Dude, again, this doesn't prove shit. I already told you, this does not prove anything.
Answer the question. Where's the horizon?
What do you mean?
Where is the horizon in that image?
Yeah, it's 9.41.
So the horizon's 9.41.
Yeah. The horizon's further away. So it's 9.41.
Beyond.
Well, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't judge. You have to understand 9.41 is the horizon. It's further away from 6.21.
That's where the oil rig is.
I understand that answer doesn't satisfy what you want me to answer, but you're wrong, and mathematically speaking, you're also wrong. So
I'm wrong in what? And mathematically speaking, I'm wrong in what?
Mathematically speaking,
I haven't given you any mathematics yet.
I literally see 9.41.
I literally see. All you're looking at is an image for now. I asked you where the horizon was, and your answer was 9.41.
Yes, it's the ship, it's the platform.
In light of the multiple choice question, ladies and gentlemen, of A, B, C, or D, and a marker on the side of it, some maths so-called professor is not so intelligent. So let's try again, so you don't look so bad for the boys and girls at home. Where is the horizon in the image? A, B, C, or D?
It's 9.41.
9.41 is a label that's been put on there for a reason, which I'll explain to you later on.
It's a number.
If you have a look down the right-hand side, there's markers there, A, B, C. for your convenience.
Yeah, dude. It's the
So
platform
which
hab-
one is it?
That's the horizon. It's further away.
So the horizon's A.
The horizon's platform habitat.
Platform habitat.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. What is a horizon?
What do you mean? Hold on. In the context of to prove
Okay,
how
look up a
it's
dictionary definition. Horizon. What is it?
Is this in the context to prove how it's a horizon?
Well, you don't even know what a horizon is. I asked you where the horizon is, and you keep telling me it's a fucking oil rig.
What did I tell you in the beginning of everything? I said it's furthest away. That's why it's the horizon. Fuckwit.
The horizon.
I've been saying that
Answer the
literally
question.
9
It's very
times.
simple. It's not a gotcha question. A, B, C, or D. It's really simple.
I already answered it.
Your answer was 9.41.
Whatever that fucking whatever that is.
Are you stoned or stupid?
9.41.
Okay, we'll try the different method. Where is the horizon in that image? Behind the oil rig, in front of the oil rig, or in between the oil rigs?
It's behind the oil rig.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, the problem you've got, and this is where those numbers come in.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, it makes them. This is where you can use your mathematics because you're probably good at it. 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. Times the square root of the observer's height in feet, sorry. Now, that image is from 1 foot of elevation. So 1.22 times the square root of 1 equals, 1.22. That's where your geometric horizon should be.
It's approximately, it's actually not 122.
Oh, what is it there? 1.2245 something or other.
1.10, fucking retard.
1 point what?
1.10.
1.10.
Yeah. It's square root to 1.22. It's 1.10.
Your funeral. Anyways. So
You understand? I'm a math
excellent.
professor.
No. That's all right. Don't stroke your cock too much yet. Let's use your numbers. You're happy to use those. I'm quite happy with that.
Just got the dude. Oh my
Shut up
God.
and listen.
Fucking the bombs, bro. It's that easy.
Elevation, so square root of elevation. So that image is from 1 foot. Yes or no? You don't know. Right. Elevation is 1 foot times your 1.10 you said equals 1.1 miles. So the issue you've got, my friend, is you've already quite clearly pointed out the horizon is beyond 9.41
It stays the exact same, you fuckwit.
You've already pointed out the horizon's up the back, dumb shit. Hello?
1 foot? You're using 1 foot? Dude, it stays the same. You failed.
No, it
like,
doesn't.
multiplication.
You're the maths expert. Let's say someone observes a horizon and they are 6 foot tall. How far is the geometric horizon?
Right. So you went from 1 foot to 6 foot.
You're the one that said they stay the same. Maxim, you made the claim that they stay the same. So how about you do the equation again?
No, I'm just using what's labeled here. The observer height is 1 foot. That's the
Excellent.
number
So
you
1
use.
foot.
Where is 6 foot coming from? Where is that?
Because
where's
you're
this
the
number?
one that made the claim that they stay
I'll
the
tell you
same.
where
So
it
I
came
gave you a
from your
different
ass.
number to work it out. Why do I
came
bother
from
dealing
your
with these fuckwits?
fucking ass.
A bee stick short of booting you. This is how it works, Boy George. Number 1, the horizon that you claimed is up the back should be down the front. Now, you've got 2 options. Number 1, we live on a flat fucking plane. Or number 2, the bastard is 10 times bigger than what you claim it is. Or what your baltard science claims it is. I don't care which way you lean. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd rather I rather trust mathematics than visual perception.
So you'd rather trust the maths. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So
rather
trust
do
your
that.
maths. So if you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, given 1 foot of elevation, your horizon should be at 1.22 miles, or in your case, 1.10 miles. The horizon, if you care to look, is clearly beyond a marker, which is the left-hand oil rig, of 9.41 miles. So your mathematics just debunked your globe. Welcome to Flat Earth, sunshine.
My mathematics says that 9.41 miles is further from 6.21 miles. That's what my mathematics says. Your argument is, well, the perception is different. I don't give a fuck what your perception says. I care about what mathematics says.
No, we're going by the given mathematics, not my perception.
Fucking random bullshit geometric mathematics.
Random bullshit? You're the one who thinks you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, not me.
And you worship what, dude? I mean, okay. I mean, I'm looking down the ground. The Earth is flat, guys. I'm using my visual perception of things. The Earth is flat. I'm looking down right now.
We're talking about this image.
The Earth is flat. No, the Earth is flat, bro. I'm just using
Your
my
mathematics
eyes.
proves it. What's wrong? You're backpedaling. I thought you had this covered.
You don't realize that I'm being sarcastic, right?
You do realise I am too.
I think bro just got debunked. He's just mad.
Your maths debunked your globe. Have a nice day.
You gave me your fucking numbers to calculate what's going on.
What? So you disprove that they are correct?
What?
What, you're calling out that they're wrong?
Okay, listen. 1.22 miles literally fits perfectly with the round Earth physics. You understand that, right?
1.22 miles fits perfectly with Baltard physics. Yeah, that's what we're trying to tell you. Except this photo or this image disagrees with that, because those oil rigs, we know the distance from where that image was taken to those oil rigs. That's why they posted on there for your convenience.
This is the max. When you gave me those numbers, I literally just calculated the maximum geometric horizon.
Yeah, and what did it come out as?
It stands 1.20, so it's 1.22 miles in distance of the fucking image you gave me.
Excellent.
And also,
and by the way, 1.22 miles is the geometric horizon. You already told me the geometric horizon is beyond 9.41.
I'm a mathematical. Let me talk. It's 1 foot above the sea level on the round Earth. So this distance literally derives.
No. That image is taken 1 foot above sea level.
Dude,
You're laughing because you're going hysterical. You've just realised your own mathematics and your own claim is debunking your own ball.
I mean, that's just a claim, right?
Well, actually, that's a one frame out of video footage.
Their bases are hidden behind the curve, but their tops still remain visible because they rise above the curve. Literally proves how the Earth is flat. You're literally just using your fucking...
So where's the horizon again? Hello?
The horizon's on the sphere. That's what it is.
The horizon's on the sphere.
Yeah.
So the horizon...
That's the height of 1 foot.
Just want to say, nothing can be obstructed from view from the curvature in front of the horizon.
The height's at 1 foot, and like again,
yes,
1.10 miles or kilometers.
Do boats start disappearing bottom up before they get to the horizon?
It's before.
After they go behind it, beyond it.
Before the Earth's curvature blocks the view. It is before.
So boats don't start disappearing bottom up from view.
It's before.
After they reach the horizon. It happens before they get to the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
It's before, yeah.
No. Are you dumb? That's not the claim. We're not arguing with your fucking weird version of the globe. We're going to argue with somebody who understands what the actual globe claims are.
It's only hidden behind the curve now, right? But the top still remains visible because they still rise above the curve, which debunks the whole argument. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, buddy. Sorry, not sorry.
In your globe, nothing can begin to disappear bottom up before it gets to the horizon.
Remember, it's geometric. It's a ball.
Yeah,
It's geometric. You disagree with that?
Yeah, geometrically speaking, when we
So
use
it's not
mathematics.
geometric.
When we use geometrically
Yes or no?
speaking,
Make up your mind, Sunshine. It can't be one or the other. It either is geometric.
when did I claim? First of all, when did I claim it's not? I'm literally telling you mathematics, or you choose to deny mathematics because again, you're a flat earther.
We're not disagreeing with your mathematics. You did it perfectly. You've calculated out that your balltard is a lot bigger than what it should be.
Dude, it's so easy to debunk people.
What that image does, and this is where you're going to have a mental flip out, is breaks down the alleged claim of a radius of 3,959 miles. That's all it does. It picks it up, kicks it the fuck out the door. Bing, gone. See you later. Have a nice day.
That's supposed to be an
you can laugh
argument?
at it, but that's all it does.
Dude,
It debunks the alleged radius of the Earth.
The Earth's radius quite literally proves the Earth being sphere.
No, your equation that you keep clinging to is dependent on the observer's height. You can put a different height in there if you like, and it will change that distance.
If the Earth
What are you
was
laughing
flat,
for? Because that's how it works.
That's right. If the Earth was flat,
Stop, Maxim. You've got this idea in your head that the equation we've given you is a flat Earth measurement. No, it's not. The equation you're given is where the geometric horizon would be, given radius of 3,959 miles.
if the Earth was flat, then there wouldn't be a
We're not
consistent
talking about
radius.
if the Earth's flat. We're talking about a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Technically, it's not literally a ball. It's not what you think it is.
See where you want to go. See you later. Unless someone else wants to converse with it.
No, he's not listening to you. He's not listening to anyone.
Wait for it. He'll be in text chat. I won the debate.
Right.
Visual perception. I won the debate. Didn't take long.
Wow.
His own mathematics. He claimed he was a something professor or something. His own maths. He did it himself. And debunked his globe. And he's too stupid to even see it. Oh, I love these children.
Exactly. If he's saying that objects are being obstructed bottom up from view before they've reached the obstruction part, and he's debunking his Earth curvature, it must be another reason why you can't see the bottom of that object. But it's not Earth curvature. It hasn't reached it yet.
Oh, the king gets.
And what's this bullshit? I won, that's why he ran away while I'm still sitting here, you fucking idiot.
Why'd you mute me, big boy?
I muted you because you're a moron, and I don't want to infect anyone else with it.
The Earth cannot.
The Earth cannot what? Cannot be a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Because that image debunks it. Like we're trying to tell you. It's really simple.
Does he know how to prove the globe?
Oh, well, you can talk to him if you want. See if you can squeeze it out of him.
Okay, I've been told that there's a globe. It sounds like you're the man who might have some proof.
I'm a mathematical professor at Harvard University.
Excellent. Okay, so
you know who I am? You know who I am?
You sound like a dumbass so far.
1 second. Let me introduce who I actually am, because I'm actually very popular.
No, I don't give a shit who you are. I just want the proof. Fuck
my
you.
name is Adrius Jamil, and I am a mathematical.
Slim Shady.
Yeah, no, I don't care about you.
Professor at the facility.
I don't care about you. I'm not asking about you. I'm not interested in you. You're irrelevant to me. Okay, so I just want to know if you have any globe evidence. That's all I'm interested in.
Well, yeah, this argument the guy just proposed to me literally debunks him. Quite literally.
So he proposed an argument that actually proves a globe, or what?
No, he proposed an argument which debunks the flat Earth theory.
Oh, I'm asking for a proof of a globe, dude. Listen, Harvard professor, please.
Yeah. I mean, did you hear what I was saying about this guy when he was asking me the gazillion question as I was just destroying them one by one?
No, I didn't hear you destroy anything.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ!
Except for making yourself.
About the radius argument, by the way, I mean, it literally proves the Earth being flat, because if the Earth was flat, if it were flat, then there wouldn't be a consistent radius. Yeah, there wouldn't be a consistent radius to calculate the horizon. So,
what radius are you talking about? What radius? You were shown, right?
This is
something. You were just shown an observation which literally discredits and destroys your radius value.
No, because you're using your fucking...
Okay, tell me what the radius is.
You're using your... What's it called?
I need to know what this radius is, for starters.
You're using your perception of what you think it is through your naked eye, because you're obviously retarded. You don't understand how distances work.
You obviously have no clue what the radius you think you've proven is. How'd you prove it then?
Using math.
Okay, you use math to prove a radius.
The average radius, yeah, this is the average radius. It's I'm Canadian, so it's 6,371
yeah, so 3,959 miles.
6,000. It's 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, so you just looked that up. So how did you already have the proof in hand without even knowing the radius to begin with?
Well, actually, I've been talking about it for the past hour now with this guy because I am a professor. So.
No, you haven't. Stop appealing to your wannabe authority. It doesn't.
You literally. First of all, you're not the authority. You're a retard. There's a difference.
Is the guy a professor? To mention something, I'm a dead shit.
You're low IQ.
Mute button. So authority, that boy.
Is he a professor?
No, he's not. He's a clown, Miggy. That's a LARPing clown.
Let me.
He's no professor.
Oh, he's just. Is he seriously LARPing?
Yeah.
Let me talk to him real quick.
All right,
I only got a few minutes.
It's so easy. I'm not even trying, by the way. This is just too
I know.
Easy.
You're low effort, low IQ.
Maxim.
Maybe that's why you suck so bad. Okay, maybe
what's your question? Everybody be quiet.
So I was just wondering, what field are you in? Are you really a professor, or are you just saying that?
Wait, what?
Exactly.
You're not a professor?
What are you talking about? Field?
You're asking me. You just said you're a professor.
Yeah, I'm the Department of Applied Mathematics, the probability of statistics and such, data science, and mathematical physics.
Okay, so the reason why you think the Earth is a globe is because it's more probable.
Because shut the fuck. Listen, let me talk. I don't want you to say anything. You're uneducated. It's because of the Earth's radius. The radius of the Earth literally.
Where'd that come from?
Earth. Literally.
You need data from the field first before you get a radius. You don't just have values, right? We're having you solve for X, so we need the data from the field where that came from. So you got that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, how did you?
Yeah, one second. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk.
Yeah, why do you gotta be an asshole, dude? You don't have to be an asshole. Just tell us how you got.
Yeah, because you were insulting me, and I treat you like a dog.
I didn't insult you. I was just asking you what your field was, and you said, statistics and whatnot.
Anyways, to calculate.
So you're just gonna be a big old douchebag?
Not to calculate. We need the data.
You're gonna be a big old douchebag?
No. We don't need calculations. Thank you. We're looking for data from the field, raw data collected, so that you have this radius value. So it wasn't just default automatically known. Someone had to have measured it. So who did the measuring? Got that?
I don't specifically know who measured it, but what we do measure is the surface area.
The field. Hold on, we need data from the field.
Are you gonna let me? Yeah, we have the data, retard.
Okay, great. Who collected it?
Yes, let me answer this. It's a surface field.
No. Who collected the data? Why don't we start with that?
Okay, I don't know if you're trolling, but what is this?
No, he's right. He's asking you a specific question. He's asking you a specific question. Where was the data collected? How long ago was it collected?
Who collected
why don't we start there?
mathematicians, scientists, and space agencies. I don't fucking
Yeah, that's ambiguous, dude. We want to know specifically who.
I don't know. Why does it matter? I don't fucking know.
Because it's important if the foundation of your understanding is coming from somewhere that's verified, or you're just believing that somebody verified it somewhere.
Let's just use common sense, gentlemen. You think it's just someone verified? Well, 1 second. Let me talk. You think it's just some random dude out of the closet? Like,
no, I think it's some random idea out of the closet. The idea, not a person. I don't think anybody's ever done what you think in your mind somebody has done. So that's why I'm asking you this specifically. And maybe if you've never looked into it, you're going to now realize that nobody's ever.
Gentlemen, you have to understand that none of you guys want to talk about the actual mathematical argument to prove how.
Why are you diverting away from the thing that's most important? Is to like.
I'll tell you why. Because this is what we call semantics. You're just tap dancing.
It's not, dude.
You're looking at the biography.
Very specific information as to like who's ever done the measurement.
Dude, it's a lot of people. It's like more than 20 probably. I can't name them off the top of my head.
Yeah, but you don't even know the method. That's the most important part of it. Like, forget the people. We're talking about the method.
I literally was telling you the fucking method. The method is the surface area, the magnetic field, and the gravitational field. That's how you calculate. That's where the data is coming from about the Earth's fields.
Yeah, well, give me some numeric values to get this method figured out.
Yeah, for example, when we look at the land area, it's a bit of 29%. The water area, I think it's around 70%.
How do we get those values, Maxim?
By measuring the surface area.
How do we do that?
It's by
read faster.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But see, that's what we're getting to, Maxim. No, it's not really some information that you can verify or you can like go look for because it doesn't exist. And that's all we're saying.
I don't know the what's it called, the blueprint of it. Right, but I don't think that's an argument. You're just saying before that.
Yeah, it's always it regresses back to the original point, right?
Big Bang theory before that. So you just reject the Big Bang. You reject all these.
No. We're not talking about Big Bang, Maxim. We're only talking about
that's
specifically
not the point.
The Earth curve.
We're talking about the perception of how we measure things, and obviously your methodology.
No, it's not the perception, dude. It's a method. It's a method by which the Earth was allegedly was measured. So we got these numeric values as to like the radius, diameter, circumference, right?
Okay, how about this? Can you prove that all these values, all these people are wrong? Can you do that?
No, because if it's something that's made up, I can. If it's something that's made up, listen. If it's made up, I can easily hand wave dismiss it as not being validated because you can't validate it.
That's a presupposition. That's literally presupposition.
No, it's because if I tell you that like the flying spaghetti monster exists and I don't have any evidence to validate it, I can't give it to you as an evidence that it exists. Because if I say, well, you can't disprove the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist, then it does exist in some way.
Okay,
that's not right.
Can you disprove the calculations of the surface area and such?
Yeah, disprove calculations is not actually disproving measurement. Because calculations are just mathematical constructs. They're not actual reality like measurements when you go outside in the field like CB was saying and collect data. That's not what you're doing. No one's doing that, as a matter of fact.
Sure. I don't know. I think you're just retarded then.
No, I think you're just misinformed, dude. Like most people on Earth are misinformed. They think that this data has been collected some way, measured. That's fine. No one's blaming you for that. We all come from that same spot that you have.
No, but you don't have a clue on what you're talking about. If you actually know what you're talking about, you would educate me how it doesn't make sense, but you're not. You're just saying you don't know.
Listen to this, man. And when you kind of put it in a logical statement, basically, how the Earth has been affirmed to be a globe. If you put it in a logical statement, there's no way that you can derive from a kind of like a syllogism, right? You can't derive it from a premise conclusion that the Earth has been affirmed to be a globe. There's no way that you can put that in a logical statement in any way. Because it hasn't been. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, maybe you have this idea that somebody told you that the Earth is a globe and statistically it's probable
Like, you
based
know what?
on
It's
mathematics.
semantics. This is just a silly. This is just semantics. Like, we went from actual arguments to you just backpedaling to every single equation of
Listen,
everything.
Maxim, this is you coping because you think you're upset. You're upset. Listen, you're upset because you don't have a rebuttal. So
Like,
you're
that's-
taking it
no, no,
out.
no, no,
You're
no.
taking it out on me because you think that the best way to go about it right now is to save face. You're coping.
How can I rebuttal aboutism? It's a fallacy. It's not. It's like literally illogical. You cannot refute something being logical because
Yeah,
you're just
you're-
saying what about.
No, you're trying to
that?
throw what I'm saying.
What about this?
You're trying to discredit the thing that I'm telling you, but
about
it can't
this?
be discredited because you
What
haven't
about that?
validated.
What is the origin of the human species?
Maxim,
What was
we're not
before
talking
that?
about the origin of the human species, dude. We're only specifically talking about the Earth and like the method to measure it.
Yeah,
that's the only thing we're talking about.
Wait, do you know? Yeah, I'm just comparing the essence of how you measure.
I only got like 5 minutes left, Crit. I'm gonna get out of here in
I'm
a
just
moment.
winning. I'm winning the debate. Winning the debate.
I only got like 5 minutes, so I really just want to I'll be out of your hair. Trust me, I won't bother you
Absolutely,
again.
this guy's getting destroyed. Like unironically, he's getting destroyed.
Did you go through the 3 questions with him, or is he?
I yet to hear an argument.
Well, he's failing to produce the evidence right now because when I gave him the floor to actually tell me how the method was derived, he didn't have an answer to that, and we regressed all the way back to this foundational understanding, and it was an I don't know. So it doesn't I could take him to 3 questions, but he won't be able to foundationally give me the answer. He'll just be kind of spinning my wheels. I
know
could.
no does not refute anything, okay? Because I'm not making a positive claim. Therefore, I'm not literally getting disproven at all. You're literally just asking.
You are disproven because the idea that the Earth is the idea that the Earth has a numeric value. Dude, Maxim, stop being scatterbrained, bro. I'm actually just speaking to you directly.
Again, it's a motion fallacy. Calm down, dude. I'm winning the debate.
You're not winning a debate. This is not debatable. You haven't presented an argument. What is your argument, Maxim?
How can I disprove a negative?
What is your argument, Maxim?
This guy's destroying you.
If you think this is a debate, what is your argument?
I already listed the argument. The radius proves how the Earth is not flat. The radius of the Earth proves how the Earth is not flat.
So if that is your argument and you think it's a debate, listen. If it's an argument and you think it's a debate, how was the information for the radius claim derived?
I don't know.
How was the information collected from the data from the field?
Through specific equations of things like the gravitational pull and such.
All right, but what is that based on? What is that referencing? That information you just said.
Based on the exact what I said, the gravitational pull. What do you mean?
Okay, the gravitational pull. As to what are you referencing here?
The gravitational fucking pull, you monkey. What do you not understand?
All right, you monkey. Do you know what gravity is?
Yeah, of course I know what gravity is.
What is it? What is it, Maxim? What's gravity?
Yeah, dude, gravity. I'll tell you actually Emerson's definition. It's the invisible force, which is it's the invisible force in relation to S's energy distinction.
The experts say it's not a force, so
it's an invisible force in relation to S's energy distinction.
What theory? What theory does that
like the distinction between essence and energy.
Maxim, what theory does that reference?
Metaphysics and philosophy and science.
No, but what specific theory does that reference?
What do you mean, Isaac Newton? I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're.
I don't know. You tell me. If you have a great understanding, of gravity, you'd be able to lay out the premise for your argument.
Wait, you're saying you don't believe in gravity?
Not saying I don't believe. I'm asking you what you know about gravity.
I already
Pay
told
attention
you.
to the dialogue, man. I'm asking you a question.
It's not a dialogue. It's just a diatribe, dude. These are random fucking questions.
Yes, great. But your answer was something very ambiguous. Again, you didn't specifically tell me what gravitational theory.
This is what we call semantics.
Oh, here we go.
Semantical,
I know, and that's the reason why. The reason why we're getting. Listen, dude, the reason. Maxim, the reason why we're getting down to it is because you don't have a clue of what you're talking about.
That's just a claim.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's an assessment of our conversation. It's an assessment that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's your subjective assessment. Obviously, you're going to say it's wrong.
It's not subjective. It's apparent to everybody here that you don't know what gravitational theory supports the claim that you think is supporting right now. What specific gravitational theory are you supporting right now?
That's just a claim. That's not an argument.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me then. If you think you have a gravitational theory that you can support, then give it to me.
Semantical. Why would I continue?
Okay, so you're not going to give me the theory. You're not going to give me the theory. You don't have a good understanding of what gravitational theory is.
Why would I?
So you're just basically saying words right now without any support for your claim.
Why would I continue to be a jester clown? This makes no sense. Like,
okay, so we're going straight to Adham. We're going straight to Adham because you didn't have an answer.
I said me. I referred to myself.
You didn't have an answer. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to mute him because I'm talking.
This is just, I won the debate.
Up, dude. I'm talking. Wait. You're fucking interrupting, dude. Just wait. You didn't have a claim you didn't have an argument for the claim of gravitational theory. Did he dip?
Probably.
Yep.
Fucking asshole.
Run away. Actually, I'll make sure he stays away for a couple of days.
Nah, man. Fucking
let him come back.
Let him come back.
All right.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back.
I was almost gonna give him the Hadouken, man, but
Hadouken.
Dude, I'm fucking
who it was. What his name?
I'm fucking dude. Lately, I've been feeling. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Crit, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, lately I've been
the get-go alpha. Right when he first come in, he was exactly the same. Didn't matter what you presented. I've won the debate. It's all semantics. He just everything but what you were discussing.
Yeah, I know. I like it because it's a challenge how I just like get into their mind and like undo all their bullshit. So I like it. I like the challenge. Every mind, it's something new. I like how to navigate what they're talking about. I like to undo that shit that they're... Go ahead.
Sorry, how many times did he say semantics? They're like, bro, man, shut the fuck up.
He's trying to use a word because he wants to have a good footing on like what he's saying. So he wants to basically say that everything we're talking about doesn't matter when it does. Specifically, the thing that he was claiming, he doesn't have an understanding in. And I already knew that because listening to what he was saying, all these words, and it's like that guy that says, well, we have the numbers, the figures, the data. No, bro, you don't know any of that shit. None of it.
Well, it's also like that other dude that's like using all the big words. You remember this sound clip right here?
Yeah. Shit, I gotta get going, man. Anyways, I'll be listening.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that was coming through clear, but that clip gets me so weak.
The Gluteus Maximus of the equation. And we also have to ask ourselves, what is the Quagheim hopscotch of the...
Like, these guys, like, they come in off of some sort of college lecture, and they just start using, like, words they don't understand and stuff. This freaking guy, bro. Classic.
So we got this character who came in on server mute. Hala Barava.
Yeah, I had my loudspeaker on. I was playing some healing frequencies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I muted him earlier. Sorry, Heretic. It was feeding a bit of feedback, so I just cut it down.
I thought there was some globe chaos to be had.
Well,
we try to play the healing frequencies into this room for some reason.
No, I have a loudspeaker in the back. Monitors.
Yeah, you're trying to play it for people in this channel, or was
what's
it
your
for you?
stance on this debacle?
No, I have background music. You guys can't hear it.
Yeah, that's cool. What's your stance on this debacle?
It's like
Are you a flat earther?
It's like lo-fi beats.
He's talking over you, Matrix.
Yeah, I got a bit of that. Are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
Well, Creation Bear knows me.
Oh.
What should we ask him?
Shit. Yeah.
Wait, is this fucking? Is this
fresh and fit guy?
Is this Latter Day Saints? Is this Latter Day Saints?
This is equalizing the game.
Oh.
Yeah, I talked to you.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like, a couple days ago, you're in here. I remember talking to you too, because we talked
about Creation Bear. Yeah, Creation Bear knows me since the other server.
Yeah, like how there was a breakdown with the moderators, and they kept banning.
It's supposed to be a straight distance, though, right?
I'm gonna try.
You can see the stars in the night sky, but you can't see Hong Kong. Why?
Hold up your hand in front of your face. Why don't you see the atoms? Why don't you see the molecules? Why don't you see the cells? They're right in front of you. Is it Earth curve?
You can see the stars, though. You can see the stars.
Can you
in the
see?
night sky. See the starlight thousands of
why
miles
don't you
away,
answer
so
my
you should be able to see Hong
Why
Kong.
don't you
How much
just answer my question? Why don't you see the cells in your hand when you hold your hand in front of you? Is it Earth curve?
What kind of dumbass question?
No, it's not a dumbass question.
Yeah, it is.
Wake up your dumbass.
Atoms are microscopic. Hong Kong is not microscopic. Atoms are microscopic. Hong Kong isn't microscopic.
It is when it's 8,000 miles away.
That's not microscopic. You can see Venus. Is Venus microscopic?
Oh my
Is Pluto
god.
microscopic?
My friends,
You're too retarded for this conversation.
Exactly. You're retarded.
Let me try and help.
No, you are retarded. You're too retarded.
You can see planets that are further than Hong Kong, but you can't see Hong Kong. It should be a straight distance.
How do you know how far away they are?
We measured it. What?
Oh, with what?
We measured the distance
thing
in
we-
planets. Yeah. What?
How?
Yeah, no, he just said the stars are thousands of miles away.
Yeah. How's the distance to any celestial body measured?
We have a distance. We probably have a set distance from here to the sun, and we probably use that.
Google faster, man.
I Googling anything.
On a flat Earth, if the Eiffel Tower was tall enough, should you be able to see it from Miami?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
According to them, yes.
Okay.
Or it's microscopic.
I got to teach you basic fucking vision. Okay. The smallest angle a human eye can resolve is 0.02 degrees. Right. So we see in angles. We don't see in absolute sizes. It isn't like, something's 100 feet. I see 100 feet. Things get further away. Their angular size gets smaller. And once it reaches a size that's too small to resolve, you can't see it. That's why you don't see the cells in your hand, because their angular size is too small. Now, the Eiffel Tower from 3,000 miles away, its angular size will be something like 0.000002, which is 3 orders of magnitude too small for you to resolve. It has
That still doesn't explain why you see celestial bodies in the sky.
No, you haven't demonstrated that they're freaking millions of miles away.
Oh, how close are they? My fault. Are they like
I don't
2
know.
miles
It's your
away?
claim, dude.
3 miles? 4 miles?
It's your claim.
That's why
I
we
don't
have
know.
scientists to tell us.
Oh, scientists.
I'm sorry you have to trust your eyes and you can't fucking know. I thought you measure with lasers, right?
I don't understand why you have to do this, dude. Seems pretty weak.
You
to me.
measure with
You've got to
lasers. You
jump
can
an
literally
atom.
measure the distance from here
have
to
you
the
got
moon
to
with a
jump an
laser.
atom? And why have you got to
That's what you
make just
That's
weak.
what I think. That hasn't happened before? Okay.
Just
No,
weak.
it hasn't.
It definitely has.
You want to say something, Jedi? Go ahead.
No, I don't understand why you had to jump to the atoms, man. He's clearly not listening to you to understand what you're saying. Just waiting to fucking speak.
But I'm trying to point out his inconsistency in what he's saying. He's saying we can't see it because it's too small to see.
Have you ever noticed?
We
that
can't
things
see
that-
it
Have you ever
because the
noticed?
curvature of the Earth, that's the real
No.
answer, but he can't accept
So
that.
the actual real answer why you can't see it is meteorological visibility. So if you go on your local weather app and you look up visibility, it'll say something like 10 miles. Why does it say 10 miles?
You physically can't see further than that?
Why? Is it Earth curve?
Curvature.
It's not. There's no curvature in the visibility.
It depends. Is it foggy? It depends on the weather.
Yo, dude,
hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
It depends on the weather.
No visibility. There's no curvature.
No visibility because why? Fog? What's going on?
Dude, are you gonna let me finish, or are you gonna keep fucking blabbing? You keep trying to censor me. It ain't gonna work, dude. I'm gonna mute
Ain't no one trying to censor you. I'm just pointing out your
you know, by you talking over me is you trying to censor me.
Okay, but you're just getting triggered because I'm pointing out your idiotic take.
No, we all know what you're doing. We all know what you're doing.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
You're trying to censor me by talking over me. So it's really simple. There's a calculation for visibility. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. The Earth has nothing to do with it. It has to do with what the relative humidity is, how many particles in the atmosphere is, right? What the temperature is.
Humidity. I just want to point that out.
Yes. Humidity. Yes, that's right. Humidity. What is humidity?
Yeah, humidity.
Water vapor. Water vapor in the air, right?
Not static. That varies. It changes.
That's right. And every day, that's why it's in a weather app, your local visibility. It's not an Earth curve calculation. You can literally just right now go on Wikipedia, visibility, meteorological entry, and it says the furthest you could see in the cleanest possible air is 296 kilometers.
Yes.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious when you say that.
Yeah, it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with.
You can't see the curvature because the Earth is too big.
This dummy
yeah, don't change the subject, dude. Don't change the subject.
I'm not changing that.
Why? Yeah, you are.
You're bringing up moisture in the air like that makes the Earth flat.
Yeah. Okay, you're about to get kicked out, dude. I've had about enough. If you're not going to fucking listen, you're going to just get kicked the fuck out.
Censoring you, yeah, you're just dumb.
Yeah, so visibility is not an Earth curve calculation. It has to do with the extinction coefficient of air. Has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. You're fucking wrong. And
you're retarded.
What I said about angular size, so we know how things shrink in angular size. If you double the distance, it halves the angular size. So if you go 10 miles, right, and it subtends 1 degree, when it's 20 miles away, it's a half a degree. When it's 45 miles, it's a quarter of a degree. Now you think you can see Hong Kong from 8,000 fucking miles away. You're a fucking retard.
No, you think that. You guys think that.
No, you think that. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Gaslight. You said it.
I never
you
said
we should see Hong Kong on a flat Earth from 8,000 miles away.
Yes.
You said it. Yeah, and then you demonstrate next wall.
Yes.
That's wrong.
You're saying you believe
it's wrong. It's baseless.
Angular size.
Angular size. What's the tallest? You can do this calculation, right? You can say, hey, what's the tallest building in Hong Kong? What's its angular size from freaking California? You can just calculate it.
Angular.
And it's too small for the human eye to see. This isn't even debatable.
So the dummy's talking through you and putting his claims onto you, so he wasn't.
I know, because you don't want to hear it.
Bro, I'm just letting it rant. The moment. Go ahead.
You're embarrassing yourself, dude.
Not at all.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, you guys got me. Yeah, the angular size from Hong Kong is why you can't see it. Definitely doesn't have to do with the but what's beneath your feet right now? What's hold on. Hold on. Yeah, yes. What's beneath your feet right now? Let's say, what's on the other side of the Earth if the Earth is flat?
What do you mean on this side?
I mean, on a globe model, the other side of where I'm sitting is somewhere in China. So I'm trying to see what's on the other side. What do you believe?
No, there's a molten iron.
We don't believe there's upside down people like you.
Okay, that's what you call them? Upside down?
No, that's what you call them. They're upside down people, right? So you think
they're just people. There's no like upside down.
Bottoms of somebody else's feet in China.
Let's just ask my question. Rusher or Hush, whatever. So, is someone in Australia? Is someone standing upright in Australia, upside down to you, relatively speaking? Yes or no?
Yes, but up is relative. There's no up and down in space.
That's why I said relatively. Yeah. So, in other words, what Indio just said is true, and you need to stop talking out your ass.
No, he's talking out his ass. Upside down people, like that's a fucking myth or something.
You just admitted that's what you believe.
There's no up
you just
and down in space, and what you guys believe in is there's a up and then there's a down.
Clown.
That doesn't make no sense. How do you calculate what's up and down?
Are you in space? Are you in space?
Yeah, yeah, it makes no damn sense.
Are you in space?
We are all in space.
Okay, and why do you believe that?
Because we know what's outside of Earth.
How do we
Earth
know
is in
that?
space. Telescopes, centuries of astronomy. Centuries of astronomy. Hello?
Telescopes. For real.
Yes, telescopes. Satellite. Centuries of astronomy. Do you read any books? You take astronomy in high school? What are you saying right now?
I read the Lion, the Witch,
You
and the
said what's
Wardrobe.
in space? You said what's in space though?
I didn't say what's in space.
He didn't say that. He said, "How do you know? How do you validate your claim that you don't know
I
anything?"
validate my claim based on scientists' empirical evidence of what they come up with.
That's not valid. Okay, you're not validating.
Yes, and then we can
people because I trust the people.
We can definitely test. Yeah. What do you validate it on? Do you have like a homemade test to validate their space?
No, there is no outer space vacuum, dude.
Okay. There's no outer space.
Any flat earther want to discuss with me? Any flat earther here?
Yes, I'm like talking to like 3 of them, saying there's no outer space.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
So who discovered outer space? Who discovered it?
Wait. Bro.
Where's their statue?
There's no way.
The existence of outer space.
This one's discovered outer space. Where's the statue?
The statue? What statue?
The statue of the guy that discovered outer space. Where's that?
I don't know if he has a statue, but he probably wrote a bunch of books on it.
Do you think there's one guy and he discovered outer space?
Wow.
I didn't say there's one guy.
You're crazy, dude. You're legit nuts.
He isn't listening.
When you see the nice guy, what the fuck is up there?
So black, therefore outer space. Yeah, cool.
Is that all you see is black? You don't see stars, you don't see planets, you don't see meteors, you don't see black holes, you don't see quasars.
That's actually you don't see any of those.
Definitely don't see any.
You don't
It's just
see
naming things.
any of those? What?
You don't see them with your
So what are
naked eye.
those? What are those lights in the sky?
You tell me.
Stars. I can't tell you what.
Yeah.
What do you think they are?
That's just a naming.
What do you think they are? Drones? Airplanes?
That's just a naming convention. Tell me there's stars. You just tell me the name. Okay.
I told you. I asked you, what do you see when you see outer space, and then you said you tell me. You didn't really answer my question.
Are they? Well, when you say what are they, that's what you mean, though. What's their composition, right?
Yeah, hydrogen mostly.
Okay. Why do you believe that? Oh, they said so.
No. Well, yeah, they said
no
so.
idea
That
what
I do trust. Listen, I do trust science. I do trust scientists. I'm sorry you don't.
And there we have it.
But, yes,
there we have it.
but they
You
also
know,
measure.
these
They also have instruments to measure shit.
Yeah,
I don't know if you ever saw those instruments, but
and you have no
you don't
idea
believe
what
in
those measurements
science.
are and what they say.
You don't know what the
idea.
dots are in the sky, though.
Neither do you. You just think.
Yeah, I do. It's called stars. Outer space
No, you already
exists.
said. No, you already said you trust somebody else that claims they know.
Outer space exists.
Yeah, cool.
But I'm sorry, am I supposed to trust myself? Hold on, you said I trust somebody else. Is that how you come to every conclusion?
No, that's how. No, you, dude, you.
I have to verify everything I see at all times. If I base it off of somebody else, it's false. Is that
No,
what
that's
you're
an
saying?
all or nothing fallacy. That's an all or nothing fallacy. Keep trying.
Well, that's what you're bringing up.
No,
So
no.
when you say I
You have to
trust somebody
verify
else to see
everything.
stars,
You can verify some things
Go ahead.
doesn't mean you have to verify all things, dude. Stop being a retard.
okay, so if that's the case, then why can't I believe the scientists who said there's stars in the sky?
Oh, you can.
I can?
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want. You can believe Narnia is real too.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you guys believe in. So
No, because we can go outside and prove our claims.
you can't. You point up at the sky when it's nighttime and ask me, what is that? That's not proving anything. You don't know what the dots are in the sky.
Yeah, neither do you.
I know what they are. You don't.
No, we already covered that. You said you trust other people that, and they claim.
And then when I said I can't do that, you said I can.
Yeah, look, you said that you trust other people knowing what they are. You don't know anything.
You don't know anything because you trust yourself. You don't read books. You don't trust scientists. If I say there's a sun and stars and planets, you don't believe that.
Why should I? Why should I trust you? Give me one good reason. Honestly, listen to me. Give me one good reason to trust any of that shit. One good reason.
Why would I have to? What's the incentive to lie to you?
Okay, that's not an answer. I said, give me a good reason to trust.
They don't have any incentive to lie to you. That's my answer.
Okay, so I should. How do you know?
He's asking you is the epitome of reason why people don't believe the Earth is round. The question he's asking you right now is that pivotal question. Give him a reason to believe it, and that's the whole problem. It's the Big Brother idea, and it's that. As a single unit involved in these massive complex systems that we have in society, people cannot grasp to understand and accept things at face value for what they are. So they develop these concoctional ideas and justify the need to validate these concerns that they have themselves. So the question that he just asked you is the insufferable, pivotal question that everyone that thinks that the Earth is flat has. Give them a reason to believe a higher institution because they have none themselves, and that is clear from the start.
Do you think it's just an institution telling you this?
So many ridiculous childish generalizations, dude. It isn't even funny.
Good job, dude.
You're being quiet.
So to the other guy.
No, dude, we spare us your pop psychology that you pulled right out your ass.
There's no psychology here, baby. You see me about when you start up this flight.
I didn't say anything about that. I said, is there an institution forcing astronomy on you guys? And the answer is no.
No, listen, you don't even know what you believe in. Listen, I know more about astronomy.
Years of science and astronomy.
But you don't know what any of that. Sorry, but you don't know what any of that is.
You don't know what any. Don't push what I don't know onto what you don't know. You don't know what stars.
Listen, dude.
You don't know what planets are.
You don't even own a telescope. You're just claiming an appeal to authority.
You know why I trust it? Because there's thousands of years of study and research behind it. What do you have to not trust it?
Are you sure about that?
What? What do you have to not trust it, though?
That's not how it works. It isn't auto trust.
You don't have to be an auto trust, but why don't you trust it? Why don't you trust it? If there's thousands of research.
Are you going to ask your question and not listen to the answer?
Okay, are you going to give me the answer?
There's no reason. So I need a reason to trust it, not the other way around. It isn't trust first and then ask questions
later. I think that's a very solid reason to trust it, don't you think?
What's a solid auto trust?
No, I didn't say auto trust. I said thousands of years of research from science.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you believe.
Isn't that a good reason to trust astrology?
Okay, first of all, astrology. I said astronomy. Sure, it's astrology? No, you said astrology. First of all, there isn't thousands of years. You're just making that shit up because you don't know anything. No, there isn't. Okay? The heliocentric model was invented by Copernicus in the 1500s. It's not thousands of years.
Science evolves. That's what it. Yes, but it has been science.
Yeah, but they weren't doing science. But they weren't doing science back then. What you would think of as science. They didn't adhere to the scientific method as we would think of the scientific method. They didn't do any of that shit. They were trying to prove their metaphysics. But you don't know anything, so you're talking out your ass.
You don't know anything.
Okay, so tell me.
Research and study. That's what they were doing, even if they didn't adhere to the scientific model.
I know all this, dude. You don't. That's the funny thing. You don't know any of it.
You don't think outer space exists. You don't really know shit.
Right. So I'm going to tell you about Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies written by Nicholas Copernicus. His rationale for why the Earth was a globe was what? What was his reasoning?
For what?
For why the Earth is a globe. What was his reasoning? He had a reason. He wrote it in a text called The Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, where he proposed the heliocentric model. So you know all about this in the thousands of years of fucking science. So why don't you tell us what he said?
I trust it, yes.
You don't even know what he said.
I don't even know what to trust what one person says. I can look at it as a whole. And I can see our real-time satellite photos. I can see photos of outer space and not think it's a hoax. If I want to research anybody on the heliocentric model, I can look it up. I don't have to recite this one person from this book that you fucking read that you don't even believe.
No, you said that they use. No, now you're trying to back.
Hush, can you let him speak to me? I want to continue discussing. Like, Hush, obviously.
Listen. I want to prove my point. Copernicus's rationale.
It's a red herring fallacy.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Copernicus's rationale that the Earth is a sphere because a sphere is the most perfect shape. That was his rationale. That's not scientific, dude. At all.
I mean, clearly Hush isn't providing.
I didn't say clearly scientists can get it wrong, and I never said they couldn't. You're debating a point that I never made.
Years of science, and even if I go back 500 years, it's not based upon science. It's based upon metaphysics. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all.
You don't know shit about what you're talking about. I said scientists can change. Science in general can change, and it has.
He wasn't a scientist,
and now it's the heliocentric.
Wasn't a scientist. He wasn't a scientist. Scientists practice the scientific method.
Yes,
the people you're calling scientists, they don't practice science as you would. As methodology now. Dude, they didn't practice science.
I didn't say he did.
Well, then where are these thousands of years of scientists then?
The you want me to bring up a list? Would that help you?
Yeah, okay. Dude. And I want you to show us the science they use.
History.
I don't know what science is, dude.
Like all the astronomers or something. Would that help you out?
I just brought one up.
Dates back to ancient civilization to the Babylonian years, 1000 BCE.
So
it's literally been 1,000 years. It's literally been 1,000 years.
Yeah, because Wikipedia said so. Really?
Actually not. It's actually University of Oregon.
Yeah, so check this out. I literally brought up the person that invented the heliocentric model. He's the one who invented it. And he didn't use science to invent it. He used metaphysics.
And scientists in science ever since then backed up his claim.
No, they didn't. They rejected it.
They have.
It didn't work. No, they rejected
Science to this day has backed up the claim that the Earth is a sphere.
Dude, what science? So you just keep saying the word science like it's some. So you guys just say the word science like it's some talismanic word to ward off demons, dude. Science, scientist, as if you're saying something you're not.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in the chips that run your phone and talk right now?
First of all, that's technology and engineering. That's not science.
That is science went into technology and engineering. Yes.
Yeah, cool, dude. And just like rubber went into your car, that doesn't make your car made out of rubber. That's a composition fallacy, dude. You're a retard, dude.
It's not at all.
It's a fallacy of composition.
Science isn't any technology.
True of the parts isn't necessarily true of the whole, and what's true of the whole isn't necessarily true of the parts. So science and engineering, or engineering and technology use things discovered by science, but the actual implementation.
They use science itself.
No, they don't.
You don't have to skip around it.
Unscientific. No, they use things which are unscientific. Do you want me to give you specific examples? That you can engineer things using models which have no bearing on reality, but they work, right? They work for the purpose of engineering some product, okay? But they have nothing to do with science per se. You're just engineering it to make it work.
Engineers use if you're working with technology, for example, right?
Yeah.
You're inherently using science.
It's oh my God, dude.
Engineering and science, they coincide with each other. I'm sorry, you can't understand that.
No, you don't understand what science is. Science is the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. My cell phone is not the natural world.
Science doesn't have to be the natural world.
Okay, that's what it's defined as, dude.
Okay, but science probably observed the natural world, got the resources from the natural world to make technology. Science used the natural world to make technology. Can you understand that at least?
No, they did experiments. They did experiments of the natural world to figure out properties of items in nature. and they manipulated those items in nature.
What I said was right.
They engineer things which don't exist in nature.
But they had to use something from nature to engineer things that are not from nature.
Well, obviously, they're not going to bullshit out of the fucking phantom realm to fucking make cell phones.
Yes. So science uses nature to create technology. That's my point. You can't dispute that.
No, engineering uses science to create technology.
Okay. I'm glad we agree. Engineering uses science.
What's STEM? What's STEM? What's STEM stand for?
STEM research?
STEM. The STEM programs. What does it stand for? Science, technology,
engineering, mathematics.
Okay. Yeah. Why are they all different words? Why don't they just call it science, 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 and science?
Well, science uses mathematics, technology uses mathematics, engineering uses mathematics, science uses technology, engineering uses technology. You see how they all use each other? They all use each other.
Yeah, that's right. But why don't they just call it science, 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 and science, dude?
That's a great question. They all use each other.
Yeah, that's right. But they're all unique things, right?
Okay,
they're
but
all unique things. They're not the same thing. I can't believe we went through all this just to demonstrate that my cell phone isn't fucking science. You're a retard, dude.
This is people who made your cell phone use science to make your cell phone. I'm sorry, you can't agree with that.
No, they used engineering, you dumb fuck, dude. They use trial and error.
They use engineering.
Yeah, engineering. Engineering makes things like trial and error.
So does science.
Oh, science doesn't make things.
Science. You're not gonna win this. My main point is this, though.
You don't have a point.
Astronomy uses science. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So when I say science, so I say when I say science, it's backed up by thousands of years of science. That's what I mean. That's why I believe. That's why I can believe that Earth is a sphere, and I don't have to just stand on top of a building and see the Earth is flattening out.
Yeah. So
I use the angular.
So you're going to straw man us again, right? We said we measured it. We didn't say we stood on top of a building.
Have you considered your measurements are incorrect?
Well, why would I consider them to be incorrect when it's been replicated many times?
I don't think yours have, but you don't believe like in upside down people, for example.
Dude, there's hundreds of
I got an example.
Hundreds.
Yeah, I got an So, for example,
so
I said
what I said. You're going to try to change the fucking subject.
I'm not. I just have an example of what I said. So when I brought up you can use lasers to measurement, right? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you believe that somebody used a laser to measure the distance from here to the moon?
No.
Would you believe that?
No.
Okay. And why wouldn't you believe it?
Because what they actually measure, which you have no idea what it is, but how the experiment is actually executed.
I'm pretty sure they measure.
Do you think they bounce a laser off the moon and see the laser? Is that what you think?
They don't have to see it with their eyes, but I'm pretty sure they saw the laser hit the target.
So what did they detect? They see the laser hit the target.
They detected the photons hitting the moon, and then that data went back to the.
Did they detect them on the moon, or did they detect them on the Earth?
They detect them by radio frequencies. I'm pretty sure.
You're just throwing shit against the wall. Okay, so the laser.
You can laser test from the Earth.
You don't know anything about it, dude. Just stop, dude. You
don't believe in the moon.
No, yeah, now I don't believe in the moon. So now
you're just projecting. You don't.
And now I'm projecting.
What's up in outer space? You don't know either.
You're just digging your hole.
You don't know either.
You don't know. You what you know is that there's other people. What you know is that there's other people that claim things. Yeah, and you believe all that. That's fantastic.
Because of thousands of years of science and studies to back it up.
You keep saying that. I already debunked that, dude. You can just keep chanting that like a religious nut, dude. You literally sound like a religious. I did. I gave you a specific example.
You didn't debunk it.
A specific example. That's the foundation of your belief, dude. That person didn't do science at all. And it wasn't 2,000
years ago. You think we're just going off of that one guy? You think we believe it just because of him?
The entire heliocentric model is built off that one guy, dude.
But do you think we just believe it just because of him, though? Or does science, build on top of what he said?
It didn't build on a date. You look. What do you think is build? What do you mean by build?
They did tests to reinforce what he said was correct, that the Earth is a sphere.
Oh my God, you're just like a religious nut, dude.
And then
you really have no you're just telling me things you believe must exist, have happened, but you have no knowledge that they actually did happen.
You can see it with your own eyes.
I can see what?
You can see the equations they did. You can see the planets they photographed. You can see all of this.
Really?
And then I'm pretty sure,
So Galileo had a camera.
Have you looked at it?
Galileo had a camera now. That's fucking crazy, dude.
These equations. Did you look at the equations that you're telling
I was talking about the Hubble telescope. I was not Galileo.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The Hubble telescope.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That's a myth. That's a myth to you.
It's because you keep
it is a myth because hold on a second. I'll let you go, Joey. It is a myth. You know why? Because they have something called the International Registry of Space Vehicles, and the fucking Hubble ain't in it. Yeah.
So just because it's not in that group? Hold on. Just because that's not in that group?
So the heaviest, highest orbit object they ever lifted, they just neglected to register in the International Registry of Space Vehicles. They just forgot.
Because it's not in there, though, it doesn't exist. It's
it exists in your mind. It exists in the sense it's a telescope that's in the side of a 747 called Sophia. Yeah, that's how it exists.
So it's not in space; it's on an airplane.
No, yeah, exactly. So they built something identical to Hubble. It's called Sophia, and they stuck it in the side of 747. And those are the images you're looking at.
Those are the images. What is it taking pictures of? If they're taking images, the sky.
You're in a space
They're taking pictures of the sky. They're taking pictures of the sky. A 747 is taking pictures of the sky, and Jupiter comes back. That's what you're telling me, basically.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Have you ever received a work product? Those come out as a rectangle. You know that, right? And then they wrap it into a circle. But you knew all that, right?
No, what they do is they actually photograph it. It comes back in pieces. It comes back in pieces. They don't just photograph like it in one setting.
Yeah, in their work product, right? So Hubble was broken when they sent it up, and they had to put contact lenses on it after they broke the first mirror. This is what their story was. And everything you see from Hubble is computer generated. You don't have to believe me. That's what they say. It's not what I say. It's what they say.
But it doesn't. Computer generator doesn't mean fake. They have to generate the images because it comes back as pieces of data.
It comes back as a big fucking blur.
But it comes even if it does. I'm not going to dispute that. Yeah, the first black hole we've seen, it came back as a blur. Yes.
Nobody has seen a black hole, dude.
They have.
No,
they actually photographed it, but it's just a blur.
You heard what he just said, right? They photographed the black hole. Okay, so
they did.
The black hole image was taken at 647 megahertz frequency. That is not visible light. So how do they take a photograph in not visible light, dude?
It came back as data sets, and then they pieced it together.
And then they created
most images. They do that with most images. Yes.
So not a photograph then?
It's not going to come back on like HD like you guys see on the movies, no.
That's
what happens when shit is far away. That's what happens when shit is far away.
Yeah, cool, but it's not a photograph. At all. It's nothing like a photograph. It did not take an image in visible light.
But you think they just photographed the sky, though? Something like that can be part of the sky. Something looking like that is not part of the sky. That's my point.
It doesn't look like that, dude.
What doesn't look like that? A black hole?
Oh, my Jesus. What don't you understand? Visible light is how things, quote unquote, look. If you don't take the image or the whatever in visible light, then it's not how it looks.
That is exactly how it looks.
What they did is they color coded different intensities and they created an intensity map and then said, this is a picture of the black hole. And you are like, there's a photograph of a black hole. No, that's an intensity map of 7.97 gigahertz radiation stacked of like freaking, I think they said 9 petaflops of fucking data. But there's another problem with it because it's 1760 times beyond the diffraction limit, which is physically fucking impossible.
It's impossible to the naked eye.
No, it's beyond the diffraction. It's beyond the diffraction limit. So the diffraction limit, designated by the Rayleigh criterion, is the diameter times 1 point. It's the angle, right? It's the limiting angle, smaller than which you cannot resolve any freaking difference between pixels, is theta, which is the angle, times 1.66 of the wavelength over d, with d is the diameter of the telescope. Now, the telescope is supposed to be the diameter of the fucking Earth. And if you do the calculation for how much each pixel is, it's 1,760 times beyond what they should be able to resolve. So that image is utter bullshit. What do you mean, why?
Why would it be beyond them to resolve like pixelated images?
Because it's so far away. Because it's so far away, dude. Remember, they say it's far away. We know that 1 pixel, right? We look at the image. Here's the image. That means 1 pixel equals this angle. Okay, what's the minimum angle the telescope can resolve? You can do the calculation. How big is the telescope? What's the wavelength? Do the calculation and go, okay, we can't see pixels that small from this distance. The image is bullshit.
Image is not bullshit.
It's bullshit, dude. It's literally Snoop Dogg's cigar end.
Yeah.
The end of his blunt. They took a picture of the end of Snoop Dogg's fucking blunt, dude, and uploaded it, and they were like, "We can black hole."
We can agree to disagree on that. I don't really feel like getting stuck on this topic. You don't believe in like the black hole. You think everything's taken from a 747 at the sky. I just want to talk about
straw man. So just stack up your straw man, dude. Just do it now.
It's not a straw man. That's what you said. I'm bringing up what you said.
I did not say all the images are taken from a 747. I said Hubble does not exist, and the images that claim to be Hubble are taken from a 747.
And that's also false.
Named Sophia. Yeah, just saying. Right?
I don't
matter. So you got? Can you like refute anything I said with actual facts, or just like you're gonna
cry? Do I need to? Like you're saying, Sophia is an airplane that's not Hubble. I can just show you Hubble, and it will refute like most of what you just said. But you're not gonna believe that image of Hubble really exists, though, right?
Dude, no. Okay, the image itself, dude. The image itself, you would have to demonstrate it came through that fucking telescope. Dude, you can't just say, look, hey, here's a freaking image. It came from that camera. Why? Because I said so.
So how do you verify it if it didn't come from that?
Well, see, the thing is how we know it's Sophia is because people have taken images purporting to be Hubble and images that NASA says they took with Sophia, and you can run a program called a difference. So you can run a pixel difference and see if they're the same image, and they're the same image.
I bet you they're not.
I bet you they're not. Yeah, okay. Cool story, bro.
They're not.
So go on Planet de Veritas, right? Go on his YouTube channel. He hasn't posted it in a few years. Look for the Sophia video, and you can watch him do it.
I'll do it later.
You can watch him. You can listen to him talk to the mission deputy director of the Hubble program, and have him say he's been working on the Hubble program for 30 years and has never seen Hubble.
Has he seen Hubble? Is he talking about not seeing it in person?
He's never seen it.
He's not going to see Hubble unless he's outer space.
He's been there since the start of the program. He's never seen it. So he's never seen the pictures of it taken from another satellite or from the ground or from any other thing. And the Hubble, with the declination of its orbit, it should be something like, by now, it should be like 200 miles under the Earth. Because it has no boosters on it. So it's decayed into the freaking underneath the earth. But none of that shit matters, right?
It doesn't.
The
It really
details
doesn't.
don't matter. Yeah, the details don't matter, because you got a cool story.
He could be lying. He could not have clearance to see Hubble. There's a lot of. Yeah, I'm not gonna just trust that one guy.
The deputy mission director.
I'm not gonna trust that one guy who said he never seen Hubble when there's thousands of people who did.
Okay, but you're going to trust them even though you can't name a single person who saw it. Single person.
Do I need to?
Yeah, you do, because you said there's thousands of people who did, dude. Yeah,
they didn't. They're just nameless workers at NASA.
Okay, name one of them. Name one of them.
I could Google and I'll probably bring their name up.
Yeah, you're going to Google I saw Hubble? That's what you're going to say?
No, I could just Google the people who worked on Hubble.
Yeah, this is one of those people, dumb fuck. Are you not listening?
You're not listening.
What does this have to do with the ground?
No,
let's go back to that.
Talking about the ground, whether
you
it's
don't want to
curved
talk
or
about
not.
that.
When can I speak? When's it my turn? When's it my turn?
Maybe we can hear from the other guy. What's your question, other dude?
Yeah, Atta's been waiting a fair while.
Yeah.
Maybe ask him some questions.
My question was this. Well, I mean, obviously, I would take something like the Earth being ground to be true prima facie. Like, the burden would be on you to show that it's false or to give evidence for why that claim would be false. So I would like to see your argument.
I don't think so. That's not how it works, dude. You know why it doesn't work that way?
So that is how the burden works.
I'm going to tell you why it works that way, because you have to start with a presupposition. No, I'm going to tell you why it don't work.
Go ahead and I'll educate you.
Okay, you're going to talk over me? Is that how this is going to go? So, you asked a question, I'm going to give it to you. The globe has the burden of proof for a simple reason. Because it has to be assumed, and there's no qualities in reality that you can observe which tell you it's a globe. You can't go outside and go, hey, it looks like a globe. Someone came along and said, no, it's flat. They would have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof because the initial perception of reality of the world is that it's flat, right? So someone comes along and says, hey, that perception is wrong. They have the burden of proof to demonstrate it.
Okay, are you done?
We don't have a burden of proof. Consensus, it does not get you over the hurdle.
Yeah, so are you done?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, it just shows that, I mean, not even philosophy. If you've read into law, you'd understand. So let's say, like, we have, like, this possible world X. In this possible world, even though, like, we have this observed phenomenon, which is clearly going to be, like, let's say, Y. If all the people within X have been taught that this observed phenomenon is Z instead of Y, and then someone comes in and says, oh, well, no, this observed phenomenon is actually, like, it's Y, it's not Z. Even though it's observed to be Y, it's commonly, like, understood to be Z. That's what people take to be true. The burden would be on the person
to show
that it is Y.
No, and I'm going to tell you why it's not.
Well, what's this an appeal to? This is basic, like, prima facie.
That's an illogical fallacy. Appeal to tradition. Appeal to tradition is a logical fallacy. You can't prove a proposition with a logical fallacy.
Yeah, so listen. An appeal to tradition would be, let's say, I'll have like a proposition X, I'd be saying proposition
X. That was just your argument.
X tradition. No, that's not my argument. My argument is that the burden would be on you to show that it's false. That's not an appeal to tradition. It shows that you lack the intellectual capacity to, like, conversate with me. Like, you don't know.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me. So, the scenario you just laid out is everybody was taught to believe X, right? The phenomenon X means this. And because they all were taught this thing and they all believe this thing, we have to disprove it. No, that's an appeal to tradition fallacy.
Yeah, so that's not an appeal to tradition. An appeal to tradition
on its own, because how many people were taught it and believe it is not evidence of it.
I mean, it just shows that, like, you do, like,
address what I said.
When it comes to, like, so a fallacy. Okay, listen.
Dude, isn't going to help you.
Oh my God,
isn't going to help you. Address
hop off my dick. Hop off my dick. Hop off my dick. Hop off my dick.
Yeah.
Hop off my dick. Let me finish. Okay.
You'd have to find it first.
Okay. Hop off my dick.
You had freaking 2 hairs, so you pissed out of one, and the other was.
Hop off my dick. Hop off my dick. Hop off my dick. Okay, thank you. So listen.
No, address what I said.
Yeah, I am gonna adjust what you said. So
No,
it's
yeah,
an
you're
appeal to
right now,
tradition.
not later.
Okay, so an appeal to tradition is generally like understood. This was mentioned in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's when I try to like state that a proposition is sound due to a certain previous tradition which is taken to be true. Now, obviously, it's not going to be like analogous to what I said at all. I'm saying that the burden would be on you due to this tradition, which is commonly understood to show that phenomenon Y is understood to be Z. Or something like that.
And you're
So the
wrong.
burden would obviously be on you. It just shows that you don't understand what the fallacy is and that you lack the intellectual capacity to like conversate with him. And that's just hilarious.
No, dude, you're wrong. Okay.
My source is the Stanford Encyclopedia article on fallacies.
Listen, using a logical fallacy does not shift the burden of proof, dumb fuck.
I didn't use a logical fallacy. That's the point, you fucking retard.
You just admitted you confessed to the logical fallacy.
No, I showed you how it isn't a logical fallacy. You like God, what's your IQ, bro?
You confessed to the logical fallacy.
I literally showed you how it's not a logical fallacy, and I cited the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Which says it's a logical fallacy. It's an appeal to tradition fallacy, dude.
That's not what I'm
Something is not true. Okay, so if people being taught something over a long period of time and believing it, evidence that it's true? Yes or no?
No, it's not at all.
Okay, so how does it switch the burden of proof?
Yeah, because the burden of proof has nothing to do with whether or not a claim is true or false. Are you dumb? Do you know what a burden of proof is?
Dude, yes, I do. Okay.
Okay, what's the burden of proof? No, wait. What's the burden of proof?
You said the burden of proof switches.
What's the burden? What's the burden of proof? You can't even like define the terms that you're using, bro.
Yeah, you're trying to talk over me. You're not clever, dude. This is actually
okay. Go ahead.
So the burden of proof is those who makes the claim have to provide evidence for the claim, right? The burden of proof is on the claimant, right?
Yeah. So when you make the claim that the Earth is flat, you have to substantiate that claim. The burden is not me. You fucking idiot. You don't even.
Okay, so here's I'm going to meet my burden of proof. I'm going to meet my burden of proof. So go outside, go to the ocean. It looks flat. Okay, I've met my burden of proof. Now, where's your contradictory proof?
Please tell me that's not what you did.
Yeah. Like I would just ask you. I would ask you. Yeah. So listen, I would like ask you for why my like faculty of like sight, for example, would be like valid or would be like a valid inference to determine the shape of the Earth or any sort of like thing in the cosmos. So you would have to like show me why that would be a
flat isn't the shape, dude.
By flat, you just mean. Well,
that's right.
Here's the thing. When
provide evidence, dude.
I love listening to you guys try to argue away from it looks flat, therefore
whether or not it's a shape is irrelevant.
What am I supposed to say? It looks flat, therefore it's curved. Would that be a logical statement?
What do you say?
We don't have to see it's flat for it to be curved. Lunar eclipse.
I was asking you.
I'm not following.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again. It looks flat, therefore it is flat is a logical statement. It looks flat, therefore it's curved is not a logical statement.
But that's not what
I was asking you. Wait.
I'm not addressing what you said.
What I asked you was to show why my faculty of sight would be a sort of like valid inference for inferring the shape.
No, it's not an inference.
The curvature or whatever about the Earth. Do you know what an inference is, by the way?
Yeah, but it's not an inference. It's a direct perception.
So when you say I use X to know why, you think that X is an inference.
Where you guys get fucked up. There's no mental
concept. Bro, this guy's a retard.
No, you're not listening. There's no inference. It's a direct perception with the senses. There's nothing to infer.
No, you use your senses to infer that this is. Oh my god, bro! You don't know what an inference is. Like you're like starting these discussions and you don't know like basic terms. This is just goofy.
No, so
like it just feels like I'm bullying you at this point.
No. See, you have the extra problem. There's a difference between senses and the mind, right? There's a difference. Sensations in the mind, there's a difference, right?
Sensations and the mind?
Yeah, sensations. You have sensations. Pain.
Yeah. You're asking for like the difference between a priori and a posteriori reasoning. Yeah,
are those inferences? Is feeling hot, feeling cold? Are those inferences?
A priori Listen.
Yes
A posteriori, which is what you're referring to. Let me finish.
Yes
A
or
posteriori.
no. Yes
I'm
or no.
gonna clarify. I want you to clarify what you mean. So let me give an example.
Yes or no.
Oh my god, no. If you're not, I'm literally asking for like an explanatory. Like I'm just asking you to explain your position.
You're trying to run away.
Okay.
Is hot or cold? Is feeling hot or cold an inference? Yes or no?
Feeling hot or cold is an inference to infer whether or not something is hot or cold. Yeah.
No. I'm not trying to draw conclusions. I'm talking about the feeling.
The feeling itself, no. It's a fact. Are you like a retard?
So looking flat is not an inference.
No, but when you use your sight to infer whether or not something's flat, you're using it as an inference.
Okay, I didn't infer anything. I just looked.
Did you or did you not use your sight to infer that the Earth is flat?
And I agree with my visual impression. I didn't go, hey, that's wrong.
And what I asked you for was the argument for why your faculty of sight would be a valid inference for inferring the shape of the Earth. What's going to be the argument for that?
Why? How does that require an argument?
Yeah, oh my God.
Why would it require an argument?
Okay, so you don't have an argument. Okay, so you don't have an argument. So you don't have an argument.
Because listen,
wait, okay, so you don't have an argument.
No, dude, spaz. Stop spazzing. Are you going to argue against it? Are you going to, seriously, are you going to argue against that?
When I reject the premise in your argument, the burden is on you to show that this premise follows. Are you like an idiot? This is just how you substantiate your argument.
No. It's self-evident because if you reject, right, say, if you reject my senses give me information about the world, then you don't know anything.
No. I'm not rejecting.
You interact with the world through your senses. Are you a brain in the jar? Are you making the brain in the jar argument?
I'm not rejecting my a posteriori senses. But what I'm positing is, what's the argument for my?
No, they're a priori.
My senses are a priori. My senses. Do you know what a priori means? Wait, do you know what a priori means?
Before.
That's. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're before.
Okay. So if you've read any, let me teach you. No, listen.
Does the sensation proceed? No. Does the sensation, dude? Does the sensation precede the conclusion? Yes or no?
Does this do I sense something before I conclude it?
Does it proceed it? Does it precede the conclusion? Does the sensation? Sure. Okay, so it is a priori.
Yeah, so if you've read anything like the holistic thesis, Ellison's Intro to Metaphysics, like any text ever, you know that a priori is classically defined in philosophy to be only using the mind alone. This is, for example, how Ibn Sina, the philosopher, used it when it defined the internet encyclopedia of philosophy. For example, it defines it that way.
I don't worship the internet encyclopedia of philosophy. Okay.
Yeah, you don't also take it by Stanford, do you? Like you also think Stanford's retarded? They're like Jews. Yeah.
No, I think you're retarded.
Oh, okay. It's funny that you call me retarded, but you're struggling with basic philosophy and critiques to your worldview.
No,
when it shows that you might have some sort of mental deficiency.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not struggling. You're
didn't define a priori. You didn't know what a burden of proof was. This is just hilarious. Right? Listen. Just listen. I mean, I'm citing sources for every single definition I'm using. I gave you the source from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the Internet Encyclopedia, all sources ever. A priori is used. The term specifically is just used to when we infer something using the mind alone, like necessary propositions and such.
Okay.
That's me using a priori.
A priori, but that's a word concept fallacy.
That's not what a word concept fallacy is. Okay,
so you're using it in a word concept fallacy. Okay.
A priori isn't used colloquially. Are you like a retard?
No, you're using it. A priori means
something to be a world fallacy.
A priori means coming before.
Yeah, so a word. No, what you're doing is
generally right.
Listen, a world fallacy.
But you're using it in a context. I'm not using it.
That's not how it's.
I'm not using it in a philosophical.
The reason.
I'm using it as an attempt. Okay, are you going to listen? I'm using it in a temporal context,
and then
not in a philosophical context, right? So it is a word concept fallacy. Good try, though. So you're just an amateur fucking student, dude. This is a joke. Bro. Yeah, dude, you're a joke, dude. You're punching out of your weight class.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you're calling me a joke, even though I'm completely intellectually
punching out of your weight class.
Let me educate you on what a fallacy is. So for
Yeah,
something
no,
to be like
you haven't educated anybody, dude. You're punching out of your weight
listen,
class.
listen,
You're
buddy,
trying to
buddy.
make
I'm
it-
literally
make-
intellectually molesting you right now. You're getting intellectually molested.
Yeah, yeah. You
Calm
can
down.
fake it till you make it.
Calm down. Calm down. Stop spazzing.
Yeah,
Stop.
fake it.
Stop manifesting.
Fake it.
Stop
No,
manifesting.
no, fake it.
Stop manifesting.
Yeah, fake it.
Stop manifesting.
Yeah, you wish. dude.
Stop manifesting.
Do these gimmicks work? Do these gimmicks
I got
actually work
something to add.
in other chats? Do your gimmicks work in the other chats? Because they're not going to work here.
Yeah. Okay. So listen,
Gimmicks, dude. I've been doing this a long time. You're an absolute.
I'm shoving my cock down your throat intellectually like this.
The very fact you start bringing up your freaking sexual organs and that's somehow supposed to mean something. See, there's a whole peer-reviewed paper on how people use words, like especially words like when they start referring to sexual organs. Next, you'll be calling me a pedophile. So we actually rate how we want people to feel about other people by the insults we give them, right? So there's actually levels to this. So when so now you're talking about sexual organs. So this shit's obvious. It's transparent. You're out of your weight class, bro.
I mean, I know damn well you're out of your weight class.
You're out of your weight class, dude. You're punching out of your weight class.
So let me. Okay, are you gonna let me explain to you how this isn't a fallacy or no?
You can't explain anything to me. You would have to know something.
Yeah. Okay. So listen. Let me.
You already admitted it. You're learning it on the fly.
No, I literally said I'm gonna teach you, and then you mute. So listen. Here's the thing. For something to be a word fallacy, it's gonna be like the word itself is gonna have to. Listen. Yeah. You get what I mean. So for something to be a word concept fallacy, the word is gonna have to have many different meanings. For example, colloquially, it's gonna be used in search term X. In I don't know. In continental philosophy, it has term X. In scholastic philosophy, it has term X. Whatever. But a priori.
Did I not give you the different context of meanings?
No, let me finish. A priori is used practically always the exact same way. It's never used differently by scholastics, analytics, continental. Everyone uses it the exact same way, and it's not even a colloquial word.
Okay, that's just a stupid assertion.
That's
just an assertion, dude. Yeah, they all use it the same way. That's just an assertion, dude.
Oh yeah, no, I have my sources. So for example.
Oh yeah, so it's a study of all the freaking times it was written down.
I have the sources. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, if you're just
when people start quantifying things and saying this happens mostly this way, I need the data that demonstrates the quantification.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you the data. So if you've read any scholastic source, you'd know this. If you've read the Thomistic thesis, I believe in thesis 6 or 7. It's explained what a priori and a posteriori means.
Okay, what's the sample size?
The same way. If you've read, what do you mean? What's the sample? This isn't. Oh my God! This isn't how we measure whether or not terms are used in philosophy. Are you like an idiot? We check out these philosophical words themselves and these philosophical works, and we see how the terms are used in these works. And I'm giving you the works and how the terms are used in these works. Ibn Sina, for example, you find this also in the Stanford. Let me finish. I'll give you the sources. So of course, Catholics and scholastics.
When you say most,
you'll find it in the Thomistic thesis.
Simple. You're trying to deflect.
Oh my God!
When you say most, that is a quantification of more than half, right? So when you say more than half, how do I know it's more than half or any other value? I gave you the context.
Because I'm giving you
in a temporal context, not in a philosophical context. So I already specifically laid out how I was using it. That you're using it in the word context fallacy in the context of philosophy. This isn't a philosophical discussion.
To put it very simply, you're gonna have to show why I should accept your definition when it's generally used otherwise. Yet again, the burden is going to be on you.
A priority means comes before.
What's going to be the argument for this definition when it's generally used otherwise?
What do you mean it's generally? In what sense?
Like why? Listen, no. Why should I accept? Why? Oh my God, bro! Why should I accept that in the manner in which you're using it is taken to be over the manner in which it's generally used by by every single philosopher ever? So what's going to be the argument?
Shit up. Now it's every single philosopher.
Yeah, find me a single philosopher that uses a priori to refer to before in temporal sense. Go ahead.
That is what it means. A priori.
Yeah, dumbass. The words aren't used. Words aren't. Words. Oh my goodness. Okay, so a priori, for example. Actually, I'm not even sure if it means before. But when it's first ever, the first ever mention of it would be what Ibn Sina or Descartes. I can't remember which one exactly. And the manner in which they used it was just to refer to something by using the mind alone. So I'm just using it how the original authors did.
It's used in science, right? So in a specific thing, right? So say I wanted to get signal from noise, right? I'm taking an image of something, but it's a very noisy signal. Okay, there's a limit to how I can extrapolate the data of my signal to get the signal out, or extrapolate my data and get the signal out of the noise. If I have a priori knowledge of the source, which means before knowledge of what the source is emitting in the first place, I can go beyond what I would be able to get normally. So say I could extract
that's just like an idiosyncratic manner of using it.
I couldn't get 1,000,000 to 1 unless I knew a priori beforehand what the fucking source was. So if I know the source is an LED light, right, then I can actually go, hey, LED lights only have these values, so I can make my mathematical model have, what would you call it, boundaries from which I can extrapolate the data from. It's used in science. It's used in all sorts of things. A priori is a common word.
So listen. No. Because listen. You're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh my goodness. So when you're in the manner in which you just use it, it just sounds.
This is bickering off topic.
Let me finish. So then the manner in which you used it, it's obviously like used in a idiosyncratic manner, and it shows that you're just like not familiar with these concepts. When you speak to anyone, and obviously, listen. Let me finish.
Yeah, are you been trying to do?
You've been going on for a minute. How about you just give us your globe proof, mate?
I'm literally just asking him to verify what he's using. Are you like?
You give us the globe proof, and we get back on topic. How about you start with the globe proof, and we can get back on topic.
The burden isn't on me. That's the problem. The burden's on him.
And I demonstrated why it isn't.
No, and then I asked you to
any globe evidence
because your demonstration is loaded.
Have you come in here to a flat versus globe debate with no globe evidence? Is that what you're saying?
No. I've come here to listen to your arguments, and your arguments aren't even valid.
How about you just start with your evidence? Do you have any? Because if you don't, then we don't have a debate, do we? So maybe
so I would just like make an inductive case.
Give us the point we can debate.
Yeah, so I mean, so first up, you're just shifting the burden, but I'll grant it.
No, don't be shifting the burden.
No. I'll be generous. I'll be generous. You're shifting the burden, but I know I'm dealing with like mentally handicapped people, so I'll be generous. Listen.
Yeah.
So obviously,
that's literally all you can do is insult us. It's literally your only game,
dude. I gave you. You literally couldn't even engage. Okay.
I told you why. You have the burden of proof. I told you why.
Stop stuttering.
Tradition is not an argument that shifts your burden.
Except
doesn't matter how many people believe.
Okay.
Yes, you did. Your example wasn't appealed to.
Wait, actually, yes, tradition does shift your burden. Are you an idiot? Do you understand how the burden of proof works?
Okay, but that's a logical fallacy. You can't shift burdens with a logical
because
fallacy.
That's not what an appeal to tradition is. An appeal to tradition is when I try to affirm the soundness of a proposition using previous tradition, but that's not what I said.
Yes, it is. It was the example you used.
No. The example that I used showed that the burden would be on someone who's opposing the tradition, the generally accepted fact.
Dude. Generally accepted fact is also
that is true, though.
Fact is also a burden of proof. Is also a logical fallacy.
What?
Saying something.
No, I'm not asserting that a generally accepted fact is a sound fact. Are you like, oh my God, are you even listening? I'm not even speaking of soundness of any propositions. I'm just speaking of the burden. I'm aware that these can be considered fallacies, but I'm not discussing the soundness of them.
So
I'm literally just discussing the burden.
Okay, yes, saying something is true because it's a generally accepted fact is also a logical fallacy.
Yeah, I know, and I'm not committing that. I'm just showing that the burden would be on someone who's opposing the generally accepted truth.
Well, explain to me. How does using a logical fallacy shift the burden of proof?
Yeah, I didn't use a logical fallacy. That's the problem.
You just admitted it was a logical fallacy.
I literally just said it is not a logical fallacy because I'm not affirming the soundness of the claim using the traditions or the generally accepted proof. I'm just asserting. I'm asserting that the burden would be on the person who's. Oh my God. Oh my God! I knew you guys were mentally handicapped, but not to this level, bro.
No, listen,
like, God damn.
You have to. Are you going to listen? You have to be, because if you say, contrary to experience, that the Earth is a globe, and then you're saying, I no longer have the burden of proof because my claim that the Earth is a globe is the tradition that everybody's been taught, and it is a generally accepted fact. Those two logical fallacies don't shift your burden of proof.
No. Okay. So the reason why this isn't analogous is the reason that why this isn't analogous is because what basically you're saying is if I walk into a room with all the people who believe in like Proposition X and I state Proposition X is false, obviously the burden would be on me. But that's not what you're doing. The problem here is that, like, let's say I'm walking into a room. No,
Why would the burden be on
the burden would because I'm the one making the positive claim here.
Yeah, but there's no evidence for their idea.
Yeah, I would still be the one making the positive claim.
But what's the evidence for their? No, because they generally accept that
whether or not there's evidence doesn't affect the burden of the proof. The burden relies on whether or not who's on the person who's making the positive claim. This is basic logic, by the way.
Okay.
And now you'll understand this.
Wait, so to claim that the Earth's a globe doesn't need evidence if a lot of people believe it.
No. The claim obviously needs and it does have evidence or whatever, but that doesn't affect the burden at all. The burden is distinct from
so what's new with the evidence? What is the evidence from
the burden is still on you to prove the claim.
No, it's not, dude. And I already did.
You could like rename. Listen.
You could. Let's say Earth is measured flat. What would be your counter evidence to that?
Yeah, I would ask you for the source. I would ask you for the source of how it's measured flat.
So what would your counter evidence to that be?
No,
and that's a genetic fallacy.
Real quick. To avoid when I ask for sources, that's a genetic fallacy.
All right, we get it.
When I ask for sources, bro, did this nigga just look up like 5 fallacies I can repeat?
Yeah, so that's a genetic fallacy. The source is irrelevant to the truth of the claim.
Okay, so can you
that's right.
muting me?
It's a genetic fallacy.
Yes, obviously you don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
So
you like look
the
up
truth is irrelevant to the source.
Like you just looked up 5 random fallacies.
No, I'm on a cell phone. I can't look up anything. The truth is irrelevant to the source of the claim. Something can be true regardless of who said it, or where it came from, or what its source is.
So that's okay.
So why would you ask what the source is? Because it's irrelevant to whether the measurement is true or not.
Yet again, to teach you what a fallacy is. So a genetic fallacy would be, let's say I have like someone who's I don't know.
Okay, I already have an example of genetic fallacy. You just did it.
Wait, can you distinguish a genetic fallacy from what's it called?
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more time.
No. Distinguish. Distinguish. No. I know you don't know what you're talking about, so I'm asking you to distinguish a genetic fallacy from an appeal to authority, because you just said an appeal to authority. That's not even a genetic fallacy.
I didn't say appeal to authority. I didn't say anything about appeal to authority.
I know that you meant to. You thought you were speaking of genetic fallacy, but you just said an appeal to authority. Like what you just said is just an appeal to authority.
No, I used
so go ahead and distinguish
authority as an example of a genetic fallacy. They're similar.
Go ahead and distinguish them. Go ahead and distinguish them.
No, I'm not getting into this. It's really simple. We're going to stay on topic. We're going to stay on topic, right? Tell us really simply, does the source of the information determine the truth of the information?
The source of, if it's from a credible source, then yes, obviously it would determine the truth of the information.
Okay, is credible an objective standard?
It's credible, and when you speak of objective, like, do you just mean like in what sense are you using objective?
What do you mean in what sense? Is
like that it exists experimentally?
Credible as a metric. Credible as a metric to whether something is true or false. Is that objective?
If you accept a certain set of propositions,
if you accept, so subjective.
It to be objective. No,
so
yeah. Well, if you like deny propositions like better is good or something like that.
Can you prove things with subjective things?
No, okay. So I would ask you if you affirm these set of propositions.
Credible doesn't matter, right? So you're playing games.
No, are you like a retard? Are you listening to what I'm saying at all?
No, you're playing games, right? All you're trying to do is actually sneak an appeal to authority and credential in as evidence. We know what you're doing.
An appeal to authority. You don't know what an appeal to authority is. You couldn't even distinguish it from a genetic fallacy.
Okay, dude. This whole exercise of what you've been trying to do, you're trying to sneak appeals to authority and appeals to credentials in as evidence, so you don't have to prove anything.
The problem is that you can't even distinguish these fallacies from each other. You don't know what you're saying.
Keep talking about me and not address what I said, because you can never address what I said.
Dude, gang. I've been in this VC for like 20 minutes, and I haven't seen a single proof why the Earth is flat, even though the burden is on you.
Measurements. I actually gave you. You were just given proof, measurements, and you asked what the source was.
Yeah, and I asked you to verify that proof, and you didn't reply. No, I asked you to verify that proof and you couldn't reply.
No, you asked what the source is.
No.
So say we said the source was NASA.
The source.
Say we said the
argument
was NASA.
that does. Let me finish.
Change it?
Let me finish. Which argument are you speaking of? Daz gave an argument in which I asked for the source, and then you kept on screaming genetic fallacy, which it isn't a genetic fallacy.
Okay,
the one that you gave, which I asked you to verify, and then you couldn't even verify it, and you didn't know what a priori was.
Okay.
Then what can I tell you?
I know what a priori is. You don't, dude, as you demonstrated 100 times now. Stop embarrassing yourself.
Sure.
What relevance?
So are you going to give the argument now or no?
What relevance is the source on the results?
Yeah, because it seems as like, let's say source X has been true in the past, therefore it's like it has made true claims in the past. We can make an inductive case for why it'll make true claims in the future.
Okay, but it'll be baseless.
No, it will be. No. The base here is that it has made previously true claims. What are you talking about? Do you know how induction works?
So anyone that made previously true claims, they make true claims for infinity?
Bro, you don't know how induction. Okay, let me give an example. So let's say I have like a set of. Let me finish. No. I think you're referencing. Okay, so you're just like bringing up the Humean objection to induction, the problem of induction.
The problem of induction, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask you. I'm rejecting the problem of induction. It's not even like a problem. It's retarded.
It's retarded is not like actually a refutation.
Yeah, I know. You're not letting me like positive refutation. So
because we want to talk about evidence, right? We want to talk about actual evidence, right? That's what we want to talk about. The actual results of tests. That's what we want to talk about. But we want to talk about.
You don't know, by the way, that like you do know that the results of tests are also like inductive, right? You fucking retard. Like you're actually critiquing your own methodology, you fucking idiot.
Not always.
Yeah, they're always inductive. Anything that's sensory is going to be inductive. You're fucking retard. You're your own methodology.
No, we have we have ways to objectively measure things. So we can take a tape measure and we can measure how long a table is, and we know objectively how long it is.
Okay.
Period.
Quick question, just to know whether or not you actually know what induction is. Is sensory experience inductive? Oh my god. Is a posteriori reasoning inductive? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Is a posteriori reasoning inductive? No, not inductive.
No, it's not inductive.
Not always.
You don't know a posteriori. I mean.
No,
yeah, it's going to be analytically true, by the way.
I know
this is literally just analytically true.
So it's the opposite of a priori, dude. Did you just like learn
English? A posteriori is different from a priori.
Comes after. No, it comes after.
Yeah, so a posteriori in
so we actually
this
can get this from
obviously it just means
right?
a posteriori. Listen, a posteriori in this context obviously just means sensory experience. So I'm just asking you: is your sensory experience inductive, or is your sensory experience inductive or deductive?
Dude, sensory experience is subject. Well, personal sensory experience is subjective.
Is it inductive or deductive?
It's neither.
It's neither. Things can be neither inductive nor you mean abductive.
That's right.
Abductive didn't even work. Wait, my sensory experience is abductive. Abductive is still like non-monotone. The problem of induction still applies to abductive reasoning.
Dude, and we're gonna go right back to the beginning. Not everything exists in the mind. We have mind and body. Are you a retard?
I'm aware, but all our sensory experience is inductive. I've observed that my sensory experience is reliable in the past. Therefore, it will probably be reliable in the future.
Okay, dude, no, dude.
Okay, how do you verify sensory experience? Go ahead.
I feel it.
That's your argument. I feel it, therefore it's true. Okay.
Well, I mean,
so the reason. No, listen. I'll explain. No, listen. I'll explain. Edward Fraser, by the way, this is a very good book. Someone sent. If you want it, I'll send it. But Edward Fraser discussed. Listen. Let's say I have like a bed in front of me. The only reason I know that this bed exists is because of my sensory experience. The only reason I trust my sensory experience is that it has been reliable in the past. Everything that I felt seems to have actually existed. So it's obvious that in the future, my sensory experience will be reliable. So when I touch a bed, this bed probably exists. I'm using induction. Everything that's sensory is inductive.
Apply that to the globe,
Let me finish. Because he's attacking my methodology for using induction. He's attacking. He's attacking my methodology for using induction,
No,
but
you
then
just
he's also
proved me
using
right.
induction right
No,
now.
you just
He's
proved me
attacking
right.
his own methodology. He's a fucking retard.
Hold
He's
on.
just a
Don't be
retard.
interrupting. No, you just proved me right. I said senses are a priori. So you said
senses are a posterior. Are you dumb?
Listen. You said my senses perceived the bed, and then after that, because I always perceive my bed a certain way, after that, you reach the conclusion that that's a bed. It's
no, so that's not what I. That's not what I said at all. Wait, can you restate my example? Yeah, because this isn't at all what I said. What I said was this: I've observed that my sensory. Listen.
It's a sensation a priori, a posteriori. Yeah. Which one?
A posteriori, of course. Sensation is obviously a posteriori.
How?
Yeah, because if you've read like anything on, let me finish. If you've read anything on a priori and a posteriori, let me finish. If you've read anything on a priori and a posteriori, like the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy article, you know that a priori means without sensory experience. Analytically, a priori cannot have sensory experience. It literally means without sensory experience.
You just go back down to the word concept fallacy again.
This isn't a word concept fallacy. This is literally how it's defined by each and every single philosopher.
We're not dealing with philosophy. We're dealing with the physical world.
We are literally dealing with philosophy. You're literally discussing philosophy of mind, how we verify sensory experience. You don't even know what you're talking about, literally. Oh my god, bro. This is just embarrassing.
Okay, we're talking about how things follow each other temporally in time.
This is philosophy. No. We're discussing philosophy of mind, how we verify sensory experience. This is philosophy of mind.
No, we're not talking. I'm not talking about philosophy of the mind because I'm talking about the body.
Yeah,
you're lost in your own
head. So when I ask, how do I verify that my body's reliable? Am I making a claim that's in philosophy of mind or no? Am I asking a question which is going to be answered in philosophy of mind or no?
Say that again. What was the question?
How do I know if my body is reliable?
How do you even know you have a body? How do you know you have a body in the first place?
Yeah, this is all answered in philosophy.
That comes before.
We're discussing philosophy.
Before that question, right? So that comes before that question.
Yeah. So when we're discussing philosophy,
you're way off topic here. You're way off topic. Well, you're off topic, dude. Go to another server if you want to talk about the body and the mind and all this bullshit. Okay. All right. I'm trying to get back onto the argument. And you keep dragging it onto the other shit, all right?
Yeah,
so I know. So the guy has no globe evidence and he has no counter evidence.
The burden is on you. The burden is on you. I'm asking you for your proof. You're the one making the positive claim.
Counter evidence. Yeah. So what's your counter evidence for Earth is measured flat?
Earth is what does that even mean? The Earth is like.
Do you have any counter evidence? That's where you say no. Earth's not measured flat because
I'm asking you what your evidence is,
and you provide your counter evidence.
I'm literally just asking you to explain your claim. What does it mean that the Earth is?
You sound like you're a coward because you won't let anyone talk.
Go ahead and explain what you mean.
Okay.
I'm asking an explanatory question. I'm asking you to explain. You don't even know your proof. I'm asking you to explain your proof.
What's your counter evidence?
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain it. I don't understand your proof. What does it mean to measure that the Earth is flat? What the fuck does that mean?
Okay.
Explain your proof. This is the most fundamental, basic stuff ever. This is the bare minimum. I'm asking you to explain your proof. The bare minimum.
I have some proof, dude. I have some proof, but I want to hear
Explain your proof. Explain it.
You have to shut the fuck up to let him answer, right?
He just keeps on asking me for my counter evidence.
So you don't have
just stop talking,
so if please. Explain how Earth was measured flat.
I'm asking you for your. I'm asking you to explain your proof. Explain your proof. I can understand it.
Talking, please.
Okay, go ahead and explain it.
Okay.
Okay,
we're gonna have to go through every word.
Give him some flat Earth evidence there.
Do you know what measure means?
You don't even know what your proof means.
No. I'm gonna go through every word with you, so because you're a weasel, and we're gonna have to do this. What does measure mean? Sure. So we all know that we're working with the same term. Yeah. What does measure mean?
Yeah, measure. The way I take it, it's just gonna be like the mental construction.
The way I take it, no, it's not the way.
I understand it different,
dude.
Okay, so go ahead and give me your definition of it.
Okay, when you measure something, you compare one thing to another.
Sure. So it's a relation.
Physically.
That's not what measure means, but okay.
It's what a measuring is.
No, to measure is to ascertain the size. Ascertain the size.
No.
Ascertain the size or degree of something. Yes, that's what measure means.
Yeah, maybe degree, but you have to have. You're going to use some arbitrary unit, right? So you're going to compare it to something.
Okay, right? Why should I accept your definition, by the way?
And the word is discern.
Don't accept it.
Yeah.
Because kick this guy out.
You don't want to accept your definition?
He doesn't want to accept the word measure, so let's just boot him.
No. I'm asking why should I accept your definition?
No, I don't care. Dude, get the fuck out.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
I don't care. No,
I just intellectually raped you, bro.
The game's over, dude. The game's over.
I literally just intellectually molested you, bro. This is embarrassing. Like at this point, it's going to
Hey, remember what I just said about how he's going to devolve? He's eventually going to go into like pedophilia and incest.
Yeah, I'm 15, by the way.
You just did it. I literally predicted what you were going to do, and you did it.
Okay, can we get back to measurement?
Right?
Yeah, need to. You understand what Injo said? We're going to make a comparison. That's going to be by a standard of measure, whether that be centimeters and inches, and we're going to compare that standard of measure to the thing that we're measuring.
What? So can you say that again? You were going in and out.
We haven't agreed upon standards, right? So like inches and centimeters. So when Injo says that we're going to compare, it's going to be that unit of measure, inches, centimeters, miles, whatever, to something, the thing that we're measuring. My height, for example. We're going to compare the unit of measure to me.
What I'm saying is if we take the definition of measurement, it doesn't say that.
This is where measurement comes from. So the ancient Greeks would just compare one thing to another, right? So that's where ratio.
Listen, you're the Discord server to say that what Indio said, followed by what Jedi said to say that's not the definition of a measurement. He just explained what we have been doing since our mommies and daddies are taking us to Foot Locker. They had to measure our feet. You know what he's saying is. Why are you being so ridiculous?
Now you're making an etymological fallacy because, I mean,
because we don't measure things based on standards that are already because that doesn't happen, right? Today.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so then shut the fuck up because that's what I said.
Yeah, but that doesn't make your definition like right.
Yeah, why you guys waste time with it? I'm going back on.
I was just trying to understand how we were measuring the Earth to be flat. That's like I'm not even. Come on, man.
You have a surface. You have a surface. Okay. You have a 10 miles, and you don't have elevation change in that 10 miles. That's how it's measured flat.
That makes no sense.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm asking. Hold on.
I'm asking you.
I misspoke. Let me explain my question. What are you using to measure the Earth as flat? Like what instrument or what? If we're not agreeing on unit of measurement, what unit of measurement are we agreeing on to come up with the measurement of flat Earth?
Kilometers or miles? What do you
want? In the end. But before the last few words that you said, yeah, miles.
You cut out. Like all of that was cut out. I didn't hear you.
Miles, kilometers. Chopping off the last part of it made it loaded. Miles, kilometers, meters, inches, centimeters.
Okay, so we do agree on the unit of measurement. It's not that we disagree on the unit of measurement.
That's what I pointed out earlier. when I was talking about centimeters.
I just joined in, bro. My bad. I didn't hear you having that conversation with somebody else.
But the bottom line is the other guy is acting like there are multiple ways to understand what the fuck we're talking about when we're talking about measurement. Clearly, you're on the same page as the other guy is just a little slow, right? So when we say we measure something, different flat earth version of what the word measurement is, that's the point.
Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me?
He is a little bit.
He is dropping out a bit.
Okay, yeah.
Did you want to add something, Jedi?
I hear.
Did you want to add something, Jedi?
I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him. I just can't understand.
You're right, dude. You're good. You're a good dude.
All right, so So what tool are we using to measure flat Earth? Not the.
So we
not,
measure. Yeah.
Many.
So we measure the ocean. So we measure the ocean as flat with the sextant. Okay. So with angles.
Yeah, but his question is loaded. So now you're something that's already wrong. Because when he hears you say sextants and yada, 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 he's interpreting that from, again, his question wasn't just how do you measure? He's like, how do you measure?
You're cutting out and you're assuming because I'm not know what I'm.
I'm not. Listen, you don't have to interrupt me. Okay, I'm cutting out. Whatever. I don't even know why that's happening. The point is, though, right? When you keep saying, how do you measure the flat Earth? It's like, no, like, how do we have measurements? What are we doing to measure? What are we doing practically?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you did. You said, how do you measure?
Said, how are we measuring flat Earth?
Exactly what I just said you said.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that's loaded because it's just, how is the Earth measured, period?
There's
because,
a lot of
maybe you're thinking, I don't know what you're thinking, but again, you don't need to add the flat part.
How we measure the spherical Earth?
No.
We can.
I know, but he said that because he wants to confuse you.
Hold on. The whole point is, you're telling me not to insinuate. So all I can say is, you adding the whole flat Earth thing on the end of that is loaded. It's a little too much. I don't care what you meant by it. The bottom line is, we're telling you the Earth measures flat. It's not some, okay, well, tell me. I don't know what. That's what it is. It measures flat.
Trust me, bro.
You wanted to know the answer.
Wait, 1 second.
You wanted to know the answer.
Oh my God.
One of the tools that are used for navigation, which gives you distances, is a sextant. It's one of the tools.
Loads of tools. This is just one.
Now, I mean, I wanted to be a little more descriptive in saying, like, okay, well, of course you're measuring angles with the sextant, specifically elevation angles. The thing about that is you're using the Earth as a horizontal when that's happening. But the part about the measurement part, about, like, the distance that we do get from, let's say, the equator to the geographic location of the North Star, that linear distance measurement comes from the angular measurements in the first place and utilizing the Earth as a flat plate. Then you have a flat distance based on the measurements you've already made.
Are we okay? Question. When you say a sextant, you mean the navigational tool?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is, how do satellites get accurate navigation?
That's the biggest nonsense. Okay, listen, just so you know, we were going straight and then you like parachuted off of like big ass cliff.
Is that a red herring?
I'm just asking a question.
Okay. No, it is. Okay, well, check this out, fam. I'm talking about, because you asked me, how do you get a measurement? Now you're asking me about satellites. Okay, you want to know how satellites work? Guess what you need? Elevation angles. Guess how satellites would have to be used? With Earth as a flat frame of reference. That's as much as I'm willing to tell.
No, but I mean that's absolutely false. But
oh, really? Okay. Right. Because the professor that I always pull on YouTube was talking about it and describing, well, for intents and purposes in this diagram, okay, it looks flat, but we know the Earth is a globe. Anyway, let me go ahead and explain that I'm talking. Everybody else,
you're cutting out really bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's cool.
Yeah, but it's understandable. It's understandable.
I can't understand him. He's cutting out. I'm not being.
Oh, I can understand him.
All right, hold on, Sasha. Am I cutting out for anybody else?
You're cutting a little bit, Elijah. A little bit.
But did you understand what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Did you understand what I said?
Yeah.
Is anybody else too retarded to put 2 and 2 together when a connection? Because I'm asking if it's that broken up.
Elijah, your connection is fine for me. You haven't dropped a single word.
Well, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Like, I'm not being facetious. It might be me. I'm not even like I'm not being like. I think we're not having an aggression. I don't think we're having an aggressive conversation. I think this is a regular conversation. I just didn't hear the last words that you said. The last words that you keep saying cut out for me.
Okay. Well, the bottom line is I am correct. You, for whatever reason, said I was, and everyone else in this room knows. Because if I had the time right now, which I don't, I'd just pull up a video of a glober telling you that they utilize rhinos. I don't give a fuck what you do with your day, bro. I don't give. When people come to me asking me for information, I give it to them. When they turn around and go, "That's not true," all right, I don't know what you want me to tell you then. Go.
I mean, I could prove to you that
they use a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earth fixed, which is off the tangent plane. The coordinates are easting up in what's the other one? I can't remember off that one. Up, down, and easting, but it's a plane. It's not a ball. Earth-centered Earth fixed. Look it up.
It's telling you how satellites work.
Elijah, he add that flat things, how you measure at flat. That's why I asked how you measure at spherical, because he's saying somehow it is not possible to measure something like a flat, but it is possible to measure something spherical, I think, because we have the size and everything.
It is.
That means if something is flat, you cannot measure it. But if something is spherical, then you can measure it. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Seems legit to me.
Is this a logic?
I'll give you an example.
Suez Canal, it's example. Do you know what is Suez Canal?
Yeah.
How long it is? It's more than 100 kilometers.
It is.
Does changing elevation, is it dropping down, going up, or it's
It depends where you are at the beginning.
Okay. On the beginning, does change the elevation that water? Is it dropping down?
For you, it would be dropping down.
For me?
Yes, the Earth curves approximately 8 inches per mile.
Yes. Yeah, that's on paper. On the paper.
Wait,
That also means it's 69.17 miles to get a degree of curvature. That's what it means.
Can we start with the fact that that is incorrect and can be proven by or exposed, shown to you by almost everyone in this room? Can we start there since that seems kind of fundamental?
Let's go there. Let's start there.
Great. Go ahead, guys.
Not what he said.
There's also a formula for this. I'm going to see if you guys have a different formula.
Formula for what?
To calculate the curvature?
No, we want to know how you measure the curvature, not calculate it.
No.
You can calculate it.
I just said that because he believes that the Earth is curved 8 inches per mile squared, we can now just, instead of doing all this other shit, since that's a very fundamental part of what he believes, we can, almost anybody in this room can debunk that claim right there. It's just about however you guys want to do that. I don't want to go back until you explain. Somebody just kill it right quick. I don't want to have to stop washing dishes. Look, he's all in. He's saying you can't.
No, it's quite easy to do so. So if we have a rate, if we have a rate of curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, that means that every horizon distance will be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, for example, you're a 6-foot observer and you're down the beach looking at the horizon. Based on the radius of the Earth, the horizon should be just under 3 miles away for your 6-foot observer eye height. If you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, then the horizon will be at 1.22 miles. Calculation is 1.22 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you want me to tell you that? Do you want me to show you that measurement, that Earth curvature rate you said, isn't there?
Yes, and I'm going to also say from ground level, the curvature is not noticeable to the naked eye.
Okay. So what I've done is given you a distance to the horizon. You know what the horizon would be if you're standing on a sphere. You know what it would be, right? You standing at altitude on that curved surface, looking across that curved surface, and the point or the portion of that curved surface you could no longer see beyond because it was a curved surface.
Yes.
Okay, so I've just given you the mathematical formula to be able to see it. And for a 6-foot observer, it's 3 miles away. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. Because if you change your eye height, you're going to see more or less across the surface, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just give me a minute and I'll find you this picture. For some reason, I can't find it. It won't take too long, though, dude. Yeah, I found it. So, based on this very simple mathematical principle of knowing the radius and knowing your height of eye above that surface, then we should have a distance to a horizon measurement. See, the thing is, are you in the side chat? Can you see the image or the short video that I've posted?
1 second. I'll show you this one. It's a lot, goddamn. Yeah, I see that.
Awesome stuff. So this is an observation, excuse me, taken at altitude of 8 foot. Based on the calculation that we're given, based on that formula, then the distance to the horizon should be 3.46 miles away. Now, these oil rigs are in this observation because we know their distance from the observer who took them. One's at 6-7 miles, one's at just under 10 miles, I believe. So we can use them in reference to where the horizon appears. Now, can you clearly see, like me and everybody else, the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
Yeah, it's beyond it.
So this kind of demonstrates that rate of curvature that you were talking about, 8 inches per mile squared, is not something that we observe, and most definitely not something that we measure. because the horizon should be. Because
are you saying that should you be able to see the 8 inches? Is that something you're saying?
What I'm saying is
the drop is going.
Hold on. If we're taking the 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate into account, then the horizon for this 8-foot observer should be in front of the Oryx at a distance from the observer at 3.46 miles. But the horizon is beyond the Oryx at a safe estimation of around 10 miles, 11, maybe more. So when we base the observation and measurement, we don't observe or measure any Earth curvature.
I'm pretty sure the zooming has to take that into account. He's zooming in.
Yeah. Is the horizon like a curve where things beyond it you can't see because the curve's in the way?
Curves on the way to a point. There are instruments to see beyond it.
Okay.
Let me just.
When I say see beyond it, I mean like from a human perspective.
Time out. Stop. Let me just ask you a quick question based on because you're for whatever your brain is in on one street and it needs to be on another. Let me ask you this: if your house was 1.2 miles away and you pulled out a pair of binoculars, would it make shit of a difference? Your house would still be there, right? Whether you zoomed in on it or
if my house was 1.2 miles away? Yeah.
Correct. You zooming in on your house is move it, make it seem further. It's not going to do.
It literally makes it seem closer.
Exactly. But what it won't do is say your house 1 mile away, and then you got like, I don't know, a library behind your house. And one day you take out a pair of binoculars and, oh shit, the hospital is in front of your house. That'd be absolutely right.
That'd be weird, yeah.
Exactly. The horizon is supposed to be, that's what they class the Earth. That's its address, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the location based on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. What you're looking at, but not yet addressing or understanding or seeing, is that there's no house there like they said. There's no house there. It doesn't exist.
Here's what I'm saying, too, to add to that. Let's say you, in that same example, your house is a mile away. Your difference in height will vary 8 inches.
No, there is no difference in height. We're already taken 1 mile away, and you're a 6-foot observer. There's no other height to take into account. Every time you come in to the perimeter of your town, your house is right there. That's it.
No. If you're at eye level height with your house 8 miles away,
but you're not.
This is what I'm trying to explain. You're
not listening. It's very frustrating.
This is what I'm trying to explain. I heard you. Hear me.
I need you to stop trying to explain because 1.2.
No, I need to explain my point.
No, you can't explain your point.
Yes, I can. What I'm saying is the house is 8 inches difference, and that's not observable with binoculars. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's completely non sequitur.
Because of the field of view of binoculars.
That's non sequitur.
It doesn't matter.
No. Everybody else shut up. We got called out here for some reason. I'm going to unmute you when I'm done talking. I don't know why you think you should, with your eyeballs, see 8 inches per mile squared. What we're telling you is that the consequence of what they say the size, how much curvature there is, there's supposed to be a physical limitation that is not there. I don't know why you're talking about pulling out binoculars and seeing 8 inches per mile. Fam, there's nothing to see. You can't see her. Everybody knows that. You said that. You can't perceive it. You said that already. Did you not? However, you can't say that about the horizon. It's very clearly in the math, in their claim, the address of a physical thing that is obstructing the rest of the earth because we live on a sphere. That's their claim. That's all we're dealing with. We're showing you, hey, look at this magic trick. Look at how they jerked off in your face. They told you there was a geometrical. You can even Google it, and they're still telling it to you right now. Look how it's not there. Look at them just jerking it in your face right now. And you're like, yeah, but what I'm saying is, it's very sad to me, bro. Very.
Do you understand what bro is saying at least?
Am I unmuted? Hello?
We can hear you, bro.
Okay.
Here, can I explain to him real quick?
Yeah.
The horizon is supposed to be the top of a hill of water that blocks everything beyond it. That's where the Earth curve is supposed to start. So anything beyond that, like the surface of the Earth, that's supposed to be curving down and away from you. So just like you can't whip out binoculars and see the other side of a hill, right? You can't see the other side of a hill surface.
No, you can't.
Right? You know that, right? You think you can whip out binoculars, you look at one side of the hill, and if you whip out binoculars, you can see the other side?
No, I think I know what you're about to say, but go ahead.
No, I'm asking you, like if you had a hill in front of you, and
no,
you looked at
can't
it,
see
you
on
whip out
the other side of a
you can't
hill.
see the grass on the other side.
But you can see like further through the horizon with binoculars.
Yes, but we're saying the horizon, where it is, it's supposed to be a specific location. Right? But you can see water beyond that location. But that water is supposed to be the other side of the hill.
With binoculars.
It's what?
Am I not wrong? He used binoculars in that example.
Well, I mean, he used the camera, but...
So he used the zoom feature on like something. Okay.
Yeah, but he's seeing the surface of the other side of a hill.
Because there's an inanimate object in the way, you can't see over that.
Like the Earth, which is curving.
You can see over the curvature of the Earth with binoculars. The curvature, your perceived curvature of the horizon changes with binoculars when you zoom in.
I don't think
when you zoom in.
See, the thing is, he's responding with his experience, right? Which is what most people do. Couple.
That's not what I did.
All right, I'm sorry because I'm definitely going to mute you when I'm talking. Right? Are you going to be quiet?
Go ahead.
Okay. So he has his observations again with the belief that it's a sphere. That's what we've all had. There's nothing tying him to the math, the geometry, any actual supposed practically found instance, which would be in this example the horizon. Like he doesn't understand what we're saying. Either that or he's fucking us around because it's not connecting in any way.
I think you don't understand.
And
I
what
think
I'm
he's
saying
honest
is like,
and it's refreshing.
Because most people, like because I always ask like girls and shit, you know what they say? They never thought of the horizon as the way I described it. They just thought, well, you can see as far as you can, but after that, that's where the curve is. Like they don't tie it to no, it's not supposed to be however the fuck far you want to see it. It's a specific claim to a specific distance based on specific dimensions. There's no way around that. But you're not hearing me say that. You're just saying, well, I know what the horizon is, and I know if you pull out a pair of binoculars,
there's formulas.
I know if you pull out a pair of binoculars that you're going to be able to actually see further. We all that's you're not actually seeing.
Let me do it by analogy then. Now the horizon, think of the horizon as like it. You see a hill in the distance, and beyond the hill is a building. Now you can see the building, sticking out from the top of the hill. The horizon is supposed to be the top of the hill. You can't whip out binoculars and see the grass on the other side of the hill. That's what's happening here. We're seeing the grass that's supposed to be on the other side of the hill because they told us, hey, the hill is 100 feet tall. Well, we can see the other side of the hill. So that can't be true.
And why is that not true? Because I'm trying to see the similarities. Yeah, okay. So it's water you're comparing to the hill. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. So the top of the hill should be 1.22 miles away. That's the image you're looking at. Black Swan, right? So you can calculate where the top of that hill should be. But the horizon's way farther than that. 10 times farther than that. So the top of the hill can't be there. And if the top of the hill is 10 times farther away, you need a 10 times bigger ball.
Now, I hear you. If the horizon was a set point.
Sorry, guys. Indio, can you
Y'all
tell
watch
him
too much
what
YouTube videos. Y'all been watching way too many YouTube videos.
Can you tell him what that means? That 10 miles with 1 foot observer height. What that mean? How big Earth would be if that is true?
If this is
it
true,
would have to have a circumference of 1.6 million miles.
We understand, man. You can now have take the half of that.
Okay.
It's a size, man. It's like a basket. It's the size of the sphere. In this case, it's a big sphere, but that's the size. You can have, for example, you can make it like India said, 1,600,000 radius, but then will be more distance for observation. Do you understand?
It would be as big as the sun.
No. Because you're basing it off a different equation, and I got you guys. So there's a formula.
That's their claim. So the sun's circle is that 1,800,000 Earths. The sun, from the radius out, the circumference of the sun is supposed to be that, right? Magically, yeah.
No.
So you're saying Earth is bigger than the sun?
Are you guys trying to calculate the radius of the Earth?
Look.
Yes.
So if you use the equation, right, and you say, "Hey, I see a horizon 10 miles away from a 1 foot eye level. How big is that sphere? What do I have to change the radius value until it fits a 10 mile away horizon? That sphere is 315,000 miles in radius, 1.6 million miles in diameter, or circumference rather."
I got you. I was asked this the other day. Let me see. I got
you. It can only fit a sphere that big.
There's a calculator for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say
we're well aware of a calculator. We've been using it for half a decade.
Because you said like the Earth should be like 1,000,000 something miles if you guys go off of what I said, right?
No, to fit this observation to a ball, the circumference would have to be a 1.6 million mile ball. That is the only size ball this observation will fit.
No.
No.
And it's because the equation. I'll tell you no, and I'll tell you why. C equals 2 times pi times r is 40K.
Yeah.
What
40,300
the fuck's that got to do with physicality?
That is the Earth's radius.
Yeah.
And I bring that up.
Yeah.
To prove that if the math works out, I bring that. Can I talk? I bring that up to prove that the curvature.
You're speaking.
I bring that up to prove that the curvature is measurable. 1 kilometer is 0.08 meters in curvature.
Yeah,
which means that if you're looking out, 20 kilometers out, then the curvature is 31.39 meters. It's measurable, and it goes in that equation. It goes inside of that equation.
Okay, we're talking about the horizon distance. So you can't do any calculation. The horizon distance. You can't even do any calculation without the horizon distance. Period.
We can't.
Okay, so give me the formula for a drop in 10 miles from an elevation of, say, 10 feet. Don't use the horizon distance. Tell us the formula for that.
So we're going to factor in 10 feet from how long?
10 miles.
10 miles.
It's a little bit above 8 meters.
10 feet, it's 3 meters.
We can use kilometers if you want. 40. How about 41 kilometers away? 1.5 or 1.92, which is 10 feet meters. I'm using this because it's an actual observation that was done.
2.9 meters. It's 10 feet.
I'm getting back to you on that.
And what formula are you using?
Approximately 30 centimeters. Come on.
I'll show you. Can I share links in the chat? I can show you this.
Okay. Let's use air curve calculator.
Here we go. You guys see this?
What there?
Yeah. And it's crazy that people still believe. I don't 8 inches per mile squared. I debunked that when I went to the beach and I saw Jersey from game over.
You saw Jersey from how long?
Refraction.
Okay, so no curve there. For whatever
No
reason.
curvature because you saw Jersey?
Based on the dimensions, yeah. I'm doing the same math that supposedly you're doing now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? That's why everybody that comes to me, the conversation's over at that point.
This calculator tells you the drop from eye level.
Yes.
Don't tell you the horizon distance. But it's using the Pythagorean theorem. It's just using a triangle.
Is it supposed to use the triangle? Right.
I mean, this is probably the most accurate way up to some limit. The limit being 1/8 the circumference. After that, it'll start.
I've seen this before. Yeah, hold on. I've seen this.
So the one I just posted, right? You can change the radius value, right? So you can alter the radius value. Now, if you put in 1 foot observer height and alter the radius value until it matches a 10-mile away horizon, that radius value is going to be something around 300,000 miles.
Ten feet height, 10 miles, 3.8 miles horizon distance, and target height and 25 feet.
The point is, the water that you can see, the surface, is supposed to stop 1.2 miles away. But the water surface we can still see for another 9+ miles. We shouldn't be seeing any of that water.
Really? Oh, well, I got a question then. So let's say you have a telescope near you on the beach. You see a ship. You zoom in with the telescope, does the horizon change?
Yes.
I mean, in reality, yes.
Okay. So
in reality, the horizon in the gold model, the horizon should never change.
No, it should always change.
On the globe cannot change.
Well,
yes.
Go ahead.
Hold up. Because I foresee y'all getting into a wrangle-dangle. This, which kind of sidesteps everything that. Let's not do that, right? you got to acknowledge what Neo just said. It's super simple, straightforward, easy to understand. You got to acknowledge. Don't answer it with
one. Let me see. So it's like rising on
saying the size of the Earth changes, do you, dude? So that's what you're saying when they're saying the horizon changes, you're saying the size of the Earth changes.
Size of the Earth stays the same.
Yeah, so the horizon should be at a fixed distance. You shouldn't be able to see over it.
But if you can zoom in when you're standing still, and it's a different on your eyes, but something that can zoom in, of course, it's going to change. I think all
going to change.
Globe, the horizon.
The number you got from you looking out is going to change because you zoomed in.
The horizon changes.
That didn't make any fucking sense.
But he's not. Listen, he's taking reality for what it is through his belief system. He knows the same thing we know. You pull out a pair of binoculars, the horizon is not physically where it appeared to be, because when you pull out binoculars, you're just going to see the horizon in a different place. What he's not understanding is, within his belief system, the horizon is supposed to be geometric. It's supposed to be specifically one location from your one location. So you're at one location, well, you can calculate where it is, and it will be at that location. However, that's not true. That's completely wrong. It's bogus. It's false. Everyone in here knows it, but you.
That's false. Why?
You're looking at
you know.
You're looking at it. What don't you understand about what I just said and what?
Yeah. So
all you said was I was
you know
wrong.
What a tangent is. Well, listen, bro. You know what a tangent is, right? A tangent line, tangent to a circle.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does that intersection point change where the tangent line touches the circle to intersect?
This Black Swan show you got right here. Let me see.
No, I'm the ball. I'm the ball, dude. On a ball.
Well, you cut out. Can you repeat it a little?
Tangent line on here. Hey, yeah, I'm in a bad spot. Someone take over.
Do you see what Yasha Yug just sent? I want you guys to look at the chat and just see that.
You zoom in and horizon doesn't change, and you brought
it changed. It actually did change when he zoomed back out.
Man, you zoom in the boat. Do you see the boat when you zoom out?
No, and that's what I'm saying. I think we're saying the same thing.
Is it there 1 mile to the boat?
This proves curvature.
This actually
proves. Yeah, that GIF actually just shows curvature. Yes.
How can you?
Because you don't see the boat at a long distance without zooming in.
And when you zoom in.
And when you zoom in, you see the ship. That shows there's curvature on the Earth.
And if you are
this close, Sasha, to kicking his dumb, because you need to go away and do something else.
No,
because I don't know why you're here. Definitely my time
to debate. And I guess you don't like people who disagree with you, which is fine.
No, he doesn't like people who saying that flat surface is curved. He doesn't like that kind of.
I don't like people that can zoom through dirt hills with their binoculars and zoom through houses like you, house zoomer, hill zoomer. You can zoom through fucking hills with binoculars. That's cool.
I can't do it. Because he's not addressed anything that anyone has said since I started talking. If you pay attention, it's always answered with another question that just makes me go, is this guy really this dumb? And I don't want to keep doing that. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go do something else. Do what you want. It was already laid out. The horizon is geometric. That claim is debunked. Here it is. Everybody posted whatever they posted.
I blame the school system. They didn't teach him right.
You have everything. And he, with no, for no good justified reason, says it's false. That was one of his responses. Another, okay, how do you know that? Or what's the evidence? What's the show me? How do you know? That's what we've been doing this whole time, showing him. So I don't. If this is zombie apocalypse and I'm trying, you want to believe motherfuckers that it's the cream of an Oreo? That's fine. That's fine. I don't need you to be smart. I really don't.
Today it's weird. You could have him in a headlock and he won't believe it unless you show him the math.
But it's going bottom up. It's disappearing.
He can zoom in through basketballs with his binoculars. So something that's hit on the other side of the basketball, he can just zoom in with his binoculars and bring it right back.
But Dima, he said that proves the globe. If you zoom in.
And he can't zoom through stuff? Proves the globe? Huh.
Yeah, yeah. If you zoom something in a distance, with the surface flat, that proves the curve.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. If I can see over the object,
that's your problem.
Right. So it must be his problem that he doesn't understand flat things. So if I see the flat object and then it goes out of my view on the flat object and then I bring it back across the flat object, that's the only thing that makes sense. If it goes out of my view and down below the hill, like at the bottom of the fence in the backyard, you're not going to see it on the other side of that fence. Well, how the fuck is a binocular going to make you see something through a fence or a hill of dirt? Globers would have to show me that magic pair of binoculars they're working with.
Essentially, he's saying magnification is X-ray vision.
Well, a hill in his backyard's waiting for demonstrification. Demonstrate that magnification shit. Put something at the bottom of the hill in your backyard. That bottom of the hill can only be, 3-4 foot? Get away from it and just keep zooming in. The fuck? I bet you won't see it.
They're saying that the distance to the horizon changes with refraction.
Yes.
So it's the size of the. Does that work the same with the mountain? So does refraction change the height of a mountain?
Yes.
When we go climb Mount Everest, Demok, if it's too much refraction, I'm not going because it's going to be too high.
It'll be way too high.
Wait till low refraction.
Mountain.
Yeah, just wait till low refraction and it won't be as high.
You'll never be able to climb that refraction.
No.
You'll have to wait till a good day, and then we'll just go on the smaller mountain of itself. I want to go when it's refracted down to 1 foot, and we can just jump over it.
Exactly. That's where I want to go. If we get the wrong day, it's going to be much taller. We could get lost due to refraction.
So that's why we can't figure out distance. Son of a bitch. So on a hot day, it's 8,000 miles to somewhere, and on a cold day, it's 10,000.
Yep.
Fuck.
But listen, this demo. Radio London, today visibility 30 miles. Tomorrow, Radio London, visibility 20 miles. Then after, visibility 40 miles.
Those are all past 1.22 miles. Those are all past 6 miles. Those are all... What's going on?
But when they're saying on radio visibility is 20 miles, what they are meaning? It's visibility from the Mount Everest or from the ground?
So it's really visibility from 6 miles and refraction. Damn. So 20 miles of visibility will get you 6 on the globe with refraction. This is funny.
Everything is good till it's not a war, When you have ships coming to attack the let's say Ireland, then you have problems. Where you will shoot, which ship, is that refracted ship, is that real ship, is that real horizon, what to do?
I just don't understand how they're convinced by like nothing. But if you actually touch their face, they're like, if the dude has me in a headlock and he's like, "Do I got you in a headlock?" I'm gonna be like, "Well, the globe says no. You'll have to show me the math to prove it." Like, what the fuck? Does that, huh? So physicality and reality, fuck all that, right? Don't worry about the physicality that somebody's choking me out. Do some math, huh? Don't worry about running into that tree. You'll have to do math first to make sure you're gonna actually hit that tree or get hurt, because that tree's not real until you do math. This shit is fucking crazy to me. Math balls, math globes.
The problem is because the only flat surface is in the question, If you have flat surface, the first thing cannot be flat. Then you go and find explanation what could be flat surface. But flat, that you cancel that in the first, because that's ridiculous to think. You go on, you need to think, this is flat because I perceive only like that. It must be something else.
And if you're in real estate, you sell the house on a high refraction day, it looks longer, it looks wider, you can see further of the house. And they go, "Wow, it looks really big." And they say, "Yeah, they paid the $2 million, whatever." And then when it's winter and it's like, "Has the house shrunk?" You go, "No, dear, it's just the refraction." Yeah, so.
Yeah, on this day, it's 4,000 square miles. On this day, it's 2.
Yeah, get them on a good day. I'm getting into real estate, man.
Yeah, but what if you buy the refraction insurance to prevent against shrinkage?
Fucker. I was just getting ready to add that. Son of a...
Yeah, well, democked. Sometimes you get democked.
Refraction insurance, man, you got to make a killing. Damn it, why didn't I think of that?
I'm going to have George Costanza as my meme. I was in the pool.
I was refracted. Your Honor, it wasn't me. It was refraction. And case dismissed.
This refraction is making me thirsty.
This refraction is making my feet feel bigger. I feel bloated.
My mama said that life's like a box of refraction.
You never know what you're going to get.
The logic, refraction could happen only on the spherical surface. That's why.
Yes, light only does stuff in mediums to stuff and acts like stuff and has a reaction. Only globe. Stuff only can do stuff on globe.
Correct, Demo. Totally correct. He said, "Look, you zoom in the boat, and that is the proof for the curve."
You zoom in over that horizontal surface horizontally, and then that proves horizontal Earth.
Yeah, what mean curve at the end. You don't have choice, man. Whatever you speak about flatness, that mean curve. Do you understand?
I just leveled out this fence, boss. You son of a bitch, you better unstraighten that. Right now. Unstraighten that straight line. Curve it. Okay. You don't do nothing. You go take a break and come back. Yeah, I curved that straight line. And he looks back at it and he's like, yeah, it looks pretty good. Matches the curve of the earth. Perfect horizontals, man. I love them.
Get to straightening.
Well, I told the boss had to eyeball it. I was like, boss, I promise it's the curve of the earth, but horizontal. And he said, yeah, it looks good. Let's go. You make a frown fence pole and you'd be like, I promise that's horizontal. Follows the curve of earth. He's like, oh, shit, well, let's go home. We're getting paid. Shouldn't you have a stick with a warning sign, a big pole that says earth curve here, danger, super drop? You know, like the crevasse, like the crevasses in Antarctica, the little red flags, you can't go past them, right? How do they know where to put that red flag when it's covered with snow? How do they know where the drop-off's at, but they don't know where the curve drop is of Earth? Are you fucking kidding me right now? These retarded motherfuckers can find a fucking 8-foot fucking cliff of a curb. They can find a cliff for Niagara, but they can't find an 8-inch drop.
Monologuing?
They can machine clock parts to fit together with gears and ratios, right? The littlest watch parts way back in the day. But they can't find an earth curve. They can make fake little insects.
It's pretty crazy. Like, they could send like satellites into orbit and it orbits around the Earth, and like they still can't find the curvature of the Earth. That's crazy.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. That just sounded retarded. You all right?
Well, yeah, they're saying that we can see the curvature from space, but then when you go on the ground, it's like, well, how to measure it on the ground? They're like, oh, I don't know.
They can't even prove the ISS is up at 35,000 feet. The fuck? Let's do that first. Let's do little steps. Let's take baby steps where we go jumping into space. Let's just jump up to 35,000 feet and record the ISS above us. If you can't do that, don't talk about no satellites, space stations. Please. Please don't when you can't prove it.
But
you can see them from the ground, though.
Can you see them from an airplane, you dumb bitch? You sound like fucking Eeyore.
Hold on, time out. Satellites don't exist.
I'm sure you could.
Dumb bitch. From an airplane, where are they at? Why do I got to keep asking this? You guys sound like you're fucking 3-year-old retards. Bunch of grown-ass fucking adult retards. Two of you dumb fucks don't know that a satellite is not up there because you can't prove it. I don't give a fuck what you see from the ground, Tarzan. You fucking retard son of a bitch. I want to prove it's higher than the ground.
Where are they then?
Let me try to respond. I didn't do that. I didn't even. I was trying to mute less. Trying, not hard, but trying. Listen, I just told you fundamentally, satellites utilize the Earth as a plane of reference. It doesn't even matter what. See, the thing is, when we talk about practical uses, again, we're talking about the plane. When we talk about when I guess a Glober brings up satellites, they imagine that the satellites that they've been hearing about, Miramax Films, you see the Globe, Universal Studios, all that. Blue Streak comes on, but you can see satellite flying by, and then they show you the bridge. Very religiously ingrained in people. So when they say these guys can see the satellites going around the Earth and can't find the curve, like they don't understand that none of that shit is real, dog.
Satellites aren't real?
How do I know? No, what I'm saying is what you believe is happening isn't real. Like the vacuum of space, that's not a real thing. We're not on a that things are flying. That's just already not true. That from just off the surface alone, we know that can't be true because it's flat. I don't know.
It's a pretty big jump to say that. So
that being said,
the vacuum of space isn't real.
So that being said, it's just like these guys are holding on to these, and that's all they have. This idea that they've had, because we all watch Buzz Lightyear and shit, and they're just like, no, obviously we have the fly around the globe. So since that's the case, I can't really hear anything that you're saying. Even if something that you say makes sense, I'm going to fall back to, hold on. Who are you again? Because I don't like getting, when I'm on my red. I'm going to go away after this. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really care to engage, but do I have to mute you now, or you can just sit tight and then talk shit about me when I go on mute, which is also fine.
I'm not talking shit, brother.
Right, but just shut up right now. That's the whole point. Later on, you can do whatever you want.
All right.
So that's the shit that gets me, guys. Like, they believe that the satellites are, but we can't measure a ball. There's no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's no reason to talk plane, including for satellites, whatever the fuck they are.
Shut up.
All right, I'm going on mute now. I don't give a fuck about your piss poor brain. Doesn't really matter to me.
That wasn't me. I had a question for whoever was, throwing all them insults. So satellites don't exist.
Get the fucking satellite footage from 35,000 feet, you get brain, low IQ cunt.
Doesn't matter, Motki. Doesn't matter.
Yes, it matters because it's a question.
Get the fucking nothing you say matters unless you got 35,000 foot of the fucking ISS. Do you have footage?
One at a time.
Do you have footage of the ISS from 35,000 feet above your head, bitch?
I don't think that answers my question.
Dumb bitch. Fuck your question. Do you have proof of an ISS above your fucking head, cunt, to make sure it's not a bird?
Is spit flying around your room when you're talking right now?
Is your mom sucking fucking fat dicks in my room right now?
Bro,
let's try only, Dimo. Let's try. You are saying satellites. Is it satellites proving the flat or
no,
the
that's not.
surface?
Listen.
No.
I'm gonna ask my question again because everybody's insulting me and not answering the question. Do satellites exist?
I will say, let's say yes, and then what?
Holy shit.
Yes, and then what?
Well, stop. You gotta stop this. You're asking if satellites exist. I've never seen a satellite. I don't even know what it is. No one's shown me one. I've never seen one. What is a satellite, and how can you prove to us that they do exist?
You can
show you.
You can get an app on your phone. It shows you the night sky.
Hey, Snacks.
Cool. You can.
Was I asking you? Can you shut the fuck up? Go ahead, Moth King.
I mean, there's pictures of satellites.
Is there?
In
photos.
Actual
in space.
Satellites.
Really?
I didn't say in space. I just said there's pictures of satellites.
Oh, so you just have photos or pictures of a satellite. What kind of image is it?
It's a regular image. A PNG.
A regular image.
I don't know.
So if you see a picture of something, that means it exists. So if I show you a picture of Santa Claus, then Santa Claus is real.
That doesn't. What are you saying? What are you saying? Just because there's pictures?
I'm asking you what you think. If you show me a photo or a picture, whatever, does that mean that thing is real?
Once again, my question was: do satellites?
You got to bridge the gap because in his mind, even though he believes that they come from, well, not come from, my bad. Even though he believes in the orbital mechanics, which we can debunk with the fact that the horizon is in geometric, even though they don't know why that's the case, whatever. Let's just bring it back on a board and take it as read that the how things revolve around the earth mechanically are happening. Okay, so here's the thing. When he says picture, he's talking about the ones that come back to earth. So you're talking past each other because clearly that happened. You're not.
I'm literally not.
Where do we? So
before we're not dealing with space right now.
When the satellites are getting images, right?
We're not dealing with space right now. We're not dealing with satellites in space right now.
That's what I just said.
Simple question.
That's what I just said. You said, do they exist? You've never seen one before, and I'm like, of course.
I have.
You can see
I literally have.
All out in the sky all the time. On balloons. Sure.
I'm talking about before they get in the sky. Do they exist? Like, do people build satellites?
So then, let me get this right. When I told him you weren't talking about the ones in space, clearly they're here on Earth. Specifically, now you're telling me what I'm telling you to tell me what I was telling you. Because I was telling him, the other guy talking to you, stop before you speak past each other. Just tell him, yes, obviously they exist because you've seen them.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, but you're a fucking twat, man. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like when I'm being reasonable, dumb shit, it just gets on my nerves, bro. It really does.
Yeah, if you want to get down to the nitty-gritty, are people doing some sort of mechanism or device or something that collects data? Yeah, probably. Yeah, sure, why not? Now, the rest of the story about them, where they're at, what they're doing, all that shit, there's no evidence for that.
When you say no evidence, what do you mean by that?
Okay, well, what is the claim that you'd like to make with the satellites that you're appealing to?
When you say no evidence, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon. What is it about satellites you think validates anything having to do with the sphere Earth?
Okay, I'm going to ask the question one more time. I don't think you heard me. What do you mean by evidence?
Oh, shit. So you are a twat. I'm asking you, if you're looking at satellites, what about the satellites is going to help you validate the sphere Earth that you're appealing to?
I'll answer your question, but I asked a question, and following a question with a question is kind of I don't know. So
yeah, I can do it all day.
There's no evidence. When you say there's no evidence, what do you mean?
Yeah, I already told you I'm backtracking away from the no evidence claim. What is it about the machines, the devices that collect data? Where are they? What are they doing? Are you going to use that particular device or something to validate the Earth's sphere radius of 3,959 miles? If so, how would you do so? What is it about the satellites that validate the sphere?
Okay, so once again, I'm going to ask you one more time, just so we can have clarification.
I already told you that I already backtracked on the evidence thing. I'm asking you a specific claim about the satellites that you're appealing to. What is it about them that you think is going to verify or give evidence or whatever for a globe? It's not difficult.
I never. See, you're making assumptions about what I'm asking.
Are you not the one that brought up the satellites, bro?
I did. I asked a question. Do satellites exist?
What about them?
You denied that they exist. You denied that they exist. Can I?
That's why I told you. See, you're going to just kind of hang up on this claim. I'm sorry. Listen to me very carefully.
No, are you going to?
I'm sorry that I said that. I'm sure they exist somewhere on a bench, maybe. Other than that, maybe they're hanging from a balloon. I have no idea. So, what about the satellites do you think is going to help validate anything having to do with the sphere?
Well, I'm just making a question. I'm just stating a question, right? Like, do they exist? So they do.
Well, what is a satellite? What is it?
Right. Okay, so they exist.
What is a satellite?
Bro, I'm not. We're going in a circle. Like, I'm just.
We're going to go way down to the nitty gritty. I made a distinction.
I understand.
We're talking about. I made an assumption. We're talking about an orbiting piece of machinery Earth in the second law of thermodynamics violation called the outer space. I made an assumption. My bad. So why don't we get to the very base layer of what it is that you're talking about? When you say satellite, what the fuck are you talking about?
You don't. So you don't know what a satellite is. I mean, you said that earlier. That you've never seen it. You don't know.
From the very.
He's asking if you can say what a satellite is. Can you say what a satellite is?
Just tell me what it is. We'll start from there. What a satellite is. So I don't want to make any assumptions. You tell me what a satellite is.
Who am I talking to? So I'm answering the question, what is a satellite, right?
Yeah.
After I just asked that same question.
Oh, okay. I guess the satellites are nothing. Because if you don't know what they are, I don't know what they are either.
I never said I don't know what they are. I'm.
Okay.
These are clarifying questions, bro. These are clarifying questions. I'm so confused about the conversation right now.
What is a satellite?
I'm so confused about
what is a satellite.
Right now. I asked what a satellite is.
You won't tell me what a satellite is.
Yeah, I do know. I know what a satellite is. Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
I mean, you don't believe in satellites, so what is?
I'm asking you about your claim. I'm intrigued. See, you're just a jerk off. You're what? You just like to circle jerk. You don't want to make a claim because you know it's going to be devastating for you. Just talk about the thing that you believe exists or that you know exists. Tell me all about satellites. This is not difficult. If it is difficult, it's because you're a fly.
Okay, so a satellite is pretty self-explanatory. I posted images of what a satellite is in the chat. You just got to scroll up.
Is that going to help define for me what it is?
Yep, I posted what NASA. Literally, if you look at the link, NASA explains what a satellite is.
Oh, so okay, where's it at?
You got to scroll up. It's up there somewhere. If you need me to repost it, just say that.
Repost it.
The issue that is here is that we have technology that can be sent, let's say opticals or devices that can be used to transmit signals or whatever. We have devices like that, right? But then what you believe is a satellite is some device that is going to the vacuum of space and orbiting around a sphere. And that's where the issue lies, because you don't have that sphere. So there is a difference between what you believe a satellite is and what it does in the impossibility of the claim of the sphere and what it can actually do in reality. Like, we do have technology. It can be sent. It can be used to do certain things, but it's not what you believe it is, based on the globe model or globe belief. It's not that.
Okay, so I didn't make a claim. You just made a claim that satellites don't work like how NASA explains them to work. All right, and now you have to prove that. Right, because I presented evidence.
NASA shows you they have Satelloons, and then they show you cartoons of other things that you don't have. Because remember, there is a difference between the cartoons and what you believe that those cartoons do, and then there is the actual thing that actually works. So
okay, where's the evidence?
Hold on.
All right,
Jimsy, it seems like he thinks they're NASA people, but like people think NASA that they're people at NASA giving. Okay, so cite one right now.
Cite a scientist.
Yeah, nigga, cite a scientist.
Cite a scientist at NASA.
No shit. Who else are we talking about? We talking about biology labs and are we talking about NASA? Because that's who you just said. I don't want you to just cite them saying, okay, there are satellites, blah blah blah, going around and right? Because in science,
I put it in the
you
chat.
have papers, you have hypothesis, you have effect testing, and you have a conclusion and all of that. What I'm asking you for is because
you're talking about the scientific method, right?
You're saying they're doing because what we're talking, what you're talking is not the science. But
then what am I talking about?
Whatever you're gonna give, though, whatever you're gonna give, it's going to be how they practically use satellites over a globe. Because I'm pretty sure I've looked and they utilize a plane of reference. Like I told you,
like
30 minutes ago.
You've never been on Google Earth, or you've never seen an image of
Google Earth. Listen, practical use.
That's literally practical. Everybody.
Okay, well, it uses sea level, which is a horizontal. What are you talking about? You talking about
you
just
you have to prove that.
When they zoom
I just posted.
You're talking about the fake image that they use.
Then you'd have to prove the images are fake.
When it switches from a Euclidean geometry to just a ball. That's what you're talking about?
Can you prove that these images are fake?
What do you mean, can I prove that they're fake? They're images. You know what an image is? Not a picture.
Those are artistic renditions. So you believe...
You don't have to explain that to him, Jimsy. A picture and a photo is not an image, fam. So I didn't say they didn't have images. They have a billion. Probably so do the producers.
That's not what I asked.
They have images of a lot of things too.
I said, can you prove that the images are fake?
The bottom line is, what do you mean prove that an image is fake? An image is just bunches of data.
Okay.
It's not actually a picture. What is there to prove that's fake? Yeah, an image is not a photo. Moron. So when they say they have images, I don't really care. There's nothing to say it's fake. It's already an image. So notice how I wanted him to, cite someone, some work, some papers, satellites. Because I know for a fact, you ain't going to be doing nothing without the plane of reference.
So we posted an article from NASA, which is very vague and ambiguous. So we should probably just go through the Socratic method, and I'll just ask you a bunch of questions about this article. So a satellite is a body that orbits around another body in space. So we're going to need to define orbit and also space.
The cartoon. He thinks those are satellites, and that's reality.
Well, an orbit is a circle, and space is the space between me and my girlfriend right now. So I guess that's why you're asking him to define it, because that's the thing, when people are jerking off in your face, they use ambiguous language to make you believe one thing when it's actually another thing. And that's like one of the things that it's like this probably like top three things that piss me off about manipulation in games people play.
Yeah.
Is he muted?
No, I think he ran away.
Oh.
Maybe Snacks can tell us. Hey, Snacks, what does orbit mean and what is space?
What is orbit and what is space?
Yeah.
Oh. Orbit. You orbit something. It's the constant pull and direction. I don't fucking know, man. I can't give you a definition of orbit. Just you fucking.
Well, you were jumping in with Homeboy. You were talking about satellites and stuff. Do you think that satellites? What do you think satellites are?
I think they're satellites, man.
That's really clear. That's a great answer, Snacks.
We're fucking, hanging out.
In the atmosphere, in the air. Are they attached to any balloons or anything?
I don't think so. I think they're moving far too fast. And,
Oh, okay. How fast are they going?
I couldn't tell you. To be honest, offhand, that's something I'd have to Google. But they're moving pretty fast, because you can see them from the ground, right?
Right. Let's just go step. Oh, you can see them. Okay. How big are they?
Well, they're not very big. They're like just balls of light in the sky. But
No, I'm asking you about the actual size of the satellite, friend. Actual size.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm sure it varies depending on the satellite, but I can imagine they're pretty fucking big.
Oh, how big is a car?
I don't know, man. Let me Google that. It's actually kind of.
Yeah, Google that.
How big are satellites? The smallest kind of satellite is only 10 centimeters wide. What?
That's the smallest one.
The size of the ISS is the size of a football field. Okay. Like average. Here, hold on. How big are the Starlink satellites? Because you can see them, man. It's like one big fucking line of lights, and they're just fucking ripping it. Satellite measures approximately 2.8 meters, 9.2 feet in length, and 1.4 meters, 4.6 feet in width.
Okay, so let's be generous here. Let's say that they're 10 feet, about 10 feet, right? Is that what you say?
Yeah, let's just be generous. Yeah. 10 by 5.
10 by 5, okay. And how high, by the way, are they supposed to be? Now, when you get this altitude, as soon as you get the altitude of these, you're going to debunk your growth. I just want you to know that.
All right.
But get the altitude for me. Yeah.
Altitude of satellites. 340 kilometers.
Ooh. 340 kilometers in altitude.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these are 340 kilometers above a flat plane.
Is that a trick question?
And you see,
no, you just told me. I asked you very good, Sasha. Hold the fuck on.
Sorry.
I asked you what the altitude was. Well, altitude is a reference to a horizontal plane. Snacks.
They're 340 kilometers above the Earth's surface.
Yeah, so in altitude, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's a flat plane. So that's a flat Earth. So they're 340 kilometers above a flat Earth. Cool.
Well, no, they're spinning 340 kilometers around the.
Oh, so now they spin.
Well, they're not. No, pardon me. That was not the right word. They're traveling above the Earth.
They're traveling above a horizontal plane. Okay, no problem. Still a flat Earth.
Okay. So how does I can observe one satellite? Let's call it satellite A. Satellite A goes by me one night, right? I see it, fuck yeah, and then it's gone. It's out of my fucking range. I can't see it no more. All of a sudden, I don't know how long their orbit is or whatever. Let's just say the next night I come out. Holy fuck, it's satellite A again. Going by, ripping by. How did it get back around?
Oh, you're assuming that. I'm not making any claims here. So you think it went around something. Well, you said orbit. Orbit is a circle. That's also a horizontal. So that's 2D. So the satellite, you see at night, is 340 kilometers making a circle above a horizontal plane. Well, that makes sense.
Well, no, it's not going in a circle like a,
Well, that's what orbits are defined as.
It's going straight, but it's just wrapping around this fucking.
Oh, a ball. Oh, but you said altitude and orbit.
Yeah.
So you're referencing a horizontal plane, and apparently so is NASA, because they're using the same terminology.
That's how you explain it. That's the terms we use.
So they're explaining to you that they have some sort of device that's 10 by 5 circling above a horizontal plane. And you want to say ball, so that's your assumption. So why are you disagreeing with NASA?
What?
You disagree with NASA or no?
What would I be disagreeing about?
Well, they're telling you that these satellites are taking a circular orbit above a horizontal plane.
Is that what they're saying?
Yep.
Oh, yeah? I never heard that.
You read it off to me, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. You just read it to me.
I don't think I did.
You did. You said orbit, and we asked about the altitude, and all of that is describing a flat horizontal plane in reference that these things are above, right?
Yeah, man. Satellite orbiting around here.
So welcome to the Earth. I mean, I appreciate you coming by. You didn't do the globe very proud today, but you and NASA both told us that these machines are in a circular orbit above a horizontal plane.
They're sitting there orbiting around the Earth, man.
I know, you just told me that. So they're making a circle, right?
Yeah, I guess they are making a
above,
circle.
At a certain altitude, referencing a horizontal plane. Right, yeah, so you and NASA are telling us that the Earth is flat.
Okay, can you define horizontal plane for me? Like, what do you mean by that? I understand what horizontal plane is. I get it, but like, are you considering that the Earth is a horizontal plane? Is that what you're referring to? Or?
No, you and NASA are assuming that and describing the Earth that way. I'm not. You are.
What is the angle of resolution for the ISS from the surface of the Earth?
It's like a foot, foot and a half.
No.
That's not an angle. Foot and a half is not an angle.
Oh, what am I thinking of then?
You're talking about apparent size or something, but yeah, what is the angular size of the ISS at the altitude flat reference? Right? What is the altitude? And what is the angular size of the ISS at that distance?
Or maybe we should rephrase the question. What angular size should it be at that distance? 200 miles above your head.
What should it be?
Well, this Google says 63 arc seconds.
That's not an angle of resolution. An angle of resolution would be something like 0.5 degrees.
0.0175.
Is that in degrees?
0.0175. So that is smaller than what you can see with any assisted optical device. So they're not even supposed to be seen? How can you see them if they're not supposed to be seen?
I can imagine. I can read on Google. I cannot think about that, what you said now. I will not think about that, what you said now. I will pass over that. 340 kilometers, you have light 10 feet by 5. You cannot see that, man. Are you serious?
So what we have is Snacks telling us that these objects are orbiting above the circle of a horizontal plane, and they can't be seen. Good job today, Snacks. You crushed it.
Have you ever seen these supposed satellites? I'll start saying suppose.
Someone asked,
you know.
You believe nothing.
No, I haven't seen them. No.
You should download this app on your phone, man. The Planetary app. When it up at the sky, tells you what stars are and this and that. Yeah, they got satellites on there. Supposed satellites, of course. But yeah.
Well, if they can't be seen, then what are we seeing, Snacks?
Well, you should take a look anyways, man. You should go out and fucking give it a shot.
Snacks, I'm asking a question.
The app you're talking about uses and the celestial sphere is what it is. Yep. Yep.
You're wearing us out today, Snacks, with all this flat earth food, bro.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Just feel like
you think if satellite then sphere, it's like that. If we have satellite, it must be sphere.
The sky is not a vacuum, dude. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill the available volume. So outer space violates natural law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas pressure without containment. Space is fake. So you can talk about satellites and meteors and black holes that are orange and whatever you like, but that's all debunked by the fact that space itself is a violation of natural law.
Well, they say the atmosphere, contains all our oxygen and whatever else is
gas.
there.
Gas contains gas. No, it doesn't. Gas doesn't contain gas.
Is it atmospherical?
I go to the shop and just buy a couple of handfuls of gas, put them in a gas bag. Gas expands in all directions, so it would fill the vacuum space. Space is debunked.
There's a lot of shit to that, though, man. You gotta then there's gravity, and I don't want to bring that up because fuck, gravity's not real, or.
Things have weight. Things fall depending on their medium, the medium that they're in. An apple floats in water, but it will fall in the air. So you got gas, right? So it comes out of plants, yeah. So you agree that it's oxygen
man, through the process of photosynthesis, yeah.
What about a helium balloon?
Helium
balloons fall up. So why does the helium balloon fall up?
Because it's fucking lighter.
Gravity.
Oh, really?
But it's an object, isn't it? Isn't a helium balloon an object?
Yeah, but it's lighter. It's helium.
Yeah, but I mean, the point I'm just simply pointing out to you is not all things fall down.
No, because it's lighter than air.
And is it the ball more dense than air?
Sure. Yeah.
And what will happen if you drop a more dense thing in a less dense thing? It will go down.
And for the gravity thing, I think the main point of contention any of us have in here with gravity is whether or not it can contain gas pressure or not. So, do you know of anyone that's ever, managed to achieve having 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of a car without a tire due to gravity or anything else?
No, we can't practice that. Nope.
But you do know why they say you're breathing right now in school, right? Like why we're taught, why there's air pressure on the surface of the earth. You do know what we're taught is the cause of that, right?
What's the cause of what?
The cause of gas pressure on the surface of the earth.
What about it?
Do you remember what you were taught in school about what the cause of that is?
Cause of the oxygen we breathe?
Yeah, what's holding it to the earth? Why is it not fucking off into space right now?
Fucking gravity, man. It's just the way it is. I don't fucking know, man. Like,
no, you got it. We were taught in school that gravity is the reason why the gas pressure, the air pressure we're breathing right now, is not fucking off into space. So if they're going to say that gas pressure can be caused by gravity, can exist due to gravity, then the question arises, does anyone have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because, every example we have of gas pressure involves a container, like your car tire, take for instance. You got 36 psi around the rim of the car, and you can only get that 36 psi around the rim of the car with the tire around the rim.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that, yeah.
So then the question arises, has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Has anyone ever done that?
Not that I have ever heard of. Nope.
Because you see, if someone did, then you and I would have a logical reason to think that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity. But without that demonstration, it's just a story or a blind belief.
I don't think you'd ever be able to replicate that big enough. I don't think you'd. You know what I mean?
To replicate what? To replicate what?
To try and fucking get that to happen. I don't think.
What? But tell me what to replicate.
What the fuck were we just talking about?
What?
To have gas contained without being contained. You know what I mean?
What is gravity for you?
It's gravity.
Yeah, what's gravity?
It's the constant pull towards the earth.
That's wrong. At least what mainstream astrophysicists say.
Or whatever. It's Fucking.
But it's not whenever, because you have something in a mind, something pulling down, but that mainstream astrophysicists are not claiming. They're totally claiming something.
Maybe I said that wrong. My bad. Maybe it's not pulling you down, but it's pulling it towards each other or together.
Or maybe the space time is bending. Maybe it's that one.
I don't fucking know nothing about that.
But that's the gravity.
That's the gravity, eh?
Oh, did you know that?
I fucking guess not. Nope.
Did you hear for Einstein, maybe?
No, man, I don't know fucking nothing Einstein fucking said.
Okay, did you hear for Newton?
Not really, nope.
No? How do you know there's something pulling down if you don't know Newton?
Fucking, the father of gravity, and for lack of a better term.
Okay, can something fall if surface is flat?
What do you mean? If you drop something, it falls, yeah.
That means it doesn't matter the surface. It will fall.
Okay.
Okay, and how will we realize now, is it falling on the flat surface or on a curved surface?
It's falling on the ground.
Yeah, and how will we realize, is it falling on the curved ground or the flat ground?
It's falling on a curved ground, I guess.
And how we will prove the ground?
Through multiple observations.
And when we do that, what is happening?
What is happening?
When you have a sphere in a distance, what will happen with the surface?
What?
If you have a sphere and you are on top of the sphere, with the distance, what will happen?
Well, it depends how big your sphere is, I guess.
Doesn't matter. Every sphere. Let's take a basketball. Put the finger on the basketball, and now go away from that finger. What will happen with your finger? It will drop down. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Shall we look for that like we have on the sphere, on the basketball, the same thing, but we have now bigger ball?
Okay.
How we will do that?
Okay, well, I think you're using your finger. Can we change that and maybe let's
no.
say
Let's do like this. Do we have a size of the basketball?
Well, it's a basketball size. Okay, you have a basketball and you have an ant or a ladybug or whatever the fuck.
Okay, if you have an ant on the basketball, can you have a 10 centimeters of the flat surface if ant is making observation?
To him, yeah, it would fucking look like it was flat. Yeah.
It will look like a flat. If let's say that ant has some kind of optics, small photo camera,
Okay.
There will be drop or not on that basketball.
It all depends on his elevation.
Of course. But it will be for sure because you can measure it on the basketball.
Well, we can measure it, yes.
Yeah. But let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. You're on the sea level on the beach. Then you have a giant of 300 meters also on the beach, and you have an ant together on the beach.
Okay, so it's the ant, it's you, and a 3,000-foot giant.
Yeah.
Okay, we're walking into a bar.
No. They are on the beach, on the sea level.
Okay, all right.
And the size of the air, they are not on basketball. They are on the air. And we have the size of the Earth now. It's a radius of 3,159 miles. For three of us, for all of us, the geometrical horizon, it will be 1.22 miles. Do you understand? Okay. Only thing will be, the ant will see 5 centimeters, I will see whatever I can see with and giant will see more.
Absolutely, because it all depends on your altitude.
Yeah, but the geometrical horizon always will be on 1.22 miles.
Will it?
Yes or no?
I don't know. Will it?
It will be. It's saying that at least, I don't know. They are saying that's the size of the Earth. They are teaching kids in school. This is the radius. This is the size of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, and when we go there to observe, to make observation, there is no such a thing like a drop. That's what we find on the basketball. You understand? If you take any sphere, we can measure drop over distance. Any sphere, real sphere. Ping pong ball, basketball, tennis ball, big bouncing ball, 200 meters ball. You can measure it. But with this ball, let's say this ball Earth is 10 times bigger. To understand, you will have geometrical horizon even if it's 10 times, even if it's 1 million times bigger Earth. You will always have some kind of math. Where is that horizon geometrically? Where sphere is starting to curve? Then you will be ant. If this Earth is, let's say, 1 million miles big, you will be like ant. Do you understand that ball, it has the size like a basketball? It cannot change the size.
That's right. Well, it all depends on your elevation, and yeah.
Of course. With 1 foot observer height, there is 1.22 miles geometrical horizon. With 1 foot observer, with 1 foot observer height, we have observation of 10 miles. Not 2.1, not 2.7, not 3.4, not 4.7, not 5.7, not 6.8, but more than 10.
Okay, so what do we?
In reality, man, I'm only saying what is happening in reality.
Agree that the higher altitude you are, the higher your geometrical.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we agree. So what do we get at it?
Yeah, about what with the lower altitude? Of course that you will see more with more height.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with 1 foot, how you can see? Let's say with your height, you can see 3.5 miles only. 3 miles. 6 foot height.
Okay, I think it's more like 5, but okay.
Okay,
whatever. 5. It doesn't matter. Okay, so what? Okay, I see 3 miles. Okay.
Okay, go outside and see if you can see 3 miles or more.
Well, I can't now because there's too much shit in the way.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Do you know that in radio they are saying today will be 20 miles of visibility?
Say that again?
Did you ever heard on radio or on television they are saying how long will be distance visibility? Today will be visibility 20 miles for the drivers.
That's right. Yeah, because of overcast and the weather conditions.
20, okay, 20 mile visibility from the ground, or 20 miles visibility from the ground or from the mountain.
To be honest with you, I don't know how they calculate that.
I think it's from the ground. It's for the drivers mostly. And ships navigation, they are saying how much visibility will be during the day, during the condition of the weather.
Your own lies. Geek your own lies.
Where these flat earthers are wrong, I want to know.
Oh, it's the sky visibility, man. Is what it is. It has nothing to do with the ground. It's how fucking far up you can see.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When you are on the boat, you're watching the sky. How much you can see?
Yes, that's what that means. To be honest with you, I didn't know that until 2 seconds ago.
That means that you're watching the sky and you can say how much distance is in the sky.
It's how far up you can see, man. That's what it is.
Man, during the day, I see the sun 93 million miles away. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, okay, well, you must have had fucking crazy visibility that day, I guess.
But they said I can see only 20 miles. I'm watching the sun. There is 93 million miles.
Okay, well, is the sky like you got clouds in the sky?
I
think that's what they mean. Man.
No, that doesn't mean that.
It's nothing to do with how far you can see on the ground. It's
man, that means properly that how much you can see on the ground.
I don't think so, man.
It's for the drivers, man. It's news for the drivers.
Visibility. It's how far, like if you're in a boat or if you're driving or just your daily people, dude. It's not some guy that's in a freaking SR-71 flying at 60,000 feet. Visibility. It's just for daily people. And it is kind of funny to think about how visibility is 30 miles, 93 million miles too. That's hilarious.
But at least you are intellectually honest. That's good.
Weathermen should start including that. Visibility today, 30 miles and 93 million miles if it's sunny.
Paralyzed to us.
Hush, you are going at it in the chat. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just talking to this dude thinking talking about eclipses.
All right. Well, talk to us in voice instead. It'll be better.
So Dehe's saying that a Cenobalian eclipse is impossible because light refracts. Shit. I'm saying it is possible.
Let's just start more basic. So, because I've not spoken to you before, so is this your first time in this room, or have you been debating?
I've been here once before, last week.
Okay, so you're still pretty new to the subject?
Yeah. Well, new to this space, yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding of what this whole flat Earth discussion is. Like, what do you think is being said by the flat earthers?
Well, I think there's two different types of flat earthers. I think there's one that uses a flat model to sorry if I'm too loud. And their model is like a flat Earth disk with Antarctica. It's like a fucking ring around it. And then there are these guys in chat who don't even have a model. Just say the Earth isn't round and just leave it at that.
Right.
The first one are not flat earthers.
Well, I would say I mean, the latter is generally the case, right? I mean, there's a very small amount of people who would actually claim any kind of model about the entirety of the Earth, because obviously that's a very difficult thing to do, model the entirety of the Earth when you only have access to a small portion of it, right?
Yeah.
But would you agree that it would be possible to disprove the globe model without being able to necessarily prove a new, different model?
It would be very tough.
You think so?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what if, for example, you debunked curvature? Or if you showed that there was no curvature of the surface, that would rule out the globe without presenting an entirely new model, wouldn't it?
It would if it was possible to disprove it. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I would say. That's what the contention is. Then people are saying they can disprove the fact that or the claim that it's a globe by showing that there's no curvature, but that doesn't mean that they're replacing or giving an entirely new story about what it is, right?
Yeah. Well, then I would have a question. Let's say you guys don't believe in curvature. Do you guys believe in anything in the sky? Any like stars, planets, moons?
Well, why would we look at the sky to determine what's under our feet? Doesn't make sense.
I could answer that.
Listen, we observe those things in the sky. We observe the sun, moon, and stars, right?
Yeah.
So that's not a belief, but that we're told about them, that would be a belief if you accept that story, right?
Yeah, but you can observe it for yourself, right? Can't you? Of what's out there?
We can observe them, but that doesn't tell us, for example, what they're made of, or how far away they are, or what medium they're in, right? It doesn't tell us those details. We can only observe the lights that we observe, right? So they're up there, but that doesn't tell us what they are in detail, right?
Yeah, I would agree, but a civilian usually can like determine star composition without like infrared cameras. So unless you guys have access to that, then I would agree you can't really decipher.
Now, and even if you thought you could, I mean, even if you thought that was true, and you thought, right, their claim that it's made out of this, how would you verify? How can they verify that? Like, they're not going to these things and sampling them, so they can't even verify what their assumptions of them are.
Are you saying do you believe that's the only way to verify is just going to them and seeing the source like that? They can't use cameras, wavelengths. What wavelengths, for example?
They don't know what medium. They don't know what medium they're in, so they don't know how those wavelengths are being affected.
Okay, so let's say they send like a let's go with that. Let's say they send a satellite close to the sun, and I believe they have. Yeah, I'm guessing you don't, but let's say they have. They're up and close, like you said. They're not really sampling it because it's too hot to sample, but they can see what it looks like with specialized cameras because it's bright as hell. They can see solar flares. They can see sunspots. Doesn't that give them an idea?
Again, though? No, because that's the problem, though, because you're saying, well, you don't believe that they're doing this. So again, we're down to a story that we have to believe. Like your claim would be, well, I think I know what they are because I believe this story that they've said about going to it. But without that story, and you're under no obligation to believe that, because how could you verify it?
You're not.
And you'd have no idea.
You wouldn't, but I would just defer again that most civilians don't have the instruments, the technology to verify these kinds of things by themselves.
Right. So this is why I would say that would just be an appeal to authority, right? So that would just be saying, well, I can't do it, but I believe these people have the authority.
Well, you don't.
And
no.
Whether you think that's valid or not, if you think that's valid to appeal to the authority, then fair enough. I don't. But
you don't have to. I mean, if let's say like a flat earther really wanted to find out for themselves, they can.
You said they would satellite, right? So we can't do that.
No, but let's say like a flat earther, out of curiosity, wants to be an astronomer and use some of these instruments for themselves. They can. The instruments are like walled off to like a certain type of people. The instruments to measure the sun, to see what it's composed of, same with the planets.
What instrument is used to measure the sun?
To see what type of gases. They use cameras and infrared lighting, to name a few, like I said before. They use radio technology. They use.
Do you believe? Hey Ash, do you believe that? Do you believe everything that they're telling you about the equipment that's getting to view these things? Do you think that that's information that's true? Like these cameras are able to detect specific types of elements at what they're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, so have you verified that information about the equipment?
I verify it from other sources. Would verify that. Yeah. Me personally, I can't just.
Yeah, you don't really know. So you're believing that the equipment can do something that you don't know if it can do, actually, right?
No.
You're just believing.
Because knowing how elements work and how elements work in the sun and how the sun is made of hydrogen, I can already assess what I already know about elements and use that to make my own
Yeah, I know, but you're saying we're talking about the equipment that's actually using to detect what type of elements.
Yeah. Some of this equipment civilians can use for themselves.
So let's just examine your claim as to what equipment. What type of equipment can tell you what element the sun is dealing with?
I got you. Hold on. Let me.
Your what?
It's a type of infrared camera. I could tell you.
What?
It's just one of many. I can't name you like a specific name.
But having this claim is also having a knowledge about the instrument that's being used. So if you have a claim about it, you should know.
I do have a general knowledge. I do have a general knowledge of the
general.
I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, but it's this claim is very specific, right? This isn't just any tool. This is something very specific. So if you're making a claim about the tool, I would think that you as a person would have some type of ability to articulate your point as to what instrument this is and to what degree of knowledge you have about it. And it seems like you're believing an idea of somebody saying something, but you don't know the actual instrument, which actually
my claim is not specific.
I know.
My claim is not specific to an instrument. No.
I know that. That's why I'm telling you, you have a belief in what type of instrument can do whatever you think it does, but you don't know that it can.
Yeah, but that doesn't refer to just space. I mean, do you trust the weathermen and their instruments?
No, that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm not making any claim about weathermen.
Premise. But it's the same premise. They use instruments.
Listen to what I'm saying, Hash.
All right.
What I'm telling you is that no, I don't, because I'm not making a claim about weathermen.
Let me explain. Yeah, well, I'm not making a claim about weathermen.
I know that, sir. Listen, you made a claim. No, it's not. Similarity.
Let me know when you're done.
You're talking. All right. You made a claim about something that's viewed at a supposedly millions of miles of distance away. So this millions of miles of distance away is a tool being used, and that tool that you think is doing its job by you saying it's verifying what type of element. And when asked what type of equipment and how do you know that this is the case, you say I'm not really sure. So then that means to me
I'm not sure the name.
I know, but you say that as in you just don't know the name, but you know the exact method of the tool that's being used. Okay, you don't know the name. That's fine.
The method is simple. The method
Okay, what is the method?
simple.
Go ahead, break it down to
They
me.
scan it. All right. So heavy elements appear one color. Lighter elements appear as a different color. From what they already have with different instruments, they know that the sun is mostly made of gas. But inside that gas, to its core, are heavier elements. They detect these by using infrared cameras and radio technology to see what's inside the sun, most like they do with the Earth.
Do you think it's infrared cameras? What information
That's one of the instruments. Yeah.
Yeah.
More
How do you
red,
know? Where's the citation? I need to know where's the source.
I'll give you a source, but let me just say something about
I don't
the
like
infrared.
words that are coming just straight from you. I'd like to know what source.
It's fine, but I'm not done talking. So when I say radio frequency and infrared lights, the more red an object appears in space, the further away it is. It's relevant. It's relevant.
Yeah, it's relevant, but you haven't produced the type
because you keep cutting me off. I can't produce anything.
Okay, you're not producing. You're speaking, sir. Producing would be you putting something in the text chat.
Well, then what do you want me to produce? I'll give you it.
The information source where you're getting this information from.
Gotcha.
All right, now that we're on the same page,
government website.
It's show and tell. You just told us about it. Now you need to show us.
And that's not hard to do.
Well, let's have it then.
What specifically do you want shown?
Exactly what you just said. Exactly
which
what
part?
you
Because
just
I've
said.
talked about multiple shit. Do you want
so using your own words, using your own words, infrared, whatever equipment. Let's have that source of information, please.
Let's go. NASA. I could probably post it in chat. Let me see. Here we go. itrweb.ifa, right? It's the NASA website. Go to it. Multiple websites talking about this. It's not that hard to look up.
It kind of seems to me like this would be something that you don't really know much about. And I'm not saying that to be insulting to you. It sounds like this is something you've maybe
but it's show and tell.
Briefly.
Here, watch this.
Well, I mean, feel free to explain what you've posted, but
okay. He's talking about these infrared telescopes that I've been talking about. He wants to see where I get them from. It's not hard to look up infrared telescopes. So I can easily see that that's from government websites like NASA and then the IRTF. And it's also on some science websites too.
Explain what you just said about how they are confirming the makeup physically of the sun and its distance and all this.
Yeah, I could do that. That's what I was trying to do, but then he was like, "It's show and tell." So there it is, show and tell.
Well, go on then. Tell us.
So I said how they detect different elements in the sun already. How they
that's what you need to explain. That's what he was telling you. You need to demonstrate or explain.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can just demonstrate it right here, but they can just identify it off of different colors.
Well, this is what I was going to say. This is kind of the problem with the claim about the sun when it comes to the Earth, claiming what the Earth is. It's like you can say a bunch of things, but you can't really demonstrate or verify the claims that are being made. So we're just going to be back to how do we verify it?
Just verify. I can't demonstrate unless we all have the same cameras. If we all working with the same instruments, then maybe. But yeah.
Well, no, but the thing is, even if they say it's made of this, and it's this distance away using these cameras, how do we go and verify that claim?
I would first advise everyone to look up what different elements are made out of for themselves, and look up what color they will be shown if infrared bounces off of them, so they have a background knowledge of that.
Do you?
If they don't have any idea what they're looking at, first off, then I can't help them verify anything.
Well, either way, even if it's giving off certain color spectrums, you can't then go and verify that that's what it's made of or what medium it's in.
But you would need a background to know what you're looking at. That's what I'm saying. most people don't have that like expertise, so it'd be very hard to just
do you have
make a non-believer believe.
Psycho, why I have feeling that he's speaking about infrared and he's pointing out the spectroscopy.
Yeah, he's talking about spectroscopy, but I mean, this is why I'm saying to him, it kind of sounds like this shouldn't be your first argument for Earth being a globe.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's saying. That's why I wanted him to post his source information.
Yeah, there it is. You got the source. It's not my first argument, but
I know because
it's my first.
You're botching it, dude. You're botching it.
I'm not botching
I can show that right up. Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
You're calling it infrared. Is that what infrared? The information from the source information that you posted?
Spectroscopy. I can't even pronounce it. It uses infrared. Yes.
And
that's one of I could give you a name.
How color change with infrared?
Oh God.
Now he doesn't know the method of which spectroscopy is being used in a controlled environment, and then using it from a far distance.
Methods of spectroscopy.
Yeah. You just don't interrupt it when I'm speaking because I was still talking clearly. So I don't know if Jedi, if you want to go through, he doesn't realize what he's talking about.
But he's already admitted that.
I haven't looked up like the entire
Yeah.
So process of it.
Yeah, you've got a vague understanding. My friend, you've got a vague understanding based on what they tell you. If you see different coloured light, then that represents a different material, gas, liquid, solid.
But I'm not wrong about that. And
sorry,
I don't have expertise in that.
Well, dude, I don't understand why you're talking through me. You don't need to do that, dude. All right, don't need to get defensive. I'm just talk through me. I'm still talking. I still have a point.
I'm not trying to talk through you. My fault.
Yeah, it's okay. No problem, dude. Just for your point of interest, right? Now, it seems like you've got a cursory understanding of what these Fraunhofer lines would display to you with regards to whether a matter is condensed or uncondensed, whether it's solid, liquid, or gas, and the type of material that it is, hydrogen, helium, those types of things. So, yeah, you have a basic understanding like most people, but if they were to give you, say, the solar spectrum, you wouldn't be able to identify what it was, would you?
Not without researching it.
Yeah, exactly. Not without researching.
Yeah, but you're acting like I wouldn't research it.
And I'm pointing out that you haven't up until now, but I have. This is what I'm trying to get to when we look at things like Fraunhofer lines. The colour and the spectrum and the black bit between the coloured bit, which gives you a fingerprint telling you what it is that you're looking at to a varying degree of certainty. It's not 100% certain because, as everybody else keeps trying to point out, is you can't actually verify it. It can give you a rough idea, but until you go to the sun and start picking it up, you don't actually know.
That's not what we need to do to verify if the sun is made out of hydrogen.
Exactly what we need to do to verify it. Because I've already told you that we have a limited range of acceptability. It's not 100% all of the time because we know there are mitigating factors that can, for example, throw our readings off. Heat, things that display close spectrums of light, vibration, for example. So until you actually go there, you can't actually verify it.
Yeah, that is the case.
I agree to disagree on that.
You agree to disagree?
Yeah, I don't think you have to go to the sun and pick it up to verify it now.
This is what we do. This is what we do in the laboratory, right? Because we know, because we can go up in the laboratory and pick the thing up. This is why we know what spectrum it gives off, because we can go and pick the thing up. But we can't do that with the sun. Although we get a reading, we can't go and pick the sun up. We can't verify it. Do you understand?
Yes, but I know that we can replicate the sun in a laboratory using nuclear fusion.
Really? You think that we can create the sun in a laboratory?
Yes. I think it was done before. Yeah, I could look it up.
Holy shit. You know it's in a vacuum, too. Your burning ball of gas is in a vacuum. That's pretty... You ever thought of that?
I don't know. I would say, I mean, we can carry on with this if everyone wants to, but I would say we can just draw a line under this and say, we don't believe those stories that they're telling us about what it is. You might believe them. That's fine. We don't believe those things.
That's fine. Yeah.
And as it stands, we can't confirm it. So let's move to something that you think we could confirm a bit easier.
Okay.
Right? That would tell us we live on a globe.
It's hard without knowing what model you guys are if you guys have a model or not.
I don't know. You just have to think about the globe claim and how we can verify that in practical terms, in reality. Don't worry about us having a model or thinking about something else. At the moment, we're just focusing on how do we prove the claim that the Earth is the ball that they're telling us. And looking at their stories about what they say the sun is, that's not going to do it for us.
Do you guys believe in anything in the sky? I just want to start with that. Do you believe stars are stars, planets are planets?
I already said, we're not talking about belief when it comes to the sun, moon, and stars. We observe them, so we know they're there. We don't believe the story that they've told us about what they are, how far they are, what medium they're in. But they are there. But again,
so you don't know how
speculating
far
on those things. No, and neither no one does. You can't measure it. But either way, that will give us the same problem that we have about the sun. Right? You're gonna make claims about what they've said they are, and we're gonna say no, we don't believe that. Think about the Earth. Right? They say the Earth is curved. They say the Earth is spinning. Yeah? How do we prove those things?
I would say one of the ways is seeing clockwise and counterclockwise how the stars move. It makes sense on our model. Now,
so how would
if you guys disagree, So
how would the star's motion tell us that the ground is curved or in motion?
I got you. So in the northern hemisphere, right, you see stars that are right above you, and those are different than stars right above you in the southern hemisphere. And that makes perfect sense on a globe because you're in different positions on the Earth. You're not looking at the same set of stars.
It would also be fine if you were on a flat surface under a certain set of stars, and then you move to a different part of the surface and you're under a different set of stars.
No, you would have to see the same stars if it was a flat Earth.
No,
you would see Polaris if it was a flat Earth.
No, you wouldn't.
You can also. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Like, imagine we're in a giant warehouse. It's 100 miles long.
Right there.
Right. If they've got a random arrangement of lights in the ceiling of that warehouse, if you're at one end of it, you're going to see a certain arrangement. If you move to the other end of it, you're going to see another arrangement. Right? You're not going to see the same stars the whole way through.
Okay, but how would you see it rotating? How would you explain the rotation?
Well, that would be a rotation of the stars. Yeah.
Also, here, when you're saying clockwise and counterclockwise, you're speaking purely based on your perspective. Because you can be in the northern region, look at Polaris, watch the stars move counterclockwise, do an about face, meaning turn around 180 degrees, and you'll see the same northern stars traveling from your left to your right, which is now clockwise. You don't have to change, drastic positions from one end of the Earth to the other. All you have to do is turn around. And you're going to see the stars doing this clockwise rotation movement.
No, I disagree. Because the Earth itself is moving clockwise.
Also, you would be better off speaking using objective terms like north, south, east, and west. The stars move from east to west. So if you're looking towards the north, the stars are still going east to west. If you get into the southern region and you look towards the south, the stars are still moving from east to west.
Yeah, but that would make more sense on a globe model where it's kind of like you're standing on the opposite end of like where I am.
All you're doing is making an observation of the sky. right? You're not proving anything that
but
has
it's
anything
an
to do with
observation
the
of the
ground.
Earth spinning is what I'm trying to get out.
It's an observation of the stars moving. You're purely
No,
looking at the stars and
the
watching
stars move, but they don't orbit the sky like the sun and the moon.
This is the point. Sorry, I think Jedi was trying to get in. Jedi,
go ahead.
No, it's fine. I just want to know why the guy seems to get defensive every time we try to explain something. So he has to come back and give us an explanation from the globe model. Surely, my friend, I thought you came here to be open-minded, ask questions, and listen to our point of view, not defend your rhetoric.
Oh, so I'm not allowed to defend?
keep that in mind.
No, you are. You can say whatever you want. I'm just struggling to understand why you're being defensive about this rhetoric instead of trying to understand what we're saying. You're defending your position.
I'm not trying to come off defensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just pointing out what we see. You keep bringing up that you believe the model that we're given. It makes sense to have two antipodal rotations on a pole. Yeah, we get that. But what we're trying to point out is if you stand inside the circle or outside the circle, depending on the way that it's going, you're going to describe it relative to your position, clockwise, counterclockwise. But we have things like absolute directions, like north, south, east, and west. And east and west are circles around poles. There are circles around north and there are circles around south. So if you have two rotation points in the sky, one going clockwise, one going counterclockwise, they're still going east to west. But it's based upon where you observe them, inside the circle, outside the circle, which circle you're actually looking at and trying to describe. Because there's two rotation points in the sky. I understand what you mean about it making sense, but when you understand how we measure these rotations in the sky, you're going to need a flat Earth to measure them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep in your mind, we're trying to focus on how we prove the Earth is a ball, and when it comes to the sun, moon, and stars, you could argue all day about what they're doing and why they're doing it. But what we're observing is their motion, not the ground's motion. So yeah, although you can say, well, that works on a globe if the globe is moving, that doesn't tell us that it is a globe and that it is moving. That's just a possible model, if you want to call it that. And it does the same on a flat surface.
Wouldn't it prove? Okay, so what do you guys think? I got a question. What do you guys think of seasons then? Wouldn't that also explain how the Earth is moving?
No, that would just be the sun's motion again.
Do you think the sun would be orbiting us if it was the sun's motion?
Yeah, it seems to. I mean, when you say orbiting, like not to imply going around a ball, but it's traveling above us in repeating cycles, giving us our days and nights and our season based on its location over the surface. That's what it seems to be doing.
Now,
do you think everything is also like that?
What do you mean by orbit?
Again? Well, hold on.
By orbit, what he described.
I just clarified it.
Yeah.
What was your next question?
So, do you think everything else orbits us as well?
Yeah, it seems to be geocentric. So, the system is revolving around us in repeating cycles. That's our perception of it, right? Which is the only perception that we have. Now, they'll say, okay, but imagine another perspective from outside of this system and it's actually doing something else. We're not dealing with the imagination here. We're going with what we have in reality and going from there. If we can prove something to the contrary than what we directly observe and experience, then fine. But if we can't, we're not just throwing it out. So, yeah, we've got a motion of luminaries above us doing repeated cycles. But again, that doesn't tell us that the Earth is a ball.
Okay. Do you believe anything like Hubble, that telescope comes and tells you?
No. The whole heliocentric cosmology, space, galaxies, all that. No, not real. Doesn't exist.
Jeez.
I know, that's a big one.
Yeah.
I know. But that's the case, right? And we can go into this a bit because I know just saying that it's like, whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? But we have a good reason for saying this. And, well, we've got Jedi in the call who's a master at explaining this whole gas pressure thing. I don't know, Jedi, if you're still around, if you want to explain the gas pressure thing to him, I will if you don't want to. Or if someone else wants to. No takers, really? No. Okay.
Let's just start with this. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
No. We're not. We're moving along a train of thought and discussion here. Okay, so do you know what gas pressure is? Well, you know what gas pressure is, but have you thought about gas pressure and how it's defined?
No.
Like if I asked you to describe gas pressure to me, well, how would you describe it? How would you define it?
I would probably say a force exerted by gas molecules. Are you trying to explain like?
Yeah, it's the force exerted by the gas molecule on the wall of its container. Right? So like air in a tire, air in a balloon, gas in a can. Yeah? It's those gas molecules pressing, so it's pressure because it's pressing off the walls of the container. So if I asked you to give me gas pressure, a pressurized gas, with no walls, no container, could you do that?
I don't think so, no.
Right. So if we think about the air that we breathe, have you ever considered that that's a pressurized gas?
Like the oxygen and the...
Yeah, the air.
That around us.
Oxygen, nitrogen, everything else, right?
Couldn't that be explained? Yeah. Couldn't this be explained by gravity a little bit?
Well, that's what they'll try and say. They'll try and say, oh, but it's gravity. But in reality, we know that air isn't just being pulled down to the floor, right? Air moves omnidirectionally on the surface in all directions, including up.
Yeah.
So it's not being pulled down at the surface of Earth, where the force of gravity would be the strongest, because it's closest to that mass, right?
That's exactly what's happening, though.
So it's not being pulled down there because it's going up. So then it couldn't be getting pulled down miles up in the air where the gravity's said to be strongest.
Well, that's why it gets thinner as you go up.
To this new guy. Do you understand what I just said, Hush?
Yeah. But I would disagree that air gets stronger as you go up. I think it's strongest on the surface, and it gets stronger like to the core. But
gravity's supposed to be strongest on the surface, yeah.
Yeah.
And the air is going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we get higher, the gravity is weaker. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
So how is it now going to pull it down?
Because
it couldn't at its strongest. So how is it doing it at its weakest?
I would say air molecules bump into each other. I know the way at which they go up and down is like by temperature. So colder air goes to the ground, to the bottom.
Yeah. It's not, it's not a container, right? So gravity, as they conceive it today, is the bending and warping of space-time, a conceptual fabric, right? It's imaginary as defined. So what we discussed earlier is that gas needs a container to press against. A balloon, a can, a tire, physical. It cannot be an imaginary concept. Right? So we have no observation of the air being contained by gravity. And this is where you'll need to really have some introspection, because I asked you before if you could give me gas pressure with no container. You said no. So you need to remember that. You need to think, right, regardless of what they're telling me, I can't actually demonstrate this. This is just a belief. And that's where we don't go with it, right? If they're telling us now, you just have to believe this, and it seems to contradict what we know in reality, which is that if you want gas pressure, you need a container. We're not giving that up. That's too high of an intellectual price to pay.
Okay. Well, I got a question. I hear you. I got a question though. What do you think of atmosphere? Wouldn't atmosphere be a form of a container?
No, that is the gas. That is the pressurized gas that must be contained.
Yeah, but there are different layers, right? Different layers of atmosphere.
It can have layers all at once. It needs a container.
That is the container, man.
No, Snacks. Not that. It's not a container. A container is physical. You want to Google the definition of a container? I'll tell you, it won't say a gas.
That's why the moon, it has no oxygen.
No, don't start on the moon, Snacks.
Well, but we could be talking about the same thing. You can apply the same
Snacks
logic.
Put yourself on mute, bro. Hush, you say you had a question?
Yeah. Well, I would also say that you don't believe atmosphere is the container, right?
No. That's the gas. That's the gas pressure. What is it pressing off of? So in the globe story, they're telling us it's nothing. It's a lower pressure space. Well, in reality, high pressure flows to low pressure. That's entropy. That's just natural law. So you're telling us we're violating that, and the demonstration is you can't demonstrate it. You just have to believe that the bending and warping of space-time is causing the air that we observe to go up, being held down against a 10 to the negative 17 vacuum eventually, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Guys, can I ask you a question? Why do you believe in the flat earth when it's proven that it is a globe? This is not a troll, this is like a fact. There is literal video and picture evidence.
We'll get to the fact,
it's video and picture evidence, like the moon landing.
Yeah. Well, everything is picture evidence of Bigfoot, bro. So we'll get to it.
No, you don't. You have a guy running around in a suit. That's what you have a picture of.
No, it's real.
I have a picture that is verified by every single government in the world.
You just have cartoon images.
No, I don't. I have evidence that is verified by actual validated people.
No, well, I've got verified Bigfoot evidence by actual.
Show me them, please. Please show me that's validated by actual governments that run countries.
Just Google it, bro.
Yeah. So why are you triggered? I don't know why you're upset about I tell you a fact.
I'm not. Don't worry. We'll get to it. We'll get to the space cartoons. Don't worry.
But I'm confused. How's that cartoon?
Hush.
That's not cartoons.
Bro. Chill. We were in the middle of a conversation, so.
I didn't know you was in the middle of a conversation. My bad.
Yeah. No worries. We'll get back to you. Hush. You still there?
Yeah.
Right. So because of that, what I just explained to you, we know that what they're showing us or what they're telling us about space, i.e. what's beyond the sky that we can observe, we know that can't be true. So the entire heliocentric space cosmology can't be true. It's a contained system, right? We're not on the outside of a ball in a massive vacuum. It's more like we're in a giant building. That's the adjustment you need to make. So I'll give you a chance to respond to that. And if you want to ask another question, feel free. Otherwise, we'll move on to this new guy.
Okay. Well, I just got a response then. A couple things. So I would say make a pretty good argument for the globe-centric. Well, not globe-centric, Earth-centric. But I still believe in the heliocentric only because of what we already know about gravity. No, gravity isn't already like figured out. There's still things we need to learn more about it. But what we do know, and what makes sense to me, is the sun's gravity. The sun is the biggest celestial body in the solar system. Therefore it's strong enough to make everything orbit around it.
Remember, this solar system can't exist because gas pressure needs a container.
Yes, but what if there are some planets without gas, like no atmosphere?
No, bro, you've missed it. The whole idea of it being balls of gas in a giant vacuum isn't true.
Wouldn't gravity make it true? Like, I'm not saying like Earth isn't like a ball of gas. It's like rock.
No, nothing makes it true because natural law tells us it can't be true. You can't have air pressure just sitting next to a vacuum. It would fill the vacuum.
But that's what atmosphere is. That's exactly what atmosphere is.
No.
You don't have the law. You don't have the law of gravity either. If gravity was so real, it would be a natural law.
Well, don't we have we don't have like a law, but don't we have formulas a little bit for certain things about gravity?
Conceptualized
terminal velocity
of space-time, remember? It's a concept that Einstein imagined. It's not a real thing.
But gravity is also a force. Would you agree?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No.
That's not what Einstein says.
He threw that one
Jedi,
out.
Please. Jedi, you there? Go and take over. But remember, there is the other guy as well. So before we get into a massive gravity discussion, Can
I just interject quickly? And then I'll go back on mute. So there's fundamental principles of states of matter that we understand to be true, right? So solids, liquids, gases, right? Solids, fixed volume, fixed surface, right?
Yes.
Liquid takes the shape of its container with a fixed surface, right? Gases don't have any of that. They just expand in all directions to fill the available volume. So the container is its volume, right? And it doesn't have a fixed surface. It doesn't get to a certain depth and then stop like liquid and have a surface. It just continues to expand until it meets a surface. And I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, the surface being the container.
All right. Well, just quickly, Jedi, if you're there, are you wanting to go into gravity now, or do you want to check with the new guy for his question about space?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth it. Gravity is a non sequitur. You're going to need R to even start talking about gravity. Radius of the Earth. Whether you're talking about mass attracting mass or Einstein space-time physics, whichever one of these, you're still not going to have science for them. You could have mathematical equations, but...
Yeah, but with gravity, surely the reason why the Earth is a globe because gravity, which pulls equally from all sides of the planet, forming it into a sphere, right?
That's what I mean. You're going to need R for that, which is the radius of the Earth. In other words, you're going to have to beg the question that the Earth is a ball to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, I'm obviously a globe. I believe in the globe because I see it every time there's a lunar eclipse.
Today,
honestly, you should just change the name of this channel. Hey,
I see it as a globe every time it's a lunar eclipse.
Hey, we should just change the name of this room to 24/7 retard. That'd be more fitting.
Yeah, wow.
Are you emotional?
Incredible.
Hey, so if the Earth is a fucking, if the Earth is flat, then why can't you see the edge from your mom's basement?
Amazing stuff. The globe.
Yo, chill. You're not gonna beat these flat earthers by being
Can
toxic.
somebody stop him? He is so angry on.
You're not.
It's all right, man. It's all right. Everything will be okay.
The guy who believes in the globe as well.
They just want the Earth to be flat, so it aligns with their fucking pancake and cookie addiction with their fat asses.
Listen. Being toxic ain't gonna help. Listen, they're.
Who the fuck said I was trying to help?
Damn. Right, yeah, we've muted the wrong one. I'm going to take control of this. So.
The only thing you're going to take control of is a.
Oh, good
Keep him muted.
Why did I get muted?
So it's Billy Boy. Billy Boy's who we're going to speak to. All right.
Why did I get muted?
Because quiet.
5-year-old. 5-year-old.
Come on, guys.
Why did I get muted?
Because we were trying to find the person who was speaking so we could mute them and listen to you.
Oh, fair enough. Well, obviously it ain't going to be the guy's English, not American.
Billy Boy, we're going to get to you. Okay, so we're going to move it on with Billy Boy, and we'll deal with... Do you want to go and deal with your initial point first, which was the images and videos, or are you now...
Oh, yeah, that's a fact. I don't have to prove that. That's on the internet for everyone to see. Published, backed by multi-billion-dollar governments that run your countries. That's a fact.
Oh my lord!
So that's where we'll start. Jedi, are you
try and debuff what the government back is absolutely fine with me. If you don't believe in
they're worth billions of dollars, that you trust them.
If you don't believe, if you don't believe in your government, then you might as well just not believe in it.
Billy. This is what we're gonna do, right? Billy, this is what we're going to do. So we know what your claim is. We know the claim.
Okay, now try and debuff it, yeah.
And then don't interject. So when you say it, then just listen, okay? Jedi, please.
You're making a really generalised claim to begin with, dude. So especially when you talk about authorities and governments and, we can trust them. We understand that even the cursory understanding of politics means that government changes because of different points of view all of the time. So what the government says aren't necessarily facts. We have to go a little bit deeper, as into the authorities who tell them what the facts are. You must understand that, right?
Yeah. What do you mean? Explain it one more time. Sorry. Explain it again.
To shorten it down, governments just repeat what the experts tell them.
Yep.
Governments change all the time. So the truth of government changes all the time. It's subjective. But we're talking about very specific claims. Not ones that the government make themselves, but the ones that the government repeat because of authorities on the matter. You might know them as Foundation of Science, NASA, for example, universities and institutes of learning and discovery.
Yeah, but NASA's never changed.
Say that again?
NASA's not changed.
Do you mean NASA's not changed?
Governments might change, as in like coming back from Republican or Democrat, but NASA's never changed itself as a government agency. It's always stayed the same, and that is a federal agency, and they're not allowed to lie.
Okay.
They're not allowed to lie. Oh,
but if you think they're lying, then you have to prove to me that they're lying.
Two things. One, I will agree with you. You're being a little bit more specific now. A specific agency that makes a specific claim because of what they say that they do. The other one is that they're not allowed to lie. No one's allowed to lie under government regulations, my friend, but we understand that they do. Bias, for example.
How could they be telling the truth if they violate natural law?
Dude, send your kids off to war and trust your government that they're going off to war for good reasons. How about there? There's a good example.
Well, I mean, like I've said to you already, if you're gonna, thank you for muting him, because he's just obviously a liberal, just doesn't believe in anything factual in life.
But what I'm trying to point out is we have to look at who's making the specific claim. Right? It's not necessarily the government. We can look at agencies like NASA, and they're making a specific claim. What specific claim are NASA making?
They're going to
NASA went to space. They claim that.
Okay, awesome stuff. So what's space?
And when you go into space, space, what did they see? They saw that the Earth was a globe.
Okay. So first of all,
and there's picture image proof of that.
I get you. I get you. So first of all, they went to space. Yeah?
Correct.
Awesome.
Not just NASA though. That's also Russia.
I get you. So what is space?
Space is the boundless three-dimensional extent where objects and events have related positions and directions. It is often described as the final frontier and is mostly empty.
Awesome. So mostly empty. That's why it's called space, because there's a lot of space. It's mostly empty.
Correct.
Now, do you understand what an open and a closed system are with regards to thermodynamics?
Let me look this up. Open and closed system for a what, sorry?
With regards to thermodynamics.
Regards to...
Oh, boy.
Well, you're saying, oh, boy, right? I'm going to obviously research everything you're saying.
It's okay. If you don't know, you can either Google it or I can tell you.
You can tell me, but I'll also read it online as well. And always it this, an open system that can exchange both energy and matter with its surroundings. The stovetop example would be an open system because heat and water evaporate and can be lost to the air. A closed system, on the other hand, can exchange only energy with its surroundings, no matter. Correct?
Okay. That is 100% spot on. Do you understand what you just read out?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So we understand that space is an available space, and we're told that the Earth is an open system, and we have gas that's under pressure. What happens in open systems to gas? You just read it out with the example of a stovetop.
When an open system is exposed to heat, some of the matter in the system can evaporate and change from a liquid to a gas.
Awesome. And where does the gas go? When the system is no longer closed, if it's open, does the gas leave?
Go if the system is no longer open.
Remember the difference between an open and a closed system. A closed system will let thermodynamic energy, like heat, enter and leave the system. For example, when the stovetop has got a lid on it.
No, it wouldn't leave.
Yeah, exactly. So if the system was open, what would happen to the gas? Would it stay in an open system, or would it leave an open system?
Well, if we're talking a jug, then it would go and spread.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when we're talking about space, so what is your question?
Oh boy.
Your question is space, what they define as space, which is the thing above us. You're saying technically, if we're gas, the gas would spread, correct?
Yes, because high pressure disperses into lower pressure environment.
So why does gas not spread in space, correct?
Yes. Why does the second law of thermodynamics not take place?
Does the second law in thermal take place when in space? The second law of thermodynamics applies to the universe because it states that every energy transfers increases the entropy or disorder of the universe. This means that as I can't read that word. The fuck does that word say? I'm a bit retarded. 2 seconds.
Oh boy.
You're saying, oh boy, bro. Everything you're saying, I'm Googling, it has an answer to. So this is my argument, correct? That's not me.
Entropy.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, I know, because you're sensible. Entropy, right. So it says here, the second law of thermodynamics applies to the universe because it states that every energy transfers increases the entropy or disorder of the universe. This means that as entropy increases, there's less energy left to do useful work. Eventually, there will be no more order to create chaos from the universe, which will reach a state of heat of death. So there you go. There's your answer to why it doesn't work.
Awesome. Okay. So I understand what you read out. Would you like a very simple demonstration of entropy taking place?
Sure, but I even have. Wait, if I can actually send this into the chat, so this is my evidence to prove that it still does work, and there is.
What you just read.
All right. So what you have to understand is what you've just read out. I'll read this, maybe understand. So the second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid without exception in closed and open systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium. There is a little bit more. You can read that if you want to. So with open and closed systems, what this specifically is talking about is the difference between an open and a closed system and what happens to physical matter like gas in this instance in an open system. We understand that gas expands indefinitely in all directions. The only way to stop this expansion is to contain it physically. If there's no physical container, then the gas will not expand. Sorry, if there's no physical container, then the gas will keep expanding.
Yes, so you're trying to say gas doesn't expand in space?
Well, it should do.
So it does. It says here, gas does expand in space because space is essentially a vacuum of extremely low pressure. There is nothing to resist that expansion. So that gas...
Then how are we living?
See,
well, so how we living? So what's your next question to that? So I've answered that.
Yeah.
So a vacuum in space, that's the reason why... So gas does expand in space?
Yeah, we're told that the gas doesn't expand into it.
Well, it says here it does.
Because we've got gas pressure. If we don't have a physical boundary containing the gas, the first problem is we won't achieve pressure. Because the first molecules of gas will keep expanding into the available space.
I'm sorry, gas does not expand. Oh, sorry, I apologise. Gas does not expand in space because space is essentially a vacuum, meaning there is almost no matter present, so there is no pressure to resist the expansion of gas.
Yes.
That's what it says.
So you understand maybe a little bit better what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah, so if there's nothing physical in space to stop the expansion of gas, the gas will keep expanding. We wouldn't have gas pressure.
Well, they're saying there's a vacuum.
No, the vacuum is an available space that the gas expands into.
Well, it says here, gas does not expand in space because space is essentially a vacuum.
Yeah,
so if I type in...
That's against the second law of thermodynamics, dude. I'm now questioning where you got that answer from.
You're questioning where I got that answer from?
Yeah, it's not you. Because we understand gas expands to fill volumes. We understand that to achieve gas pressure, you require a container. The gas pressing on the limitation of its environment.
Well, sure, no, not just that. It doesn't have to be a container to hold gas. Surely it can be a vacuum.
No, vacuums don't contain gases. Containers contain gas.
But that's not. I don't believe that's what they're trying to say here. I think they're trying to say that it sucks and it goes into.
No, in fact, the vacuum doesn't suck. That is wrong.
Well, I don't know.
Vacuums don't suck. Gas expands into vacuums. Vacuums are a description of a pressure environment. In this instance, a very low pressure environment. What I mean by a pressure environment is there's not a lot of gas there. That's why it's called space. There's a lot of space. So when gas comes into that area, it wants to expand into it. That's what gas does. It expands into space.
I'm banging my head on a wall.
No, I kind of get what you're saying, but I'm looking at the other answers to what you're saying, and there's answers against your answers, which are coming from NASA, and I'm going to believe NASA over a normal... So I'm going to have to... What I'm trying to say is, if you can back your claims with, like, serious, validated governments, then I would actually agree with you. But where it's coming from, this is coming from NASA... Talks all this shit and you don't even know what you're talking. See, Free, this is what I'm talking about. You guys say I'm talking shit. I'm the one who's bringing up.
You don't know what the. You
don't even know what you're saying.
Listen, I might not know what I'm saying, but all I have to do is just
do some research before you come up and talk.
Yeah, because all I have to do. This is the thing. But let me explain. Let me explain myself. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So every time you say something, I will Google the argument against it, and it's backed by a well-known, established government, and you're upset about it.
Yeah, because it's so
Of course, you're going to be upset about a fact over someone talking on Discord telling something else different.
Guys. I was having a perfectly good conversation.
Right, free. You're obviously going to call me an idiot. It's like if we talked about boxing. I know every single thing about boxing because I live it and I dream it and I watch it and I'm literally doing it every single day. I don't call you a retard if you come in here and try to argue that you see beat Tyson Fury.
Billy, you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Listen, Jedi was having a perfectly chill conversation with Billy. So guys, don't be jumping in and insulting the guy.
Yeah, but you're saying I don't understand natural law, but he's just told me natural law. I've Googled the things that he said that don't happen. And there are arguments by
Billy,
NASA.
Just speak to Jedi. Jedi will explain it to you and just be chill, yeah?
Yeah, but obviously what Jedi has to say, I completely will listen to and understand. But Jedi will have to show me evidence.
Yeah. We can show you gas pressure in containers. Air in a tire. Yeah.
I can understand all of that. But once again, it says here by NASA, gas does not expand because space is essentially a vacuum.
Well, no. Natural law and gas behavior tells us that it does expand. You can observe this in any observation of gas. Listen, bro, what you need to do is, when you're reading these things, these are claims. You're reading them and you're just accepting them instantly. Stop to think about them.
No, but this ain't a claim. This is by, like I said, a backed government that is gone to space. They've done these things. These are people. These are people that have been doing this for their whole lives, their entire lives.
No.
Doing what?
It doesn't listen. It's not about that. It's not about that. I mean, you don't know who these people are. I don't know what it is that you're reading. Saying government doesn't make it true.
No, so, I can kind of agree with that, but it's like if a billion...
You need to be thinking what Jedi was talking about, which is gas pressure requiring a container. That's it.
So but my argument is, if you're the minority of the people, of being a flat earther, most people in this world believe in the globe, and NASA, which is backed by the federal government of the United States of America, I'm going to believe that over a couple of hundred.
All right, well, that's an appeal to authority fallacy and an appeal to majority fallacy, 2 in 1. So that's not a good basis.
Yeah, but so the natural law. So explain the natural law thing one more time, because I'll just Google this. So why does natural law not?
I've kind of done it for you. So
I kind of get what you're saying.
Okay, so I've posted some relative articles in the side chat. One of them is a demonstration by a physics professor in a lecture over 70 years ago. I think it was Feynman or someone. I'm going to be talking about the people who have defined the laws through experimentation. James Clerk Maxwell, for example, who I've also cited. Now, you must understand that we're talking about how gas behaves in environments and what a vacuum is. A vacuum is an area without gas. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but I kind of agree. But surely gas would react differently when it's in space, right? It's different to Earth.
No. Listen to this. Gas occupies space, doesn't it? Space is just height, width, and length. Like cubic meters. Like no physical thing apart from the stuff that exists within it. So the gas, the water, the rock, the physical matter, right? So we're talking about how gas expands into volumes, into spaces. Now, as James Clerk Maxwell says, as I've cited in the side chat, gas are distinctive from other forms of matter, not only for their power of indefinite expansion. I'm going to stop there. Indefinite expansion, because that's what gas does. This is what the second law is talking about. The gas expands unless you close the system, which means you contain it, and then you stop the gas expanding. Because if you open the container again and there's a lower pressure outside, the high pressure is going to leave the container because you opened it into the available volume of lower pressure. Like when you pop a balloon or when you pump up a tyre and then burst a tyre, the gas expands into the space. You understand that, right?
Well, I think I might be wrong. Fuck NASA then. Looks like I'm wrong. I'm a flat earther now, boys.
No,
boy.
You understand what I just...
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. I've been converted.
Right.
You're right.
You cannot be flat earthers because of gas. You need another argument to be flat earther. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's right, though.
No, I'm saying you cannot be flat earther because of gas pressure. You need another argument to be a flat earther. That argument only destroying the idea of the vacuum of the space.
So he's saying NASA's lying, basically, because of their argument. Therefore, now I don't trust NASA. Therefore, I'm a flat earther.
I mean, I don't know why NASA would lie,
No, you need some evidence of flat
I trusted them fuckers as well. I really did trust them.
Nobody cares if you will become flat earther or not, but that's not the point. That some flat earther will say, "Look, there is no gas pressure without container. That Earth is flat." No, that's not.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying, why would I now listen to NASA if I've just been proven they lie about gas?
Why flat earthers doesn't the globe?
So
hold on. Jedi got this through to him, guys. Jedi got this through to him.
Yeah, Jedi got this through to me. It worked. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Jedi.
I appreciate you. It's really simple because it's a law of nature. If we look at the claim that NASA make about going to this place, the vacuum of space, well, within the story that we're told, we understand that what they're describing can't exist. The gas would fill the space.
Yeah, no, of course. I do agree with that.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. This probably is rare for you guys. The first person to actually turn around and go, I actually understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm a little
take it easy, like.
I'm a little
slow down, cowboy.
Suspicious guy.
You're suspicious. Why are you suspicious?
Because you turn too quickly.
No. What it is he's come up with a very good point to an argument that I can't argue back. Because
what you do is you take the information on board, right? Do some more research, do some more investigation for yourself, right? Like, analyze the sources and the information that's been presented to you, test it. Don't just take it on face value that it's true. That was your problem in the first place, right?
Well, of course, I'm a mainstreamer. Obviously, I'm going to take it as face value. I see it all over the TV. I saw Tesla's car driving into space the other day. That's probably fake now as well.
Of course it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, he said it himself. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. That's what Elon said when he saw the footage. But look, listen. Don't take anything we've said on face value either.
Well, of course, I'm going to do more research, 100%. But he did put stuff in the chat. That's what I'm getting at. So I didn't just take it as his face value. He actually put evidence in the chat.
Well, if you don't have pictures of Earth from Narnia, then how do you know that your Earth is a ball? Have you measured the ground? Do you know who did that?
Now we're talking.
Do I know? Wait, what do you mean? I've conceded. My argument was I believe in NASA, and that's the reason why I believe in the globe. But he's just now defined that NASA's lying and sent me proof of it. So therefore, my argument is now invalid, and I concede, like I've already said.
Proof of flat Earth, though. That's proof that the globe is a lie.
Well, therefore, what I said already, what I said though was, I believe the Earth is globe because of NASA, and now he's shown that NASA's lying. Therefore, I'm not obviously going to believe them, am I?
Well, that doesn't necessarily eliminate the possibility that you're on a ball for you at this stage. I mean, you haven't.
Well, for me, it don't eliminate we're taking on a ball, but it does eliminate that the biggest forward company for space is lying to me face value, doesn't really exactly help them, does it?
But there are Globers that don't believe what NASA tells them either, and they still think that they're on a ball in space. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. But
so that.
No, of course, I know what you're saying. Carry on with the information, which I will actually carry on looking up and having a little research about. But I'm just saying, my argument was that, and he's basically debugged it like I wanted him to. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jedi, for doing that. It really.
At least you could do is like realize that source of information isn't reliable, right? So you need to look for other information.
No, I know that. Yeah. You're right. I just thought, obviously, I'm going to trust NASA over a couple of guys on Discord, but the sources I'm looking at that Jedi has sent me are make a lot of sense, to be fair. So, yeah, pretty mad.
That's not a couple of guys. You're talking about Jedi here.
Yeah, Jedi is like, I mean, you could be Yoda. For real, for real.
Jedi's actually on the council, but we're not allowed to divulge his real name.
Shit. Well, thank you, Jedi.
Yeah, no worries, man. You're fine.
Jedi,
I'm going to come on mute and have a listen to everyone now.
Let's talk about measurements.
No. No, please, no.
Are you
no measurement, please, no.
You're pretending to be a Glober.
Yeah, how eclipses work. No, how sunsets work on the flat Earth.
Well, haven't you heard? This is a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, you know, it's you can have a 24-hour sun in the winter solstice at the north, and then you have a 24-hour sun in the summer solstice, so you know.
Yeah, how sunsets work on the flat Earth?
Yeah, please explain to us, you know, lay people who don't understand anything.
Because people who believe in globe saying that sunset cannot work on the flat Earth.
No, but I'm saying if it does work, why can't you guys seem to explain that phenomena?
The sun is
it's not required.
That phenomena. There was a people 24-hour sun didn't set.
Yeah.
Isn't that a big deal?
I'm sorry, somebody's roboting me hard.
Tactical droid, you're roboting. But yeah, flat Earth isn't reliant on you know, determining the surface geometry and determining that it's planar isn't reliant on looking at the sky, and seeing what things in the sky do. Right, so no explanation is actually required in order to establish that.
I thought we lived in a three-dimensional world.
Is planar.
We do. But that's not what he's saying.
I mean, it is three-dimensional, right? We're not in the two-dimensional world, right?
Yeah. So we have.
And then objects above us are just as valid as objects below us, correct? And at our same level, right?
Okay. No. But the question here is the surface, the bit in between the elevation and the depth, known as the surface of the Earth, mean sea level. And that lays horizontally. That's where we get.
But you might have objects that are above it, such as the sun.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But the way that we're going to measure the objects above it is by utilizing mean sea level as a horizontal reference.
Ouch.
Oh, I'm just going to get an image, so I'll be right back.
So basically, you people believe in that the flat sorry, that the Earth is flat?
We don't believe.
I'm not a native speaker, so.
Yeah, we don't believe.
That's all right.
We don't believe.
Oh. Yeah, Earth being flat is not a
You don't believe what? Like, make the
I
sentence
don't
complete.
believe that Earth is
I
flat.
don't believe in. I don't believe in. I don't believe that flat is Earth. You're saying that? That's your thesis? I do not believe.
Just relax. Just relax. Wait, just relax and allow someone to respond fully, right? To complete their sentence, and then you can respond, right?
I don't believe that Earth is flat. I know that Earth.
You know it, okay? And that's what? Like, you're changing the verb.
Great day, guys. Take care, everyone. God bless.
How so?
Cheers, mate. Good on you. Come back.
You don't have to say that I do not believe. I know. You have to say
I'll ask this.
Faith. I have faith.
I'll ask you.
No, that's not faith either.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah, of course, it's faith.
Okay. So if I was to ask you how tall you were, would you believe your height or would you know your height? If you're, say, 6 foot tall and you've measured yourself with a ruler to be 6 foot tall, is that a belief or is that you knowing?
No. I think that's this is the philosophical problem. Okay.
Come on, answer his question.
Like, if the object. Okay. Yeah. The question is yes.
That's
what?
So yes, that's yes. That's
yes, what? Yes, you know, or yes, you believe.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. No, I'm saying that, of course. Like, for example, science has like a rational, narrative discourse. So there are certain standard where, like, you have like 2 plus 2 equals 4. I don't know too many people that like wouldn't accept that.
That's math.
That's intuition, rational intuition. That's like, it's not learned from experience. It's like natural talent.
Yeah, 2 plus 2 is 4, and when you measure height, and if we are 6 feet, then it's 6 feet.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
all.
But the later is more difficult to prove.
What? It's difficult to prove that somebody is 6 foot high. Is it difficult to prove something if you measure?
No, measure is to know.
You are measuring it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
If you measure, how we know the distances?
You measure them.
Measure them.
So you don't believe the distances, you know the distances.
Yeah, but
you don't measure and say, I believe the distance. You know the distance because you've measured. To measure is to know.
I agree.
You know what water is, don't you? Yes?
I don't know.
Well, I don't want to get anything lost in the language. So I just want to be sure that we understand what we're both talking about. You understand?
Yeah, it's water. What I should drink more of.
Awesome. So when you fill up your cup with water, that surface is horizontal. Do you know what I mean by horizontal?
What if I told you that beyond microscopic, that it's actually bending?
Okay. So not interested in beyond the microscopic. I'm talking about us measuring the surface of the water. And we understand that it lays within orientation. Now, orientation is described as horizontal, no part being higher or lower than another, and perpendicular to vertical, the direction of up and down, 90 degrees.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Awesome.
You're going to say next that people is like measuring land in order to prove the flat Earth theory. That's your argument?
It's not a theory.
What we do is we measure, survey water at large distances that we're told, if the Earth was a ball, should curve. But when we measure large distances of water, we measure zero curvature. So zero curvature, horizontal.
And where's the proof? Where's the scientific paper that says that?
There's loads, not necessarily scientific papers. This is more a question for charting and making maps, surveying, for example, how we utilize and measure the surface of the Earth and what references we use.
But who measures it? Who measures it?
Okay, so surveying companies, mapping and chartering companies.
Oh, companies, like you say, like companies saves people from dangers.
I don't think you got your maps.
Like kind of like.
Yeah, before any construction takes place, like for building, right, that they survey an area, and they use these planar principles and these geometrical principles to establish, flat areas and make flat areas so that they can build on stable.
Oh, now you say
foundations.
Science. You say science. Now you say science. Again.
Science has nothing to do with it. Nobody said science.
Yeah,
I didn't say science. I didn't say science.
You said.
I didn't say science.
You said science.
No, I didn't say science.
This is engineering and construction.
Oh, engineering. And what's engineering?
Did I say science? Oh, if I did, I misspoke.
Engineering is science.
Listen to me. You never said the word science. Stop saying that. He never said science. He's talking about geometry. He's talking about measuring.
What you're going is what that
geometric principles
did back in 1940. Sorry, I just remind
you. See, he wants to say science. It's the third time you used the word science.
Yeah, what science? I wanna see like scientific papers.
But why would you want a scientific paper when you're dealing with a shape?
No, because like you cannot. I can measure my room, I can measure myself, but I cannot measure the Earth.
Yes, you can.
Hold on. When you measure your when you measure your room, are you doing science?
No.
Okay. When you measure anything,
it's like technique, technical.
Hold on.
Technical knowledge, not scientific knowledge.
Exactly. So no, this isn't scientific. When we measure things, height, width, length, we're dealing with a branch of math called geometry, shapes, grades, up and down, surfaces, vertical, horizontal, curved. So to figure those things out, we don't use science. We use geometry, math, measurement.
You mean science?
Geometry, math? That's science.
No.
Of
math.
Course.
No.
Pure science.
Science is cause and effect.
Hold on. Science, natural science,
we figure out what makes things happen.
Oh, now you're saying you're disqualifying the modern, you're disqualifying, the modern science, Western science, saying that you have the real science. Like
No.
Listen,
I'm not.
do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what about like what journalists all over the world are interested in America? Like,
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. The only thing I'm interested in is you understanding that math and science are different.
Or not.
Excuse me.
Okay, but
I need
this
why?
This something that.
Why you not letting Jedi speak?
I do not believe the flat is Earth.
I gotta say something.
I do not believe.
Listen, I gotta say something. My 11-year-old, right? My girlfriend, Ladner's name. Like I was saying, my 11-year-old. I asked him. I said, "Yo," I said, "Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you." I said, "Is math science?" He started thinking. I said, "Look, it's not a trick question. Just give me the to your mind." He's like, "No." I was like, "Thank you." I said, "Is math science?" She's like, "No." So then the 11-year-old, so then she says, "There's math in science, but it's not math." And then Liam says, "But there's no science in math." And I was like, "Yo, like what? Y'all are like blowing my mind right."
Nice.
Oh, winner. It's still good, Meanwhile, we're arguing with this. He thinks
that was like
that should be a revelation to you. Wake up.
That was like a good danking.
Are you going to let Jedi continue now, or are you going to keep interrupting him? Because I like to hear when Jedi breaks things down.
I mean, I just want him to understand that math isn't science. That's all I need you to understand.
Okay, we don't have to. You could use your own meaning.
No, it's not my own meaning. It's not my own meaning. It is the meaning of science. Science. Hold on. Science, specifically natural science, follows the scientific method. Step 1, observe the natural phenomena. Step 2, make a hypothesis and an educated guess in what caused the phenomena. Step 3, actualize your hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate the cause to see if it happens or not. Step 4, repeat and verify.
Yeah, that's right. Being the third step, where you
have not finished. Nowhere in any of the steps of the scientific method does it say mathematics. You understand this, right? The scientific method is not maths.
Of course I do. Because there's a difference between natural science, right? And in some countries of Europe, they call it soft science, philosophy.
That's not science.
And then hard science, like math, physics. So the problem of the method of any kind of structure of knowledge, that's a philosophical question. What's the method?
What is pseudoscience?
Yeah, that's right.
Not adhering to the scientific method.
Yeah, something that doesn't follow
It's a
the
collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
So if it doesn't follow the scientific method, it's a pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
If it claims to be a science, only if it claims to be science.
You're very intelligent, sir.
A collection of beliefs or practices, mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
Mm.
It's only pseudoscience if it's mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method, and it's not. And it's pseudoscience.
Right.
If it's not mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method, then it's not pseudoscience.
But also science follow different methods, like natural science or pure science, like maths, physics. Natural science, they were born with the intention of like use the same method as in mathematics, right? Hard sciences.
Why you keep trying to put math in science?
But okay, let's talk about like methodology. Science, I'm gonna because like there's a difference. When I ask you about like what's the reason behind the flat earth, you are answering with like because God said it. You right?
Wait. What's the question? It's hard to understand you. What was that? Repeat that. What's the reason behind flat Earth? Is that what you said?
Come again? Would you repeat yourself also again before
Did you ask what is the reason behind flat Earth?
Yeah.
I do not understand that question.
If it doesn't have like a reason that is proof, that is well proof, then you are just like a religion.
No, we say the Earth is flat because it's measured to be flat over distances of water, the surface of the Earth.
Okay, sir, but
the surface of the Earth, water,
measuring
is not measured to curve.
People who do celestial navigation.
Who prove? There's a paper.
I tell you.
Or it's like hearsay.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. We all do. Everybody does. Me, you. Always reference a horizontal. If we're talking about building companies, contractors, engineers, all reference horizontal. If we talk about aviation, of flying above the surface of if we're talking about horizontal navigating, then we're going to be talking about horizontal and not curvature. So everything that we measure between point A and point B is reference to horizontal. That horizontal is mean sea level. The water of the Earth is used and measured as a horizontal reference datum by every.
You were breaking up a little bit, Jedi, for me at least.
Sorry, do apologise.
We caught most of it. No, that's all right.
We got the main part.
Yeah, so specifically, we're going to determine changes in the vertical with reference to horizontal. It's pretty cool.
Or should I say we got the mean part, mean sea level?
Oh, mean. It's mean to the Globers. Nasty. Oh, we lost Gagan. He's gone.
Did he leave? Did he?
He can corner you into some religious fangirl position. He was hoping he could get away with making a prejudiced claim by saying, well, you think the earth is flat because God said so. And now anything you claim is because God said so. And then Jedi's like, no, Earth's flat because it is flat.
Well, I'm not going to argue with God if he said that.
I wonder though, would you argue with God if he said it was a globe?
No, that's the whole thing. He doesn't say
in this position. Would I?
Nowhere in Scripture does it say Earth. Does it even insinuate Earth is a globe?
Not what I said. I said if God said the Earth was a globe, would you argue with him?
Yeah, I'd have to. The Earth measures to not be a globe.
Are you talking about right now? If he said it?
Yeah, like if he physically came down to Earth and said, hey, I have new revelation for you. The Earth is actually a globe. I just forgot to mention it.
No, because it would go against everything in nature.
Clarifying question.
I would ask him, I'd ask him, why does it measure flat then? I'd want some explanation. You got some explaining to do, God.
I'm not going to speak for God. I'm just going to speak for myself, but I want to say it's because you don't understand scale, but that's just the point.
Guardian, in your hypothetical, is God telling you Earth is glob and you're still having the same real world experience? Or is the real world experience showing me a globe and then God says Earth is globe?
Good question.
Yeah, I would probably say that he would just take you out and show that it's a globe to you.
Okay, because one, if Earth was telling me it's a globe, meaning I can actually measure the curvature that is being claimed, and God said Earth is globe, then I would have no argument. If Earth is presenting itself as it does when I go outside and try to find curvature, and then God said Earth is globe, then I would question.
Okay.
Because what I'm experiencing in reality, in the real world, when I try to measure the curvature that they claim that should be there, it is not what I'm finding. So I do not conclude that Earth is globe the way they're claiming it is, because it's inconclusive. I'm not finding what they're saying I should find, right? If they're saying that the Earth has a radius 3,959 miles, then when I go outside and I look for curvature, I should see the horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That'll give me the distance to the horizon in miles. If I see beyond that, I'm not looking at the geometric shape of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, you also might be looking at refraction, and that's why I said he'd probably take you outside the actual, sphere and show you the sphere as it is. And this is all hypothetical. I understand that. And it actually helped me understand something, or at least your guys' perspective, if you don't mind. The whole hypothetical argument actually helped me understand you guys a little better. That's all.
Weird.
So I wanted to thank you for that.
Do you, in a life, do you see refraction or you see the object sometimes?
You see the refraction of the light, which is how we see objects is by light, by the way.
Okay, if you see the water in a distance, the surface of the water, do you see the refraction or you see the real water?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I really didn't understand that.
If you see the surface of the water in a distance, do you see that surface of the water, or you see some kind of phenomenon?
I shove my penis in it.
Oh, well, here's the thought then. Okay, for that question at least, if I look out on a very hot day at the hot asphalt that's off in the distance of a very decently long road, guess what I see, or what I think I see? It isn't asphalt, by the way.
Yep.
God?
Nope, it would be water. Or at least it appears to be water, but it isn't.
Okay, but if you have the oil rigs, you know what is oil rigs, into the water, because people put the oil rigs to take oil from the bottom of the sea, you know.
Oh, and I know the very example you're going to give, and again, that is refraction of the.
Okay, great. If you know the example, do you see the water behind the oil rigs, or you see that asphalt?
I see the reflection off of the water.
You see the reflection. Is that water real, or you see the reflection of the water?
The distance to the object may be an optical illusion, is what I'm saying. And so, no, you're not actually seeing the water.
You're not seeing the water. I want to only...
You're seeing the light that was reflected off the water, and...
That means that you don't see the real water. That is only light reflecting of the water. Is that correct?
Yes. How we see all objects.
Okay, good. That means if I jump from that oil rig, I will not jump into water. I will jump in some kind of reflection of the water. Is that correct?
By the way, has anybody looked at the video I posted in the channel?
Man, I'm asking you last question. If I jump from that oil rig in the sea, did I jump in the water or I jumped into the reflection?
But where you think it's at is different from where it actually is.
That means the water, what I see from 10 miles, it's not there because if I see water from 10 meters, it's the same water, but somehow it's a reflection of the water.
The earth is round.
That's all right. Round doesn't mean spherical, if you want to know.
The earth is round.
Yeah, the coin is also round. The pizza is round also. The circle
Shut up.
is round.
Those are flat. Those are flat.
So if is there a ship behind the oil rig, that means their ship will not be on the water, that ship will be on the reflection of the water.
The ship will be on the water, but your perspective of the ship might be different than where it actually is.
Yeah, but I'm not speaking about the ship. I'm speaking about ship only because of water, not because of ship.
Wait, I do want, because I came in like mid-sentence or mid-thought. What was the thing that you guys said that NASA lied about?
Can you tell me which distortion, which kind of distortion, making you to see more?
The change in the pressure, or not pressure, but basically the way you see through an object, such as air, affects how you see an object from distance.
Great non-answer.
And based on the current temperature. But I would like to get back to what I asked earlier, because I didn't actually hear it.
I would like that you go to military to have a military service, and then they give you some weapon what can shoot on 10 miles, and then some military ship will approach your point, and it will say, no, that is not on 10 miles, this is reflection of the boat, I will not shoot, that's not still dangerous, I will wait.
The fuck did you just say?
What? I'm saying, if you're in war and there is a ship wants to attack you, behind the oil rigs, you will say that's not the real ship. That's the reflection of the ship. That ship is on 200
you can use
miles
maps to figure out where the ship really is.
Okay, if ship is on behind the oil rigs, you will shoot on the ship or you will shoot on 1 mile.
What a retarded
Dude,
question.
the point is that refraction is actually a thing that we can show you in reality, but
if refraction is happening, does that showing the curved surface or it's flat?
it distorts the amount of distance that you would actually see an object at.
And how it's showing?
The reason why you can see the sun after it's actually set.
Yeah, good. Is that perspective of refraction is showing you the curved surface or still it's flat surface?
It is if you do all the math with the curve. Basically, actually, in reality, that's the other thing. It makes
his own bullshit artistry. It's kind of funny.
By the way, based on
he cannot keep up with his own bullshit.
It makes the Earth look larger than it is, honestly. But that's aside.
Honestly, dude, you're not doing a good job of keeping with your own bullshit.
But anyway, I'm fine. I just would love to hear an answer to the question I asked earlier, which was, what was the thing that NASA lied about? Because I did come in mid-thought with that, and I wanted to know just what it was, just so I could hear it.
How about you tell us what they've told the truth about?
How about you answer a question?
No.
Well, how about moon golf, for one?
Moon golf?
Moon golf? Yeah, moon golf. Alan Shepard?
Yes, I remember what you're talking about, yeah. So what was wrong about that?
The other guy didn't like the answer, I guess.
Oh, you talking about me?
Were you the one that repeated my answer? Were you the one that said moon golf?
No, I didn't. I never said that, but never mind. I thought you would.
But what? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, that's a lie. Moon golf.
Can I ask you a question?
Your hero Alan Shepard has lied to you.
Yeah, it's better to speak about NASA than surface, because that will be the point of the flat earthers, because we think about NASA, we don't think about surface. The point what you want to escape all the time, Let's speak about Saturn ring. How Saturn ring can work on flat Earth?
Another retarded question.
What? It's a retarded question. Can you tell me how elevation change on the sphere?
How do time zones work? I'd like to know that one.
Man, I'm asking now you a question. How elevation change on the sphere? Can you give me an answer?
You have different points that are further away from the center of the globe. That's, such as mountains. It's not a smooth surface.
Okay, let's say that we have 200 meters hill. Okay.
Okay.
What that mean 200 meters?
200 meters above ocean level, I guess.
Okay. What if hill it's 2,000 miles from the ocean level?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What if that hill it's 2,000 miles from the ocean level?
The ocean level? 2,000 miles?
No, I'm asking, what if that hill it's 2,000 miles away from the ocean?
You basically can measure elevation based on pressure and other variables.
Okay, and how much elevation change on 2,000 miles on the sphere?
Are you okay? Is there a point? I don't know the answers to these questions. I've said this in the past.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, you have a hill in the middle of the continent. Let's say USA. And you are saying this hill in the middle of the continent is 200 meters above the sea level, but sea level is there on the sphere 2,000 miles away. Is that correct?
Like
Your
I said,
question
I
is
don't.
fucking nonsense.
Nonsense. Man, do you know what is sphere?
Yes.
What is sphere? Does elevation change on the sphere?
Again, it just sounds like a retarded
Does
question.
elevation change on the sphere or elevation is the same on the sphere?
I don't think you're using enough words to form a complete sentence.
Okay. If I put the finger on the basketball, if I move my finger 10 centimeters away, elevation will change or not on the sphere, on the surface of the sphere?
Nothing changed on the sphere.
Elevation does not change on the sphere, you are saying.
The elevation of the sphere didn't change, but the elevation of your finger did.
Elevation of my finger did. How?
It raised.
It raised.
It raised.
Here's a good question, by the way.
These people have never held a ball. They've never been outside, never held a ball. It's getting weird.
What was the point of all that?
This is what happens when they have to. They can't accept the simplicity of sea level. They have to tell you that when you move your finger around a basketball, it raises. I mean, come on, dude.